The Highest Bounty 131-171 Chapter 131, Neptune's Plan. The sky was dark by the time Gilding returned to the grey-faced buzzard. He returned to see Biggie was busy cooking up a feast in the kitchen. He was preparing a big meal to lift everyone's sunken spirits. He was never one to speak much, and this was all he could do for them. Lilith sat on the deck on top of the spaceship. Her hands were placed by her side while she raised her head to look up at the overarching sky. She forced a smile on her face when she saw Gilding approaching. "You're back. Did you manage to get all the materials?" "There's still a few missing, but I've enlisted help from some of the people at the auction to seek out the remaining items. We should have an answer before noon tomorrow." Gilding sat beside Lilith. "Robert needs a lot of material. He should be making more than one weapon. It shouldn't affect him too much if one or two items are missing." Lilith looked at the arching sky again. The twinkling stars were mesmerizing. "The night sky tonight is clear. I'm starting to understand why you like staring into the night sky. I can no longer remember which direction is my home planet, but I can vividly remember that purple planet getting further and further away from me on the day I left. It's the most beautiful color in my memory." Gilding stayed silent. He tried his best to be a good listener. Support our web novel Go.com. Not long after, Biggie's voice could be heard coming from the cabin. "Come on down for dinner. We're ready to eat. Let's go have our meal." A smile broke on Gilding's face. Ever since Biggie joined the crew, their daily meals had been getting better by the day. Biggie came up with different dishes each time, so it was never boring. "This looks scrumptious." Gilding stared at the table full of dishes. He knew it was Biggie's way of trying to soothe everyone's moody emotions. Lilith knew that too. Biggie took off his apron and placed it aside as he sat down. "I made more than usual. Take your time and enjoy it." Robert was still busy, cooped up in his room. He was from the mechanical tribe and was not able to digest human food. Since using the new substitute energy source, he was not as depressed as before. His attitude toward the outside world was much more indifferent. Gilding was not too bothered about it. Robert's personality may have changed, but his character remained the same. The dining table was not as rowdy as before. The three of them were rather silent. "Neptune, I'd like to try implanting a rank 6 energy crystal to upgrade my body to rank 4. This way, my combat effectiveness will be enhanced, and I'll be well prepared for the upcoming battle." Gilding directed his words at Neptune. "No way. It's too close to the last time you conducted a gene level upgrade. Under normal circumstances, gene medicine upgrading can only be conducted after a wait of at least a month. If you use it continuously more than 3 times, the 4th time should only be conducted after at least 3 months. Neptune voices objections. "Just calculated for yourself. You were only at rank 1 gene body when you left Sarul. It's only been a little more than a month and you've already achieved rank 3. Not to mention, the last 2 enhancement was by a passive catalyst. Your upgrade has been conducted too quickly. It will only end up affecting your foundation in the future. If your gene foundation becomes unstable, you might be at risk of your DNA chain breaking apart when you attempt to upgrade to a higher level. I don't expect your cell index to reach 1000 points, but it should at least be above 500 points before I allow you to use the energy crystals to upgrade your gene level." It's the same with Lily. The last time she had the gene enhancer was under a month ago. This is a different situation. I need to upgrade my abilities quickly. Gilding knew that Neptune was right, but Lilith's safety was far more important to him. "I've discussed with Robert regarding upgrading your combat effectiveness. Don't worry about it. You'll get a weapon tomorrow morning that will amplify your combat effectiveness by 3 times. Neptune had discussed this situation over with Robert, and they have come up with a few solutions. Besides you, Biggie and Lilith will have their own set of weapons as well. I told you before that Lilith is not allowed to take part in this battle." Gilding was insistent. Lilith voiced out, "Gilding, I'm taking part in this battle. The power of divination is something unique and it is accurate most of the time. A soothsayer had predicted something would happen to my parents before tragedy struck. I was able to survive because they had taken precautions to make sure I did, but they could not escape from it no matter what they did. That was why I wasn't keen on seeing Mien, because soothsayers bring me unpleasant memories. Since it has been foretold that I will meet with death, I won't be able to escape it no matter where I hide. I'd rather go into battle than run away from it. At the very least, I can be of help to Biggie. Casting your power of black hypnosis will take its toll on you. Even if that bracelet is able to give you 3 times the spirit, there is still a huge gap between your spirit strength and Biggie's. You may suffer serious repercussions. Gilding had a feeling that Lilith's impending doom might have something to do with hypnosis. She had been badly wounded the last time she overexerted herself. I've given this problem some thought, which is why I've provided Robert with a design for a spirit tool. Robert is working on it right now. That tool will help enhance Lily's spirit by a few hundred times. It will eliminate the threat of any severe repercussions. Neptune had analyzed each person's battle capabilities in detail in order to maximize the crew's battle effectiveness. As for Biggie, he already has his weapon. We made a set of light armor for additional defense. Besides that, Robert has created many other tools for increasing combat effectiveness of the crew, which you will be able to see soon. Robert and I have been doing a lot of planning. We're fairly certain we'll be able to overcome this crisis, Neptune continued. Gilding, you've told me before to trust Neptune, because it's never wrong. Lilith looked toward a slightly emotional Gilding. I trust Neptune. I believe it has come up with the best strategy that will minimize the total loss experienced by the crew. However, if you have a better plan, we are all ears. Otherwise, we'll stick to Neptune's. Gilding stayed silent. He did not have a better strategy than Neptune, and he knew that if he stopped Lilith from taking part in the battle, Biggie would have little to no combat effectiveness at all. Gilding did not think he would be able to protect Lilith well on his own. The dinner ended with an atmosphere of sourness. After dinner, Gilding went back to his room without saying a word. He would usually drift off to sleep the moment his head touched his pillow, but tonight, he could not sleep. The next morning, Neptune's voice could be heard quite early in the day. Your tools are ready. They are all in Robert's room. Go see for yourself. These tools will help increase your combat effectiveness without having to upgrade to a rank 4 gene body. Gilding's interest was slightly piqued at Neptune's words. He walked toward Robert's room and knocked on the door. Robert's voice rang out. Come in. He pushed the door open to see Robert's back facing him, working busily on something. There was an object that quickly caught Gilding's eyes. He could not shift his gaze away from it. This thing, is it my combat tool? Chapter 132, The Aborted Emergency Backup Plan. It was a black mesh, but much smaller and advanced than the ones Gilding had seen in Military Academy. It had a more complex structure and the build quality was impeccable. Back when Gilding was a student in the combat stream, there were only 3 retired meshs in the academy. 1 semester of the mesh course would consist only of theoretical knowledge. Gilding had only operated an actual mesh on 2 occasions, both times lasting less than an hour. A hot-blooded young man would no doubt have a passion for meshs. Gilding was not the only one who loved it. Every boy in the military academy had signed up for the mesh course. There was an indescribable excitement bubbling within Gilding when he saw a complete mesh appear in front of his eyes. This mesh will your combat tool, even though it might be slightly disruptive to your cell strength in the way that you are only able to conduct a maximum of Ultimate Arts level 7 whilst inside the mesh. This mesh will enhance your combat effectiveness foundation by roughly 10,000 points. That would be 30 times your combat effectiveness foundation. Robert had also intentionally used a protein transmitter when building the palms to enhance the effectiveness of your damage stacking. The difference from using the damage stacking before is that you would need to get in physical contact with your opponent using your hands in order for you to unleash the curse of damage stacking upon the enemy. However, now once the curse has been successfully cast, damage stacking using other body parts will be possible. There's one more thing. Using the mesh and the combat armor at the same time will not grant you extra power. When you go into battle, there will be no need for you to summon your combat armor. Support our web novel Go.com. This mesh was designed by me and Robert. We took into consideration all the moves in the first 8 levels of Ultimate Arts. That is why you might notice the design of the mesh gets slightly more complex toward the joint area. You will need to test out this mesh for the next few days to conduct different pieces of training. Do your best to familiarize yourself with its functions and operations. Gilding could not wait to get started after listening to Neptune. He finally had a mesh of his own and all he wanted to do was coop himself up in the forever. Gilding moved his joints a little after getting into the mesh, but it was not long before he was able to walk out of Robert's room with ease. However, He did not notice the height of the door and knocked his head against the door frame. This mesh was small in size but agile. It stood at a height of 2.7 meters. Lilith nearly choked on the fruits she was eating when Gyuding stormed into the dining room wearing the mesh to show off. Even Biggie poked his head out of the kitchen when he heard the commotion. "Gyuding, where did you get the mesh? I want one too." Lilith yelped in excitement upon seeing the mesh. "Hee. This was designed by Neptune and Robert. Robert made it for me. I'll be wearing this when we go into battle." Gyuding's voice could be heard through the microphone. His voice sounded like it was being transmitted through a megaphone. "Neptune, design one for me too." "I'd like one too." Lilith's face was filled with envy. "I'll design a mesh specifically for a gunner when I have the time." "You'll be using another type of tool since you'll be playing a more passive role in the upcoming battle," Neptune promised Lilith readily. "Robert isn't done with building it, but it should be completed by noon." "There's also Biggie's light armor. It was completed yesterday, and he already has it on his hand in ring form." "Biggie, let's see your light armor." Lilith and Gyuding called out expectantly. Biggie, who was in the middle of preparing breakfast, shyly placed the pan down and took off the apron. He twisted the ring on his index finger. Armor transformation. The ring turned into a blob of gold liquid that flowed toward every corner of Biggie's body with great speed. It coagulated into shape and turned into a full body suit of black armor. Biggie looked especially intimidating in it. "I was considering creating a set of combat armor for him, but the materials for it were quite difficult to source. We'll settle for light armor for now. When the opportunity arises, I'll design a full set of combat armor for him," Neptune explained. "That is so cool." "Neptune, I want one too." Gyuding suddenly decided that light armor was way better than combat armor, and he shouted his request at Neptune. "The light armor only provides additional defense. It does nothing for combat effectiveness and is nothing compared to combat armor. You already own a set of combat armor." "I'm not about to waste my time designing this for you." Neptune rejected Gyuding's unreasonable request without hesitation. "Robert is very busy. He won't have time to make it for you too. You'd better make the most of your time and get yourself familiarized with the mesh. Also, you need to get your hands on those missing materials from yesterday and hand them to Robert quickly. There are other measures to be taken besides weaponizing the three of you. We'll get an answer regarding those materials in the afternoon." Gyuding nodded. He opened the mesh halfway and poked his head out, reaching his hands out to grab a handful of food to stuff into his mouth. He chewed quickly. "I'll have something to eat first before I start my training." "Can't you just get out of your mesh and have a proper meal?" Lilith found it funny to see Gyuding act that way. Neptune said to stay in the mesh as long as possible to familiarize myself with it. "I'm planning to be in it all the time except for when I'm sleeping," Gyuding said as he stuffed another handful of food into his mouth. "If you say so. I'd really like to find out what my spirit-enhancing tool will look like." Lilith rested her chin on her hand as she slowly stuffed a small fruit into her mouth. Biggie walked out of the kitchen with a pie in his hands. "Where's the captain?" "It's time for breakfast." "He was just done with breakfast." Lilith pointed to the surface of the table with scraps of food scattered all over it. "Looks like all we have left is this pie." Biggie shook his head in slight irritation. He considered it a miracle that Gyuding did not break any plates or destroy any tables while wearing the mesh. "Let's punish him with doing the dishes for creating such a mess," Lilith suggested. "It's fine. He'll just end up breaking all the plates if he wears that." Biggie felt this was not the best suggestion. "You should stop pampering him and occasionally raise some objections." Lilith thought that Biggie was being too soft-hearted. She was a little worried Gyuding would be spoiled rotten if she were no longer around. "Okay, I'll make him do the dishes if this happens again." Biggie finally nodded. Gyuding stayed in the training room, practicing the ultimate arts in his mesh. The morning passed by very quickly. Gyuding's communicator rang when it was around noon. "The call is from the people from the auction," Neptune reminded him before he answered. "Is this Mr. Gyuding?" A female voice could be heard from the communicator. She sounded quite young. "How do you do? There is a total of 5 items on the shopping list you provided us with yesterday. We've managed to source 4 items but have yet to hear any news about the high-energy purple crystal. I don't think we will be able to obtain it within such a short period. This item is usually used for complex, industrial machinery, which is why it is not a common purchase. Understandably, the supply for it is quite low." Neptune said to Gyuding, It's fine if there isn't any. There is probably a low chance of us using it anyway. It's fine, thank you. If you can't get your hands on the material, then let's forget about it. I'll come over right now to pick up the other 4 materials. Gyuding hung up with a curious expression on his face. Complex industrial machinery? What is that? That would only be used in case of an emergency. You don't need to worry about it. By the looks of it, this plan can't be enacted without the support of a power source. Neptune was not planning to explain further. Take off your mesh suit and go collect the materials. It will only make the army extra wary of us if you wear that out. Gyuding got out of the mesh unwillingly and headed toward the auction to pick up the materials. While he was away, Neptune got in touch with Robert quietly. Can that thing be attached to an energy converter and use another source of power? Ancient weapons are sophisticated tools. This is also the reason I have been working on it tirelessly since I was awakened. Every detail needs to be carefully worked out. These ancient weapons are very picky when it comes to an energy course. It won't be able to work without a compatible energy source. To be honest, Neptune, this weapon was made to kill. You can even use it to destroy army generals with rank 10 gene body, but it will only bring further trouble to Gyuding. If that time comes, it won't be mere rank 10 gene bodies coming after Gyuding's head. I understand, but Lilai's divination results. Robert's voice was calm and collected. The power of divination is the special ability to transcend time and space. If there is no doubt about the legitimacy of the divination results, then whatever is bound to happen will happen. It won't matter how much work we've put into preventing it. You should understand better than I do that the results of divination will be bound to become history. If your aim is to achieve the ultimate revenge, this ancient weapon is not the best choice. The best chance we have is the antimatter cannon on the ship. If we add on the reserve energy source, the antimatter can be shot at least 5 times, which is enough to destroy 5 cities on this planet and cause the deaths of 70 million people. But please believe me when I say that is not what you want. Even though the depressed side of me has completely disappeared after changing my energy source, I still vividly remember the destruction I have caused. That is something I will never forget for the rest of my life. Even though hundreds and billions of years have passed, those memories will stay with me. You will never want to experience something like that. I understand. Neptune drew a long sigh after a moment of silence. Chapter 133, Invitation from the Holy Gospel Tribe. The auction lasted for 7 days with Gyuding and the others training for 6 of those days. During those 6 days, Gyuding kept the mesh suit on at all times apart from when he went to bed. The 6 days of training had familiarized him very well with his mesh suit. Other than using it for combat, he was even able to recognize the perfect amount of strength needed when washing the dishes. Lilith had gotten a spirit-enhancing tool in the form of a hat. It was able to increase her spirit effectiveness by 200 times. She had been slowly assimilating, learning to control and harness such a huge amount of spirit effectiveness over the last few days. She had unquestionably improved with each day of practice. Biggie, on the other hand, who usually spent his time researching recipes, was now researching sword techniques instead. He had benefited quite a lot from darkness in regards to swordsmanship experience. Though some of his time went towards cooking meals, he would spend most hours studying sword techniques, bettering his combat effectiveness. Gyuding did not attend the last day of the auction. He had informed the auctioneers very early on to transfer the final sum of the auction's sales to his account. He had not been there to witness the climax of the auction, which was brought on by his witch tribe staff. It had created quite a rouse, causing an intense bidding war that was bordering insanity. All he knew was that after the staff had been auctioned off, a sum of 12.8 billion universe credits appeared in his account. This total was after deducting the auction's administrative fees. I find it pretty incredible that this star fetched such a high price in Dragon's or Cosmic Nation. Neptune had expressed his surprise at the amount as well. Support our web novel Go.com. Gyuding's communicator rang less than 2 minutes after the money was transferred to him. Gyuding had previously recorded the number displayed on the communicator. It was the number from the auction. Gyuding picked up and found the voice on the other end familiar. Young man, do you still remember me? I'm the appraiser. An image of the appraiser, who was the little old man, appeared in Gyuding's mind. Oh, it's you, old-timer. What's the matter? Listen to yourself. Can't I catch up with you for the sake of it? Gyuding remained silent at the old man's words. He was no in the mood for idle chat. Fine, I won't beat around the bush. Have you ever heard of the Holy Gospel Tribe? The little old man felt uneasy when Gylding did not react to his words. I have. I remember them being a unique tribe that has been around since the Middle Ages and that they're capable of predicting the future. Gylding could not figure out why he was being asked the question. It's not as simple as that. Predicting the future is just one of many abilities possessed by this tribe. They're capable of evolving their abilities to become much more powerful, Neptune added as he whispered into Gylding's ear. Since you're already aware, it'll save me some time trying to explain it to you. What I'm about to share with you involves the Holy Gospel Tribe. The little old man paused before continuing. Most of the items you got from the witch tribe has been bought by them, including the staff that was sold off today. This group would really like to meet the seller of the staff. Of course, I didn't reveal any information due to professional conduct. I simply informed them that I will help relay their request. It is up to you to decide if you want to meet them. If you are unwilling, I will reject them on your behalf. Their tribe is not in the habit of being a hassle when it comes to rejections. Gylding was about to reply not interested when he heard Neptune's voice by his ear. Gylding, say yes to the meeting. I'll meet them. Gylding was not in the mood to meet the Holy Gospel Tribe but accepted it when he heard Neptune's words. Why did you get me to agree to meet the Holy Gospel Tribe? It's bad enough that we have terrible divinations from one soothsayer. I don't want to hear more bad news. Gylding was reluctant to get involved with these so-called soothsayers and fortune tellers. Mien's divination of Lili may not be entirely accurate. The interpretation of the picture on the card was quite unclear. I think we should take the opportunity to get a Holy Gospel Master to help paint a clearer picture. When it was about time, Gylding got out of his mesh and rushed toward the auction building. He lowered his head to look at the time. There were still a few minutes left, according to the timing given to him by the little old man. Gylding scanned the area around him and suddenly spotted a familiar figure. It was the man who was selling the axe. He had casually set up stall just outside the auction building. Neptune, do we still want that axe? Gylding asked. Of course. Neptune had also noticed the man. Gylding walked towards his stall. Mister, the auction has ended, and I see your axe has yet to be sold. Why are you setting up stall at such a place? That tower charges a daily fee for stall rental. I ran out of money and got kicked out by them. The man sat cross-legged on the floor. He was not expecting Gylding to buy his axe. What price would you be offering for the axe now? Gylding assumed he must have realized from the difficulty in selling the item that his asking price was ridiculous. 10 billion universe credits, no discount. The man flicked his gaze upwards at Gylding. He did not think Gylding could afford it. Can't you go any lower? Gylding was taken aback when he heard the same price for the second time. He thought that the man would have changed his mind after so many days of seeing no success. The man shook his head. It's not cheap. I was going to sell it at a lower price on the last day, but after witnessing the last auction, it made me realize that if something was really of value, there would be someone willing to pay the right price because they would recognize its worth. Buy it. It's not a loss for us, Neptune convinced Gylding. Fine. 10 billion it is. Pass me your account number. Gylding finally agreed. It's universe credits, not star credits. The man passed Gylding the number and emphasized it again. A huge amount of money appeared in the man's account within seconds of Neptune making the transfer. He carefully counted the number of digits numerous times and even checked the currency several times. He passed the axe to Gylding after making sure there were no mistakes. The first thing Gylding did when he received it was keeping the axe in the inventory. He saw the little old appraiser rushing toward him from a distance. The little old man slowed down slightly when he reached Gylding. Follow me. Gylding followed behind him as they went through several alleyways. The little old man stopped and pointed to a tall tower-like building not far away. Head to the 33rd floor of that building. Room 3301. Aren't you coming with us? Gylding called out when he saw the little old man turn to leave. Nope. You are the one they want to meet. The little old man did not even turn back as he disappeared into a little alleyway. Chapter 134, Niseth's Prophecy, 33rd floor. Room 3301. Gylding stood in front of the door and was just about to knock when he heard an elderly voice yell out, "Come in." Gylding reached out to turn the door handle. It was unlocked, and then pushed open the door. The room was bright and spacious with exquisite decorations. A tall white-bearded old man in a wheelchair looked at Gyuding with a smile. "Would you like something to drink? I just found out they have a collection of 880-year-old red wine in this hotel. They are almost the same age as me." "You look like you don't drink though. Would you like some tea or fruit juice instead?" the old man said kindly. It's all right." Gyuding shook his head as he saw that it was inconvenient for the old-timer to walk. "Are you embarrassed to ask for a drink just because I'm disabled?" The old man moved his fingers slightly and a glass quickly flew into his hand, as though it was pulled by an invisible force. "You must prefer sugary drinks like fruit juice. I'll get you a glass of my signature," the old man said, and took out 7 different fruits from inventory. His fingers moved and the drink made itself right before Gyuding's eyes. About 2 or 3 minutes later, a colorful glass of juice was ready. He handed Gyuding the glass. "This drink is called A Colorful Life. I learnt it from a bartender. It's a non-alcoholic drink." Support our web novel go.com. Gyuding looked at the psychedelic colors in the glass and took a sip. Other than its sweetness, there's also a strange unspeakable taste. The drink may not contain alcohol, but it could intoxicate you. Gyuding, who thought it tasted good, drank it in one gulp, not forgetting to stick out his tongue to lick the residue on his lips after finishing it. "Delicious." The old man smiled and said, "It's best to finish A Colorful Life in 7 sips because each sip is a different taste. However, chugging it like that is a completely different experience as well." "Isn't a drink's main purpose to quench our thirst?" Gyuding grinned and said, "That's true. The main thing is to quench our thirst. Good taste only comes as an added bonus." The old man nodded. "Old man, you wanted to see me?" Gyuding decided not to beat around the bush anymore after the drink. "All right, are you the seller of those witch tribe items at the auction?" The old man finally got to the point. Gyuding nodded. "That's right. Did you guys encounter space-time backtracking and stole them from witch tribe?" the old man asked. Gyuding did not hide this from the little old man. He immediately nodded. "Yes. Did you meet someone called Arthurs during space-time backtracking?" The old man stared at Gyuding, as though it was important to him. "I did. He was only about 10 years old. I know he became a witch tribe spirit later on." Gyuding nodded. "Did that same Arthurs know how to refine purification medicine?" the old man continued asking. "He did. I taught him how to refine purification medicine." Gyuding did not quite understand why the old man would ask these questions. After hearing the answer, the old man, who was originally sat upright, leaned weakly on the back of his wheelchair. "It seems that witch tribe did not perish." "Old man, are you all right?" Gyuding could not help asking after the old man fell silent for a long time. "Thank you, I'm all right. Sorry for wasting your time." The old man looked worse than before. "If there are no further questions, I'll be leaving." Gyuding looked outside the window and saw that the sky began to darken, so he knew it was getting late. VCI. The old man stopped Gyuding. "Hold on, I'm Niseth from the Holy Gospel tribe. We never owe anyone any favors. You've been of great help for selling us the witch tribe stuff. Besides, you cleared a lot of my doubts when I took the liberty to ask. To return the favor, I'll answer some of your questions too." "You can ask me anything. I'll try my best to answer them." Gyuding turned around. He thought of Lilioth suddenly. "We bumped into Mien a few days back. He's a soothsayer. His divination showed that my crew will experience a disastrous turn of events, and someone will die. I want to know how to keep my crew members from dying." "Is this about that girl named Lili?" Niseth seemed to know about it. "You know about it?" Gyuding furrowed his eyebrows slightly. Niseth gave a faint smile. "Death often represents new beginnings. You need not worry." "I don't get it." Gyuding could not understand what Niseth meant. "You'll get it when the time comes. The solution to Lilith's problem will come sooner or later." Niseth did not provide any further explanations. "What you should worry about is how to deal with the impact of this crisis. This will not only affect Lilioth and you, those around you will be affected as well." "I understand." Although he did not get a clear reply, according to what Niseth said, the solution will come sooner or later, and that was slightly reassuring. "Then I won't bother you anymore." Gyuding went out the door but heard Niseth's voice behind him. "The people from Dragonsaur Cosmic Nation's army will take action tonight. Don't hide on the spaceship, hide somewhere else." "Neptune, inform Lili and the rest to evacuate the spaceship as soon as possible. Tell everyone including Robert to keep all their valuable things in the inventory ring and stay away from the port." Gylding immediately made a decision and rushed out of the hotel. After receiving Neptune's message, Lilith and the rest immediately took action. Although Robert was a little reluctant, he knew this was an emergency. After stuffing everything in the room into inventory, the three of them locked up the spaceship, quickly left the port, and waited for Gylding in a little tavern row. After 10 minutes or so, Gylding arrived at the tavern. "What the hell happened?" Lilith asked, somewhat puzzled. Neptune could not explain in detail as he was not able to pick up the entire conversation between Niseth and Gylding. "The army will move tonight. They should be here soon." Gylding then explained, "Let's go to the city center and find a hotel. We'll assess the situation first and see who the army sent." Grey-faced buzzards still here. They must know that we're still on the planet. Lilith felt that the first generation of grey-faced buzzard was too eye-catching. Almost every interstellar pirate in Dragons or Cosmic Nation knew that the spaceship belonged to Gylding, not to mention the army. "It's fine, they won't destroy the spaceship immediately because they'll try to use it to lure us. Moreover, it's not like no other interstellar pirates abandoned their spaceships and escaped. The army will probably assume we escaped on another spaceship." Gylding was not worried about the spaceship. They could always buy another spaceship. Their safety came first. The four of them headed towards the city center in a taxi. During this time, Neptune blocked all surveillance equipment along the route that could potentially catch sight of them. They then checked into an inconspicuous hotel. Chapter 135, Damn it. When nightfall came, Gylding and the rest had only settled down for less than 20 minutes when Neptune projected a video. The video feedback showed a vast fleet of army spaceships landing. Apart from a Golden Eagle, a total of 32 army spaceships landed on the port. Nearly all of them were fully geared out. Seeing so many army spaceships appearing suddenly, many interstellar pirates started to panic. Some fled to their spaceships, attempting to fly away only to find the top part of the port closed. They then realized that the army was going to have a big clean out this time. When the army spaceship docked, over 6,000 soldiers with ranks above senior colonel uniformly marched out of the spaceship. None of them were gene bodies below rank 6. When they appeared in the port, they had not only caused panic amongst the interstellar pirates, they had also attracted a lot of locals who came to check out the commotion. The 6,000 soldiers immediately fell into a square formation positioned not far away from the Golden Eagle. Support our web novel Go.com. The Golden Eagle's hatch finally opened. What stepped out of the hatch was not human, but 30 silver meshes that were each nearly 4 meters tall. Even Gylding was stunned. "Looks like they really went all out this time," Neptune said in a disheartened tone. The 30 meshes lined up in 3 rows just beneath the Golden Eagle. At the Golden Eagle's hatch, 3 people stood side by side. It was 2 men and 1 woman. Gylding was no stranger to the middle-aged man standing in the middle. He was the Federal Army's general, Sharp. On Sharp's left was a tall red-haired woman. She was clad in military attire, making her look valiant and heroic. On the left side of her waist was an intricately detailed silver handgun. It was obvious she was a gunner. On Sharp's right was a man in his early 20s. He was of average height and wore a pair of black-rimmed glasses. He looked slightly nervous, not knowing where to put his hands. "Who are those two?" Gylding knew that anyone who stood next to Sharp was a serious threat and a force to be reckoned with. The red-haired woman is an army general as well as Dragons or Cosmic Nation's chief gunner. The other guy is a chief of staff who just got promoted this year. He's a disciple of the head chief of staff. However, don't underestimate him. He may be a civil servant, but he's also a rank 9 gene body with outstanding combat prowess. Neptune read out their information. Name, Emily. Gender, female. Age, 37. Occupation, Federation Army soldier. Rank, general. Gene level, rank 10. Special ability, insight, rank 9. Ability description, no lies and deceptive movements can fool her eyes. She could see down to the tiniest details. Other abilities, gunner. Highest capture reward, 81 million universe credits. Name, Walter. Gender, male. Age, 28. Occupation, Federation Army soldier. Rank, Colonel General, Chief of Staff. Gene level, rank 9. Special ability, player, rank 8. Ability description, engages in battle as if it were a game of chess. He sees all opponents as enemy chess pieces. With information gathered from the opponent, he can accurately determine what actions they will take. Ability deficit, the The results may sometimes be disturbed by unknown information. Highest capture reward, 130 million universe credits. The information of these two people made Gylding and the rest shudder slightly. Their abilities were extremely unique. They did not increase combat effectiveness directly, but they could already tell both abilities would play a major role in the upcoming battle. Walter probably set this up, Neptune deduced. They intentionally caused all this panic to capture all the interstellar pirates. Only he would make a plan like this. Based on the current situation, they'll win by a landslide. They have 2 federal generals, 5 colonel generals, 8 lieutenant generals, 15 major generals, plus those 30 meshs. Those mesh pilots may only be a rank 6 or rank 7 gene body, but they're all probably skilled at close combat. Their combat effectiveness is comparable to that of a peak rank 8 martial arts practitioner. The port's skydome is closed, no spaceship can escape. However, this is not the biggest problem. After learning their lesson last time, the army got smarter. Neptune said and projected a new video. In the video, 3 baby eagle were hovering outside the atmosphere above the port. It's probably because we paralyzed the port system last time. Gylding guessed the reasoning behind the army's move. If that's the case, even if we paralyze the port system again, if a spaceship escapes, it will be. Neptune popped out another page. This time a statement from the federal government. Its content went like so: there are a large number of interstellar pirates gathered on Great Divinity. The Federation Army is trying their best to evict them, and so the port has been temporarily closed. If any ship wishes to enter, do visit the other planets nearby. The ports on the other planets will be providing free entry for the meantime. All civilian and transport vessels wanting to leave must wait at least 3 days before being discharged. All civilian spaceships and transport vessels have been banned from entering and leaving for the time being. They're worried that some interstellar pirates might hide in the ships and take the opportunity to escape. Under such circumstances, it's unlikely that we'll be able to escape. Liliath frowned slightly. There's no hurry, it's just the beginning. We'll think of a way to escape. Gylding seemed calm. At least we got ourselves out before the battle broke out. Neptune erased all our electronic records. The army should not be able to find us in such a short time. We're hiding in the dark while they're out in the open. This is our advantage. In the video, the port was in chaos. A large number of interstellar pirates fled into the city. They already knew they could not leave in their spaceships. The army's 30 meshs sprung out to intercept. Meshs that were comparable to rank 8 gene bodies' peak combat effectiveness rushed into the crowd, causing people to cry out in distress. On the other side, over 6,000 army members divided into over 20 teams and searched the spaceships on the port one by one to see if anyone was hiding in them. I'd like to see how long it'll take you idiots to unlock this. Neptune scolded impatiently when he saw that someone started to crack the spaceship's combination lock. He had come up with the design for the lock while Robert crafted it. Based on the federal government's current technology level, they would probably still fail even if they went at it the entire day. If they can't unlock it, they'll probably destroy the door. Gylding felt that the army probably did not have the patience to unlock it. If they dare destroy our door, I'll encrypt all the army's spaceship's door, so they can't enter or leave. Neptune said angrily. As soon as Neptune finished talking, he saw someone take a bomb and attach it to the gray-faced buzzard's hatch. The army's order was that if they could not unlock it in 3 minutes, they would resolve it with force. Not wanting to waste time, Neptune went berserk upon seeing this. Damn it, you asked for it. Chapter 136, Walter's Plans. A small team of Federation Army members searched the interior of the spaceship after blowing up the gray-faced buzzard's hatch. Of course, they ended up finding nothing. No one was hiding in it and no useful clues were found. Gylding and the others had packed up their belongings and stashed their valuables in the inventory ring. Biggie even packed all the pots and pans in the kitchen to prevent the army from smashing things during their search. Most of the other teams did not find anything. After all, the army was too aggressive earlier. Many people saw trouble and packed up to hide in the city before the spaceships even docked. The city the port belonged to was called Barto. It was the largest city in Great Divinity with a population of more than 24 million. It was undoubtedly difficult to find a few interstellar pirates in a population of more than 24 million. The same went for Gylding and his friends. Thanks to Neptune, they were invisible to all the video and camera equipment in Barto. At the port, one after another, The teams would report their search results. Only 3 teams found people hiding in the spaceships. They naively expected that Port Authority would not allow the army to force the spaceships open. Some even clamored they would complain about Port Authority and the army to the federal court when they were caught. Those who were arrested were mostly those who could not escape in time. They were still observing when they saw the army's spaceship land. They had only reacted when the army showed its manpower, but by then it was already too late. Support our web novel Go.com. The speed of 30 mesh was comparable to that of a rank 8 gene body martial arts practitioner. Most of the interstellar pirates were unable to evade them. Sharp was not too pleased after hearing the results because none of the people were on their list of wanted fugitives. For example, up-and-coming newcomer teams such as Gilding's teams and Bart's teams, as well as some powerful older teams. Well, I didn't expect to catch those guys so easily. Walter, who was standing beside him, was not surprised. He even gave a faint smile. This is only the first stage of the pursuit. I realized that this time, things have turned out more interesting than I anticipated. My biggest regret was that I couldn't meet Biggie in person. Emily looked like she was in her early 20s. As a rank 10 gene body powerhouse, she could live until she's at least 800 years old. Her youthful appearance would remain until she was 300 years old before aging slowly. Emily, Biggie's my target. I told you before we came here. You can deal with him all you want after I hunt him down, but I don't want you to intervene in the hunt. Sharp frowned. He had finally met another rank 10 gene body swordsman. Of course, he refused to let him go easily. He had only ever encountered a similar opponent once in Border River, and that battle was a truly challenging one. I didn't say I was going to snatch this from you. In fact, if you lose, I'm not helping. As she was also an army general, Emily could care less about the others. She had never been afraid of Sharp, who was the strongest. They had worked together for a few years. Sharp knew about her temper and said nothing about her reply. Sister Emily, our plan requires your help in capturing Biggie. His actual combat effectiveness remains unknown to this day. It's a huge obstacle for this operation. Before Walter could finish, he was interrupted by 2 people at the same time. I'm not attacking. I don't need help. Walter did not expect to encounter this. He froze for a moment and changed the subject. Based on our intel, Gilding and his team will be the hardest to capture. Not only do they have outstanding combat effectiveness, but Gilding's hacking abilities could also cause us huge difficulty. He'll definitely be erasing all their traces. It'll be impossible to find them through standard surveillance systems. Just then an army senior colonel appeared. Sir, bad news. Someone tampered with our spaceship's password. We can't get in, and the people in it can't get out. We've checked on the other spaceships. They're also experiencing the same issue. Sharp leapt onto the Golden Eagle. He pressed his palm on the hatch, but it did not respond. He tried entering the password again, but the system stated that the password was wrong. He leapt off the Golden Eagle and waved his hand. Get the password cracker and fix this. Gilding did this? Emily, who was beside him, could not think of anyone else besides Gilding who would do such a thing. Who else? Sharp said peevishly. This is child's play. Emily covered her mouth and laughed. One of the teams earlier blew up the hatch to their spaceship. That's probably why they retaliated that way. It's alright though. It's nothing more than a prank. If it were me, I'd definitely choose to activate all the army spaceship's self-destruct system. Walter's forehead broke out in cold sweat. He immediately said, Big sister, don't say that. They must be watching us through the surveillance system. How else would they have known that their spaceship's hatch was blown off? If they heard what you just said and actually do so, we'll suffer a lot of damage. They must have a death wish to even consider doing that. Sharp said with his eyes wide open. The 4 generals will surely join forces to hunt him down. They'll find him even if he had entered the Border River. The Marshal himself might even take action. In fact, His Highness the Lord might even contact the Fey Cosmic Nation for help. Gilding and his crew heard their conversation. They knew the consequences of something like this. The Golden Eagle's password was changed and there's no place to detain these captured bounty criminals. Let's send them to the local prison first. Neptune's prank brought about some changes whereby Walter was now forced to relocate the detainees. They changed the detention camp to the local prison. Neptune waited patiently. When the surveillance video showed that the bounty criminals were halfway there, he spread the news. The army spaceships malfunctioned, and the bounty criminals will be transported to the local Federation prison. It was already too late when Walter saw the news. Several teams of interstellar pirates intercepted the convoy. They vented their anger on the transport troops, attacking them and releasing everyone who was caught. The transportation vehicle was hijacked. There were heavy casualties and all prisoners were released. When this news was sent to Walter's intelligent wristwatch, Walter's heart instantly shriveled. He did not expect that these interstellar pirates would be so bold as to hijack the army's cars. He did not even expect that Gilding and his crew dared to provoke the army publicly. That guy has got a hold of our every move now. Let's destroy all surveillance near the port, Sharp suggested. It's no use. With his current hacking abilities, I'm afraid he can very well hack into our intelligent wristwatches. Even if we destroyed the surveillance at the port or turned off our intelligent smartwatches, he'd always find a way to get the information he wants. If he wants to see, let him see then. Walter seemed to understand that Neptune's surveillance ability was pretty much unavoidable. He offered his opinion. In a game of chess, there's a method called unravel. You let the opponent know your every move without compromising your chances of victory. We can do the same. They won't be able to stop us, even if they know our every move. Let's just proceed as planned. Don't let a little setback ruin our original plan. Sharp nodded after hearing his statement. In fact, now that he thought about it, Gilding and his crew would at most cause a disturbance in his mission. It would not stop them from doing what they came to do. Those who escaped were really not that smart. It would not be difficult to recapture them. A look of approval flashed over Emily's eyes. She had never worked with the young chief of staff. Occasionally, she would hear some stories about him. They all praised him as if he were a god. She had always been wary and skeptical of exaggerated opinions like this. That was why she did not favor Walter at the beginning. However, judging from his comments, he was indeed intellectually gifted. This guy, Walter, was certainly not simple. He managed to steady himself so quickly. Gilding could not help admiring. Hey, don't compliment the enemy, Lilith objected. I'm just stating facts. He's indeed amazing, Gilding said and poked Biggie, who was beside him, with his elbow, hoping he would back him up. Biggie laughed and stepped back, a blank expression on his face, not intending to express any opinions. What you're doing is boosting their spirits while undermining our morale. Lilith rolled her eyes at Gilding. I really want to know their next move. Since they're no longer worried about us, their next move must be a big one. Gilding guessed that they must be extremely confident in their ability to execute their plan if they dared to let them know about their next move. Walter did something on his wristwatch. About 10 minutes later, he projected a piece of information in front of himself. It showed the matches between the images shot by the surveillance equipment on this planet and the pictures of the bounty criminals. In no time, over 50 bounty criminals were located. Neptune, can't you do something? Gilding asked while watching the projection. No, I just tried. He activated a level S access control encryption on his wristwatch. It's the highest level of encryption in Skynet. If I crack it forcibly, Skynet will notice. This frustrated Neptune. After determining the location of over 50 bounty criminals, Walter assigned tasks to the 53 teams. Each team would travel to a certain point to capture a bounty criminal. Each team consists of 10 people. The team leaders were all rank 8 gene body powerhouses who were at least of the rank Major General. After everything was arranged, Walter looked over the nearest surveillance equipment. The corners of his mouth curved upwards, forming a devious expression. Chapter 137, The Arrogant Bart. Neptune stomped his feet in anger after seeing Walter's provocative smile on the surveillance equipment. He's so arrogant. Gilding seemed calmer. We can't interfere if he did that. The fugitives won't get far even if we notify them. It's only a matter of time till they're caught. Many people in the army are good at tracking. Neptune, is there anyone stronger on the army's wanted list this time? We may not be able to save everyone, but we can notify the stronger ones. They should be able to cause a decent amount of trouble for the army. Lilith proposed another idea. There's only one, Bart, with a bounty of hundreds of millions on the list. The others with bounties over 100 million are being extremely cautious, but this guy and his team casually appeared in a mall in the city center. They've been wandering about for over 20 minutes so far. Neptune filtered the list and found that only Bart, who was number 1 on the newcomer ranking, was relatively strong in the wanted list. Neptune projected live footage of Bart. The fellow was dressed like a delinquent, clad in jeans that looked like it had been scratched by a cat and a black leather jacket with the chest area exposed. He was naked underneath, showing lush chest hair. There was a metal chain as thick as a thumb hanging around his waist. 8 of his 10 fingers wore oddly shaped rings. His hair was styled in an arrogant quiff that was dyed blonde. It was somewhat reflective under the illumination of the surrounding lights. Obviously, his hair dye was not cheap. Hook me up to him. Gyuding decided to get in touch with him. Neptune immediately dialed Bart's communicator. When Bart saw an incoming unknown number, he accepted the call without thinking twice. Support our web novel Go.com. Bart, I'm Gyuding. This was Gyuding's introduction. Listen, an army lieutenant general is heading toward you with a team of 10. Leave the mall as soon as possible, or there'll be serious trouble. Yo, it's Gyuding. I didn't expect to get a call from you. I've forgotten you're a talented hacker who can track me down through videos. Bart said and waved his hands at a camera nearby as if to say hello. This guy is bloody arrogant. Liliath was speechless. Did you see me waving at you? Bart asked in the communicator. I did. Leave immediately. There's too much surveillance equipment in places like the mall. You've completely exposed your location. Leave immediately. Gyuding was astounded by his behavior. Why should I leave? Bart asked suddenly. I attracted the army here on purpose. I knew that as long as they were given enough time they can surely secure my position. That's why I've been wandering around. Bart stopped talking midway and looked at the time before he continued. About 23 minutes. It seems that the army's not that efficient. They've taken so long. Are you using yourself as bait to ambush them? Gyuding was lost for words. Bingo. You got it. Bart threw a thumbs up in the surveillance camera's direction. Your bounty's going to exceed mine if I don't do anything soon. I'm not giving away my place as the best newcomer. If you wanted to ambush them, why didn't you just do it at the port? Gyuding was confused. There are too many people at the port. Although there is also a lot of surveillance equipment, someone will definitely upstage my fight. Look at how good this mall is. There are so many surveillance cameras, and only my crew and I will be fighting the army. Everything that happens here will be recorded by the surveillance equipment, and someone will upload it to Skynet. Once the army sees it, my bounty will increase once again. Gyuding, won't be that easy to catch up to my bounty. Gyuding grinned at the camera. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up the call. Of course, if you're interested, you can watch my performance tonight. After he hung up, Liliath, who was beside him, was a little upset. He's so arrogant. We're just reminding him out of kindness, yet he's poking fun at us. He deserves to get caught. Neptune, take a look at all the surveillance in the mall and see whether you can find where his crew members are hiding. Gyuding thought of something Bart said. Neptune searched and found nothing. Nothing came up. I can only see him. There's no sign of other crew members. They must be hiding themselves using a special method. Let's watch the fight. He might as well help us test the army's strength. Gyuding said to Neptune. At the port, a senior colonel who was in charge of monitoring these interstellar pirates' movements also saw the video of Bart's call earlier. He felt that something was up. He intercepted the video and found Walter. Sir, I just saw a video of Bart. It seemed a bit strange. Walt nodded. The video was immediately projected. Emily, who was standing not far away, joined them. The video had no sound. In the video, Bart answered a call and started to wave at the surveillance equipment. This caught Walter's attention. Walter asked, who was he talking to just now? You've been monitoring their intelligent wristwatches, right? I can't trace it. The number does not exist. The senior colonel seemed nervous. He just found the video strange, but it did not contain any other useful information. He was talking to Gyuding. If I'm not mistaken, Gyuding was telling him to escape, but he refused. Emily nodded at the senior colonel. Keep on playing it. The video finished quickly. Emily kept a poker face after watching it. Send 2 more teams over to Bart's location immediately, or our current teams will be annihilated. Big sister, what did he say? Walter could not help asking. He's merely acting as bait. His crew is hiding in the mall, waiting to ambush our troops. He told Gyuding that he's doing all of this to increase his bounty and keep his place as the best newcomer. With Emily's vision, she easily read his lips. Although his face was not exposed to the surveillance equipment for too long, It was enough for Emily to figure out what she wanted to know. Walter's face changed slightly after listening to Emily's words. Order the 2 teams en route to the mall to drop what they're doing right now. Get them to head there for support and get an additional 2 teams to support them. Yes. The senior colonel immediately left after receiving the orders. Looks like Bart's in deep trouble this time. Gilding and his crew saw the changes the army made. He thought about it and got Neptune to send Bart a message. The army sent 2 more teams after you. Bart replied with a full face of disdain after seeing the message. It doesn't matter how many they send, just wait and enjoy my performance. Gilding was perplexed when he saw the message, but he did not say anything. Once the army gave the order, the other 2 teams rushed over immediately. The original team was told to hold their positions and wait for the other 2 teams to rendezvous. What the hell? Why are they adding another 2 teams to our mission? A member said discontentedly. These missions usually divide merits by groups. Everyone gets a smaller share of merits when there are more people. Yeah. There's only 1 person per team for the other capture missions. Why do we need 3 teams for ours? Isn't our target that newcomer Bart? He's not even a rank 8 gene body yet, he can't be that much of a threat. The other one asked, slightly flustered. The higher-ups gave the orders. There's no need to question it. They made this decision in the spur of the moment. Something must have changed. The lieutenant general who was the leader spoke up in a calm tone. He once fought alongside Walter. He knows Walter must have his own reasons for making such arrangements. Also, don't underestimate these newcomers, especially the best newcomers like Bart. Their actual combat effectiveness is normally a lot higher than others at their gene level. Moreover, they haven't debuted for long, so we don't know much about the specific abilities they have. The others finally shut their mouth after the lieutenant general said his piece. Some were still discontent, but they kept their mouths shut regardless. It was not too long before the remaining 2 teams arrived at the rendezvous point. Charter, what's going on? Why was our mission suddenly cancelled and now we're sent here by the higher-ups to support you? A bald man was the leader of one of the teams. He spoke loudly. You're not frightened, are you? Charter, it's unlike you to ask for backup. Did something happen to the target? The other leader seemed older with some graying hair. He had a calmer personality. His rank was higher than the other 2. He was the strongest colonel general among the rank 8 gene bodies. Senior Callum, I didn't ask for backup. It was a sudden arrangement by the higher-ups. I don't know what's going on either, Charter explained helplessly. They just told me to hold my position and wait for the other 2 teams to rendezvous before we all head out to execute the mission. Did Walter give the order? Callum asked with his eyebrows furrowed slightly. Looking at the signature on the order, Sir Walter and Miss Emily signed it together. Charter projected the contents of the message earlier. Even the bald man's face changed a little after seeing it. Looks like it's going to be a tough battle. Everyone stay alert. Adding backup at the last minute means our opponents are stronger than expected. This is not a drill. It's going to be a tough battle. I've looked up that guy Bart's information on my way here. He's an extremely dangerous bloodthirsty maniac. Don't lose your own life due to carelessness. Callum seemed to recognize the severity of the matter and shouted at the 3 teams. His words sparked nervousness in those who were initially unbothered by the threat. He's in that mall. Let's go. Chapter 138, Bart's special ability. The sky had completely fallen dark, but there was a huge crowd of people in the brightly lit shopping mall. Most of the people there were dressed properly and of the ordinary working class. They could only come at night because it was their only leisure time. Bart looked a little out of place among the crowd. Nevertheless, the city of Barto had a population of more than 24 million. Hence, people occasionally passed by strangely dressed people, and they could not care less. Bart once again wandered around the mall. He felt hungry, so he bought a bunch of meat skewers from a food stall, as much as 40 to 50 sticks. Bart sat down on the spot and started to gobble them up. That's a lot of food. Won't you be too full for battle later? Lilith grumbled upon seeing the scene being played on the screen. She had no affection for guys like Bart. He was not only arrogant, but he was also gross. He did not have any table manners whenever he ate. Bart of course did not care about other people's opinions. He seemed completely unaware of the danger approaching as he kept on indulging in his food without a care in the world for his surroundings. At the same time, Gilding noticed through the surveillance camera at the door that people from the army had entered the mall. The crowd was immediately evacuated by the army's people. 3 gunners that were armed with powerful armor-piercing sniper rifles began to take aim at Bart's head. All they needed was a single order and they would open fire. Without hesitation, they would be more than happy to see Bart's head explode like a watermelon. Lilith noticed the gunners and their positions as well. Those 3 gunners are very strong. They've positioned themselves in the best way possible. Not to mention, they managed to adjust their breathing patterns in under 2 seconds to enter battle mode. It might be the results of their training, but it's still quite outstanding. Bart was still busy tackling the meat skewers in his hands. It did not seem like he was aware that his head was being targeted by gunners. Support our web novel go.com. Charter felt that things were going too smoothly. He looked toward Callum, and the latter nodded in response. Callum then cried out and waved his hand. As soon as the first sniper saw Callum wave his hand, he pulled the trigger. Gilding held his breath as he observed the situation. He knew that if he were the one in Bart's position, it would not be difficult for him to avoid taking a shot in the head. Nevertheless, it would be hard for him to avoid getting injured. A good gunner was capable of accurately predicting their target's movements. Not to mention, the army's gunners had formed a triple combo formation this time round. It did not matter whether the first shot landed. Once their target made a move, their second sniper would immediately fire another shot. Then, even if the second sniper's shot did not land, the third sniper would open fire. Strangely enough, a gunshot was not heard even after the first sniper had pulled the trigger. The sniper lowered his head and looked at the gun in his hand in confusion. What he saw was a black chain crawling out of the muzzle of his gun like a thin snake. All of a sudden, it quickly wrapped around his neck. In the blink of an eye, the sniper was strangled until his neck broke. 3. Not hearing the first gunner open fire, the second gunner reacted immediately by pulling the trigger. He was met with the same fate as the first gunner. The third gunner died instantly right after that as well. The special ability slightly surprised Gilding. What was that black chain? Why did it feel like the black chain has a life of its own? The chain isn't primarily made up of power but a special spirit energy. We're still not clear about how he made it. Generally speaking, he's at least a demigod for being able to manifest spirit energy like that. Neptune seemed confused as well. It was indeed difficult to manifest spirit energy, but the chain's flexibility made it seem like it had a life of its own. Lilith was also a little surprised. She vaguely felt that even Van Arab's spirit control was not up to that extent. The person involved did not even move a finger and yet, 3 gunners had died on the spot in under 10 seconds. He was still eating meat skewers with his hands. This uncanny scene made Charter wonder whether Bart had another strong helper around. Nevertheless, Charter could only wade in with their plans. He waved his hand at both Callum and the bald man, hinting for their assistance. The 3 of them then led their teams to close in on Bart from 3 different directions. Yo, it's the army people. Fancy bumping into you guys here. Bart had not finished eating the meat skewers in his hands and did not plan to stop. Hey, stop fooling around. You noticed us long ago and just killed 3 of our snipers, the bald board yelled loudly. Hey, based on the badge on your shoulders, you must be a lieutenant general. Don't you know that you can't simply speak without evidence? Watch out or I'll sue you for slander. Bart took another bite out of one of his meat skewers and chewed for a bit before he swallowed hard. He retorted, I've been eating from the very start. Did any of you see me do it? Stop making excuses. Everyone knows what happened earlier. Even if it wasn't you, it has to be your partners. You better surrender, it'll save you the pain. Charter frowned. He always felt that Bart was only fearless because he had backup. Do you want to hear the truth? Bart stood up and threw the remaining skewers into the trash can beside him. My partners aren't in this building. I was the one who did everything just now because my strength is more than you can imagine. The moment Bart finished talking, black chains wrapped around the feet of the 27 army members. The chains that were as thick as a person's thumb quickly crawled up their bodies as if they were living creatures. In less than 10 seconds, all 27 people were bounded in chains. Then, the chains kept on tightening. The following minute, 24 of them were strangled to death and had their bones broken. The remaining 3 were Rank-8 gene bodies, and it took them a lot of strength to break free. They gasped heavily as they tried to catch their breaths. Upon seeing the corpses that were strewn across the floor, the 3 of them shuddered. Nevertheless, they were quickly filled with anger. Gilding and his crew witnessed the entire scene take place. That guy is tough. It was Gilding's first time seeing Bart in action. He had not expected such a shock. Even Lilith, who had always been displeased with many of Bart's actions, was silent. She was clearly shocked by Bart's powers. The ability may not be his own, Neptune suddenly said, not to mention the power of his ability. He would need to be a demigod at the very least to manifest his spirit like that. I wasn't too sure just now because there was only one chain. Nevertheless, it's impossible for a powerhouse who just got promoted to a demigod to perform such large-scale spirit manifestation. That ability of his probably comes from the metal chain he hangs around his waist. Biggie voiced out his thoughts. Prior to this, Biggie had always been a listener who rarely voiced his opinion on such matters. This is what Darkness told me. That thing is a demigod item that was once used by spirits. Gilding and his crew were not the only ones who had witnessed the scene, as Walter was also there. He was originally a tactician and had no time to waste on watching battles. However, Bart had indeed reacted unusually earlier. Although he had dispatched 3 teams, Walter still felt a little uneasy and wanted to take a look at the progress. Taking a look at the video, he was not expecting to see 24 people get slaughtered. In less than 2 minutes, 3 teams of 30 people were down to 3 team leaders. Even a rank 9 gene body like himself was not capable of killing people that fast. He immediately dialed Sharp's contact number. "What's up?" Sharp knew that something big must have happened for Walter to come to him. "Senior, we have a big problem with Bart. We underestimated his abilities. He managed to single-handedly annihilate the 3 teams that we dispatched. Only the team leaders are left, and they're struggling." Walter did not plan to hide his mistake in decision-making. What was most important was that they find a solution to the problem. "How's that possible? He's merely a rank 7 gene body. And he was only promoted not too long ago." Sharp was stunned when he heard the news. He found it unbelievable. Every team in the army was led by a rank 8 gene body except for 9 of them, 7 of which were led by rank 7 gene bodies, while the remaining 2 were led by rank 6 gene bodies. Nevertheless, 3 teams had been annihilated at the same time. It meant that all information concerning Bart's strength was a complete flop. "Senior, do you want to send 2 colonel generals with rank 9 powers over?" Walter asked. Since Walter was a colonel general, he had to ask for the general's permission if he wanted to dispatch other colonel generals. "Perhaps I should go." "You go ahead and tell Emily that both of you will hold the fort here." Sharp fell silent for a while before he made his decision. "Send me the address." After receiving the address, both of them leapt and disappeared from the port. Gilding noticed Sharp's movements at the port and sent Bart a message. "Finish the battle immediately. Sharp is coming." On the battlefield, Bart seemed at ease despite being under the siege of 3 army powerhouses. When Gilding sent him the message, he even took the time to lower his head and read it. Afterward, Bart looked up and smiled at the 3 of them before saying, "Hee, Gilding's a pretty cool kid. He just told me that Sharp is coming." "Well then, I'll finish the 3 of you first and wait for Sharp." Upon hearing this, the 3 of them understood why Walter had sent for backup. They also suspected that Gilding's crew was waiting to jump in nearby. Nonetheless, they were wrong. Gilding had never once thought of joining forces with Bart. He just wanted to cause the army some trouble and prevent Bart from getting caught. Although the battle was basically a fiasco, the news of Sharp coming personally motivated the 3. At the very least, it meant that the arrogant bastard in front of them would definitely be beheaded or captured alive. Bart reached out his hand and grabbed the chain around his waist. Instantly, strange energy began to flow out from it. Then, the chain sprang out in a strange manner as if it was a living creature. It was so fast that the 3 could not catch it with their own eyes. By the time the 3 of them finally caught on, they found themselves trapped in a black spider web. On the spider web, thread after thread of strange black energy could be seen seeping into their bodies. After about 3 minutes, their bodies quickly became shriveled up as if something had sucked up all their bodily fluids. The black spider web only disappeared once the 3 dry corpses fell to the ground from midair. Then, the chain around Bart's waist reverted to its original state. Chapter 139, A Fallen General. Nevertheless, Bart, who had killed 3 people, did not leave. Instead, he lit a cigarette, sat down on a chair beside him, and began to smoke. He had no intention of leaving. Gilding and his crew were speechless upon seeing this. "Is this guy for real?" Lilith felt that Bart was being a little ignorant. There was a 100-fold gap between a rank 8 gene body and rank 10 gene body's combat effectiveness. He had managed to kill 3 rank 8 gene bodies by borrowing the demigod item's power. Nevertheless, it would not be enough to tackle a rank 10 gene body top powerhouse like Sharp. He doesn't think that he's invincible just because he has that demigod item. Does he? He may be extremely arrogant, but for now, everything he did was within his expectations. Gilding thought that Bart was staying for a reason. Gilding knew very well that Bart would not be able to defeat Sharp with only a demigod item. Let's just see what he wants to do. At the port, Walter had been keeping a close watch on the situation. He clearly witnessed the death of the 2 lieutenant generals and the colonel general. Despite his grief, he had no time to mourn. The fight made him notice the metal chain around Bart's waist that looked like a cheap accessory. The reason his combat effectiveness is so strong must be because of that chain. He clipped the video and sent it to Emily and Sharp, who were on their way. "That's a demigod item," Emily said instantly, but did not say anything else. She knew that Sharp was already on his way, and Bart would definitely pay for his actions. Support our web novel Go.com. That bastard, is he still in the mall? Sharp dialed Walter's communicator. Yes, he's still smoking as if he's waiting for something. Walter was uncertain of what Bart's intentions were. That arrogant bastard, he should know that we're sending another team of people. He's waiting there on purpose. Sharp had dealt with many interstellar pirates before and could sort of guess what Bart's idea was in his mind. Nevertheless, what Sharp was unaware of was that Bart already knew that he was his pursuer. "There's also something that concerns me," Walter said after a short pause. "Gilding contacted Bart before we launched our attack. He must have told Bart that we're making a move. That's why I sent 2 more teams over. However, I was not expecting it to turn out like this. Gilding must be aware that you're coming as backup, and Bart seemed to receive a message the moment you set off earlier. We don't know the contents of the message, and the sender's number is only shown as non-existent. The message should have been from Gilding. If I'm not mistaken, Gilding must have told Bart that you're on your way there personally this time. Nevertheless, based on the current situation, it seems like he has nothing to lose. He's rather naive if he thinks he can beat me with a mere demigod item. I'll try my best to capture him alive but will not hesitate to kill him if necessary. As for Gilding, find him as soon as possible but do not kill him. The Lord told me and Emily before we came that he would like to meet Gilding but not his dead body." Sharp mentioned Gilding in passing. Indeed, a hacker of his level is much more precious than a national treasure level powerhouse. It's understandable that the Lord appreciates talents. Walter had heard of Gilding's notoriety, and he was impressed by his hacking talents. That was because no one in Dragons or Cosmic Nation was up to his skill level. If he were to side with us, he would be a great addition to Dragons or Cosmic Nation. Sharp had arrived outside the mall, so he hung up the call. He stepped into the first-floor lobby of the mall. Bart, who was sitting on a swivel chair, turned it around and looked straight at Sharp. Slowly, he puffed out a cloud of smoke and said, "You're finally here." Sharp glanced at the 30 corpses on the ground and raised his head. "Did you kill all of them?" "That's right." Bart did not deny it and merely flicked the ashes of his cigarette. "Your men came after me. You can't simply expect me not to fight back, can you? Are you aware of the consequences of angering me?" Sharp stepped forward and violent energy began to flow out from his body as if he was a beast that had suddenly been woken up from his slumber. His aura immediately enveloped the surrounding area up to hundreds of meters. The cigarette in Bart's hand was instantly put out. Bart lowered his head to look at it before casually flicking the remaining half of the cigarette butt to the side. Bart then jumped off the swivel chair. He did not seem fazed by Sharp's aura. "Perhaps I'm about to find out." Sharp held a saber in his right hand. He lifted the saber with its sheath attached. A violent force blasted out as a soft sonic boom was created in the air. It left a deep scratch on the floor and ceiling. The force was aimed at Bart with great precision. Bart reached over to grab the chain around his waist, and the chain's color instantly turned dark before it started to slither like a spiritual snake. Immediately after that, it wrapped itself around Sharp's attack. However, this time, it did not shatter the force of the attack. Instead, it began to devour it, and the force slowly became smaller at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. By the time the force reached Bart's face, It had completely vanished. Sharp was slightly surprised but nothing more. That was because he had only used half of his strength in that strike. I really want to see how much force you can devour. Upon finishing his sentence, Sharp sent multiple slashes flying. He had made a total of 9 consecutive strikes. Seeing that a force more than double the first attack he took on was going to strike him from different angles, Bart's casual demeanor disappeared. He shook his chain. The black chain transformed into 9 spiritual snakes and once again wrapped around each of the attacks. Then, the snakes began to devour them. However, the speed at which each of them devoured the attacks was significantly slower this time. By the time the attacks had arrived in front of Bart, they still had half their strength left. As a result, Bart was forced to dodge them awkwardly. If that's all you got, you better hand over that demigod item and follow me to federal prison. Sharp felt that he had pretty much tested out the bottom line of Bart's power. Bart was not as strong as he thought. Even with that demigod item, you're just a rank 7 gene body. Don't make any vain attempts. Is that so? Bart seemed dispirited, but the corner of his lips was slightly curled up. Do you really think that's all a demigod item can do? Only then did Sharp feel something unusual underneath his feet. Unaware of when it happened, his feet had been forced to take on a weird posture by black silk threads. Looking closely, those silk threads were extremely small chains. Sharp then realized something bad was about to happen. Even Gilding, who had been watching their fight, was a little surprised. Is he really capable of killing Sharp? That's an ancient civilization's primary power seal formation. Neptune recognized the technique immediately. However, the formation is incomplete. I don't know how long it'll be able to seal Sharp for. Bart must have set up the formation in secret before the first attack even took place. He was targeting a federal general from the very start. Gilding finally understood Bart's ambitions. If Bart were to kill a federal government general, his would immediately surge to billions of universe credits. It would result in an increase in his bounty by at least a few hundred folds. One could say that Bart was willing to go through great pains to increase his bounty. Sharp found himself seemingly stuck in a quagmire. As the silk threads slowly made their way up his body became harder and harder to control. Additionally, Sharp found that his primary power was being blocked by strange energy, and he could not use it like normal. A black cocoon slowly began to form around Sharp's body. The cocoon started to thicken, and Sharp's struggle began to weaken. Walter's hands trembled slightly at the sight of this. He had not fathomed Bart's strength to be of such level. His plans had been disrupted due to Bart's emergence. If Sharp were to die, he would be left with Emily and her rank 10 combat effectiveness. Nevertheless, whether it was Biggie from Gilding's crew or Bart in the current situation, both of them had combat effectiveness comparable to a rank 10. If Sharp died, the interstellar pirates would certainly feel motivated while the army would definitely feel demotivated. Then, if the interstellar pirates joined forces, even with Emily's strength, there was a possibility that she would end up being annihilated. Not to mention, if they failed their mission, whether they would be pardoned and not executed was a problem. As a Federal Army soldier, Walter was not afraid of death, but he was afraid of being condemned for posterity. He had planned the capture. If the mission ended up failing miserably, even if he died, he would be burdened with all sorts of infamy. The entire Dragon Saw Cosmic Nation would also be proven by Gilding and Bart, both of which were newcomers who had only debuted less than a year ago. Taking the consequences of the mission's failure into account, the federal government might even demote Dragon Saw Cosmic Nation to a 1-star Cosmic Nation. That was what Walter was most afraid of. Walter felt lost at that moment. Nevertheless, after hesitating for a while, he did not send Emily to back Sharp up. Walter was worried that Bart had backup, and he could not afford to lose 2 generals in one go. Hence, all he could do was clench both his hands and pray silently. Senior Sharp, please be alright. At this time, Sharp was in a great crisis. Not only was his body and movements being restrained, but his primary power was also slowly being sealed. Sharp hysterically commanded the primary power in his body to move around, attempting to move his body, but he only felt the pressure get heavier and heavier. The color of the black cocoon started to lighten. Gilding and his crew looked at it carefully. The tiny chains could be seen plunging themselves in Sharp's skin as if they were tattoos. Then, after a while, they sunk into his skin completely. All they left behind was another strange pattern on Sharp's skin. Sharp collapsed to the floor, Unconscious, even the grip in his right hand that was holding his saber had been let go. Bart slowly walked over and stepped on Sharp's head with his feet. After seeing that there was no response from him, Bart bent down and picked up Sharp's saber. "This is such a good saber. I could probably sell it for a good price," Bart said and looked in the direction of a surveillance camera. "Yuding, if your crew's Biggie wants this saber, I'm willing to sell it to you at a cheaper price. Contact me once we leave Great Divinity. We'll find a safer place to carry out the transaction." Afterward, Bart slowly unsheathed the saber and aimed the tip of it at Sharp's heart. Then, he raised his head and grinned at the surveillance camera. "Look properly, Army General Sharp has died in my hands." Upon finishing his sentence, Bart pushed the tip of the saber down with both his hands and thrust it into Sharp's heart. Chapter 140, Resurrection. Sharp's body was nailed to the ground by his own saber, and the saber pierced his heart straight through his left chest. It was obviously not Bart's first time doing such a thing, because by the feeling he felt with his hands, he knew that saber's heart had been pierced for sure. Even rank 10s with advanced regenerative abilities would not be able to survive under such circumstances. Bart pulled the saber out and blood flowed out from the wound on Sharp's chest. After returning the saber to its sheath, Bart placed the saber in his inventory and then turned around before he strode off. Bart exited the mall entrance, and with a few leaps, he disappeared. At the port, Walter was stunned. He had watched everything unfold in front of his eyes. Sharp was dead. It meant that Biggie and Bart, who had killed Sharp, no longer had anyone that could rival their strength. The mission had ended in a complete fiasco. Support our web novel go.com. Walter stared at the video that was still live. He waited for a few minutes or so, hoping that a miracle would happen. Nevertheless, nothing happened and Walter lowered his head in defeat as he dialed Emily's contact number. Emily's voice was heard over the communicator. "Walter, what's the matter?" "Senior Sharp." Walter was still staring aimlessly at the screen when he suddenly saw Sharp's body move a little. He stopped halfway, words stuck in his throat. His eyes became glued to the screen. "Hey, what's wrong with Sharp? Hey, say something." "That's weird. There's nothing wrong with the signal. Why is there suddenly no sound?" Emily's voice kept coming over the communicator. Nevertheless, Emily hung up the call after a while as she did not receive a reply. Sharp, who was on the screen, seemed to be motionless. Walter wondered if what he had seen earlier was his eyes playing tricks on him. Right then, Emily walked over. "What were you talking about?" While Emily was talking, her eyes so happened to glance over the video projection that was in front of Walter. From the projection, she could see Sharp lying motionless on the floor with blood all over his chest. She covered her mouth incredulously. After a while, she asked, "Sharp is dead?" "I think I saw him move just now," Walter said with a little hesitation. "Sharp never awakened such an ability." "He's dead. He won't come back to life." Emily's face was stone cold. She and Sharp had known each other for nearly 10 years. Although not on familiar terms, they had worked together for 10 years. Hence, Emily found it difficult to accept Sharp's sudden death. "Why didn't you notify me when Sharp was at a disadvantage?" "I may not have reached in time, but there had to be at least a chance for him to be rescued." "Do you know how much the federal government will suffer because of the loss of a general?" "Bart set a trap in that building. I was worried that you'd go in and—" Emily interrupted Walter before he could finish. "Do you really think that rank 7 gene body called Bart would have been able to handle 2 army generals at the same time?" Emily retorted. "Or was it within your thoughts that I would surely die as well?" After a bit of scolding, Emily was about to say something when she saw Sharp slowly get up in the video. She instantly froze. Walter, who had his back turned to the projection, turned his head after seeing her expression. Then, he alongside Emily saw Sharp trying to slowly prop himself up in the video. As for the wound Sharp had in his chest, it began to heal quickly at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the mall, Sharp slowly got up and looked around in a daze. The only thing he could remember was him being hit by Bart's weird move and his body suddenly becoming heavy. At the end of it all, he could not move and the world was in complete darkness for him. That was when a blade suddenly thrust itself into that completely dark world, and a subtle ray of light was seen. Sharp had tried his best to push through a gap made by the crack before he barely managed to escape from the darkness. The moment he woke up, he felt that his chest was heavy. Then, he was hit with an unfathomable throbbing pain coming from his heart. However, the feeling unexpectedly got him to develop a new understanding of swordsmanship. He screened his body with his intelligent smartwatch. Name, Sharp. Gender, Male. Age, 43. Occupation, Federation Army soldier. Rank, General. Gene level, rank 11. Special ability, Knife Heart. Ability description, able to instantly understand everything about a sword, including its battle techniques and sentiments regarding each sword master from the past, even each and every battle scene concerning it. Other abilities, 10-star swordsman. Highest capture reward, 130 million universe credits. Upon looking at his body's latest stats, Sharp was a little stunned. He had somehow leveled up to a rank 11 gene body and learned a special ability that every swordsman dreamed of having, Knife Heart. Even his own understanding of swordsmanship had managed to hit level 10-star swordsman. It could be said that his strength had improved greatly. Sharp looked around for a while and could not find his saber. He guessed that Bart had probably taken it away. Nevertheless, he was calm. Even without his saber, his combat effectiveness was no longer the same as before. Besides, he was not in a hurry to seek revenge on Bart. At the time at hand, consolidating his strength was far more important. A series of sentiments on swordsmanship suddenly flashed through his mind, making him eager to start training. After making sure that Sharp was alright from the video, Emily dialed Sharp's contact number. Sharp glanced down at his wristwatch. He and Emily had known each other for many years. Yet Emily had never dialed his number before. He presumed that it was something important and immediately answered the call. "Emily, what's the matter? Looks like you're alright. Come back quickly and let the army doctor check you out." Emily felt relieved after hearing that Sharp's voice was normal. "Is there anything else?" "I'll be back soon." Sharp glanced down at his bloodied clothes. Then, he shook his head and quickly left the mall. Gilding and his crew had witnessed Sharp's resurrection. How did he suddenly come back to life? Liliath was a little confused. Bart pierced his heart for sure. He doesn't have any regenerative abilities, not to mention abilities to resurrect. I only noticed his gene level advance. As for the rest, I'm not too sure. Nevertheless, generally speaking, that itself should not have been adequate to bring him back to life. Neptune was also a little puzzled. The only explanation is that his promotion this time gave him some ability similar to resurrection, or the demigod item has a few special effects and it gave him the ability to regenerate. No matter what, the guy has come back to life. Not only has he come back to life, he's even stronger than before. It isn't good news for us. Sharp, who had returned to the port, did not feel depressed for being defeated. After a few examinations by the army doctor, results showed that all his body functions were normal. What surprised Emily and Walter more was that there were no scars on his chest. "How do you feel?" Emily looked at Sharp skeptically. Sharp used to have a bad temper, even a little cranky. He was usually not this calm whenever he lost a fight. Nevertheless, Emily could tell with her eyes that Sharp was not faking his calmness. It was genuine. "Better than ever." Sharp looked at both his hands and gave a weird answer. "What the hell happened?" Emily felt that things were a little strange. "We clearly saw that you were dead." "I was dead?" Sharp was a little confused when he heard her. "I only remember that my body began to feel heavy and I slowly sank into darkness." "Walter, bring up the video of the fight and let him see it for himself," Emily yelled at Walter, who was not too far away. Walter immediately projected the video. The length of the video was less than 20 minutes. But its image was clear. Sharp's eyebrows furrowed slightly when he saw himself wrapped in a black cocoon that slowly penetrated his body. Then, he saw the next scene. That guy Bart took his saber and thrust it into his heart. The video playback fell silent after Bart left. Then, after nearly 20 minutes, Sharp saw himself get up slowly as the wound in his chest began to heal. He himself could not believe it. Sharp shook his head, somewhat puzzled. "I have no recollection of what happened after I was sealed by his formation. I just remembered that I was surrounded by darkness. Then, I saw a knife pierce through it as it tore the dark environment apart. With that gap, I used my strength and managed to escape. Afterward, I saw an open wound on my chest, but the wound quickly began to heal at a weird speed without leaving a trace. Also, there's good news. I leveled up to a rank 11 gene body," Sharp said before he announced the good news that cheered Walter and Emily up. "Moreover, my understanding of swordsmanship has also hit the next level. Although Bart has taken my saber, my strength has improved greatly. I plan to sustain my strength through the next few days. Both of you will have to take over the mission." But Walter seemed as if he wanted to say something, but Emily interrupted him and said, Got it. I'll give you up to 3 days. Take this time to consolidate it. We won't contact you unless something urgent happens. Even if Biggie or Bart reappears, I'll take care of them. Sharp only smiled faintly. Be careful if you meet Bart. That guy is very good at manipulation. I underestimated him and failed terribly. However, he won't be so lucky the next time I meet him. As for Biggie, if there's any news, let me know right away. Validating my sword technique with him will probably be better than practicing vigorously behind closed doors. Alright, for the sake of your resurrection, I'll leave Biggie to you. Emily agreed even though she was a little reluctant. Other than Gilding's crew, the others hid really well, basically choosing places without any surveillance. Tomorrow morning, we plan to start searching those areas with little to no surveillance. It could prove to be fruitful. Chapter 141. Sharp is not dead. Sharp is not dead. Gilding typed out the message but did not send it to Bart. Gilding was not on familiar terms with Bart. He had been giving Bart reminders just to take revenge on the army. Nevertheless, judging from the video's content earlier, Bart did not seem like the same type of person as him. Like how it was always said, those with different beliefs should not work together. Gilding did not feel the need to be friends with someone like him. There seemed to be only one crazy idea in Bart's mind, and that was increasing his bounty. Bart would do whatever it took to achieve that purpose. Although Gilding also hoped that his bounty would keep on increasing, unlike Bart, he would not take the initiative to stir up trouble. Bart's actions in the mall earlier were extremely provocative. Bart might have managed to manipulate a strong army general. However, if he had not chosen to pierce his heart and instead beheaded him, his plan might have succeeded. The large increase in their bounties might have resulted in them attracting many powerhouses to join their crew, significantly increasing their overall strength. Nevertheless, man proposes, but God disposes. Bart's plan had failed. Sharp did not die. It meant that his plan to assassinate an army general had failed. However, Bart was unaware of this. He had left the mall right after thrusting the saber through Sharp's heart. In his opinion, there was no way Sharp would have been able to survive anyway. Their hiding place was a slum. The toilets were all open air and right on the streets. Forget about surveillance. Even though there was supposed to be at least one tavern in each block, there was none there. Support our web novel Go.com. Their accommodation was a pretty decent guest house which month's rental was only 1-star credit. Truth be told, Bart was stunned when he heard the price. Hence, he generously threw a bunch of star credits at the landlord. Don't tell anyone that we're staying here, including your friends and family. You can't tell anyone, especially the federal government. If you can keep it a secret, we'll pay you a generous reward before we leave. Seeing that Bart had returned, his crew members who had been holding back for half the night gathered around him. Boss, how did the plan go? Did you meet an army general? Did you guys fight? Bart took Sharp's saber out from his inventory. Any idea to whom this saber belongs to? Could that be Sharp's saber? A young man with a somewhat keen eye said hesitantly after staring at the saber for a long time. I saw it in a video and it seems like the saber Sharp uses. Seems? This is the saber Sharp once used. Bart raised the saber with pride. A dreadful ray of light shone from the saber, and one could see that it was not an ordinary item. Everybody believed it to a certain extent. It looks like some of you still don't believe me. However, this time, I did not forget to record everything that happened with my intelligent smartwatch, Bart said as he projected the video he had recorded. The length of the video was more than 20 minutes. It was a little overwhelming because it had been shot from Bart's angle. Everybody could see from Bart's point of view that Sharp was indeed terrifying. Nevertheless, when they saw Bart finally thrust the saber into Sharp's chest, a moment of silence ensued before the room went bananas. Many shouted in excitement. They had no idea that the boss they followed was so strong he managed to kill an army general on his own. Such a feat was unprecedented in Dragonsaw Cosmic Nation. No other newcomer could have done such a thing. It seems like Sharp didn't pull his saber out from the start. A weak voice rang from among the crowd. Everyone who heard this fell silent. It just means that our boss is so strong that Sharp didn't even have a chance to pull his saber out before he died, someone said unconvincingly. Nevertheless, the crowd roared in excitement once again. Bart himself knew that he had been really lucky this time. If Sharp had taken the battle seriously from the beginning and pulled out his sword to attack with full force, he would not have had stood a chance. Sharp's attacks were already terrifying even when he had his sheath on. One could only imagine how terrifying it would be if Sharp unsheathed his saber. Sharp had been defeated completely by his own carelessness. Nevertheless, Bart was very satisfied with his performance. He believed that the video would get out soon, and his net worth would soon skyrocket. On the other hand, Gilding's crew was discussing about ways to handle the army. Based on the current situation, the army shouldn't be able to find us anytime soon. However, once a majority of the others are caught, they will focus on hunting us down. The moment they see that there are fewer people, they will immediately issue wanted posters. A lot of people who have seen us might provide them with clues, and they won't be too far from arresting us. Neptune was very clear about the army's manhunt procedure. When a lot of people still remained, it was unlikely they would issue wanted orders because they would not work well. It was improbable that ordinary citizens had seen all of them, and many citizens would have forgotten that they had seen them before. However, once there were fewer people left, the wanted posters could be put to good use. Just one glance and one would have an impression of it. What you mean is no matter how we hide, they'll find us sooner or later. It's inevitable that we fight. Gilding had some theoretical knowledge about hunting wanted criminals from the military academy. He somewhat understood Neptune's deduction. That's right. However, seeing Sharp's situation, the army should not make any big movements soon. Neptune then continued, if they do make any big movements, they'll be forced to operate with only 2 of their top combatants. Therefore, they will do things step by step and hunt us slowly to diminish our patience. Gilding nodded. Indeed, it may prove to be time-consuming and a waste of money for the army, but interstellar pirates are often reluctant to be trapped in a single place for a long time. They've caught on to our mentality. Besides, with the opening of the new route, everyone is eager to enter the cosmic sea. No one wants to be left behind. Liliath could also understand what the army had in mind. The main thing right now is that they have our spaceships under control. The port's skydome is also closed. All civilian and commercial ships are prohibited from entering and leaving. The only way to leave this planet is to kill the army's men. It is only a matter of time until a battle breaks out. The army's operation tonight can't be considered an actual failure. They managed to recapture 48 bounty criminals. Neptune had managed to obtain the latest data. Only less than 10% of them managed to escape. Walter is still cross-checking their appearances, but from the looks of it, those people did not manage to get very far. Everyone else was more cautious. They'll start searching the areas with little to no surveillance tomorrow morning. A small-scale battle will probably occur. Gilding speculated that besides themselves, a large majority of the rest would probably adopt the same method to avoid being tracked down. There are a few crews with people who have camouflage abilities. They should be able to get away with it, Liliath added. If you need to camouflage yourselves, I can make camouflage masks to make you look like a completely different person. No one doubted Robert's craftsmanship. However, Liliath looked at Biggie, who was beside her. With Biggie's physique, he will still attract other people's attention even if he were to change his face. Physique isn't really a big problem. I can refine body-shaping medicine to contract muscles and bones. However, it might cause great pain to the user after the medicine is injected. I don't think we need to escape being tracked down. After all, the army will keep on standing guard if we continue to be absent. You probably heard it earlier too. Biggie is Sharp's biggest target in this mission. He won't leave so easily without seeing Biggie. Gilding was well aware of the obsession such martial arts powerhouses had. The most important thing was that the longer they went into hiding, the later they would enter the cosmic sea. Hence, Gilding would rather take a simple and direct battle. The worst outcome that could come of it would be nothing but him being put in Federation prison. With Neptune around, escaping Federation prison would not be too hard. Not to mention, he had done something similar once. While everybody was still discussing amongst themselves, Gilding's communicator rang. He looked at the number and saw that it was Bart's. He did not quite understand why Bart would contact him. After answering the call, Bart's voice was heard from the other side. Gilding, you must be looking for a way to escape this planet too, right? Any bright ideas? Gilding had not expected Bart to think about something else other than ways to increase his own bounty. Here's what I think. We will launch a strike on the port alongside Mien and Luo. We'll each get our spaceships back and escape. However, It won't work without your cooperation. That's because only you can activate the port's sky dome, and only you can destroy the port's armor-piercing cannon system. Without your help, the mission is only empty talk. That's why I had the cheek to dial your number that appears as non-existent. Bart's idea was alright, but in Gilding's opinion, it would not work. I thought about it. After the mission, I'll give you Sharp's saber for free. I don't think Mien and Enluo would mind paying you some remuneration as well. If you agree, I'll go and talk to them. The main problem is neither the port's sky shield nor the armor-piercing cannon. The biggest problem is the 3 baby dragon interceptors hovering outside this planet. The other crews were obviously unaware of the baby dragons, but Gilding did not plan on hiding anything. It's because of the 2 incidents on Feniyuan and Kunstlik that the army is wary of me. It can't be. Are you sure there are 3 baby dragons? Bart's voice was clearly not as confident as before after hearing the information Gilding had. I'm very sure, 3 humongous boys. If you want to see them, I can send you the video I shot later. Gilding smiled wryly. Bart fell silent for a moment. If that won't work, why don't we just join forces and get rid of those army people? Sharp's dead anyway. The army is left with only 1 rank 10 gene body. Biggie only has to pin down the woman. Once we kill off the other people from the army, the port will be ours. Your idea is pretty good. However, Sharp did not die. Not only did he not die, but he was also promoted to a rank 11 gene body because of the fight he had with you. Gilding could not help but tell Bart the bad news. Chapter 142, The Army's Raid. Bart started to feel anxious when Gilding told him that Sharp was not dead. Nevertheless, he had a feeling that Gilding was only trying to scare him. Hey, could you not make a joke out of this? You saw it for yourself. I thrust that sword through his heart, and he stopped breathing on the spot. How is it possible that he survived when he doesn't have any special abilities? Gilding said nothing and only sent Bart the full video of what had transpired as well as a video of all 3 baby dragon ships. Take a look at the video yourself. That man stood up from the ground about 20 minutes after you left. I've also shared the video on the baby dragons with you too. Liliath moved closer to Gilding after the latter had ended the call. Are you sure we're not going to ally ourselves with them? Gilding shook his head. There's no way their plan would work. We would be sending ourselves to our deaths if we entered into an alliance with them. Don't worry about it. If they end up getting into a fight, they'll definitely come to us because they need the help of Biggie to deter the rank 10 gene body powerhouse. Besides, they would need Neptune's help if they wish to leave this planet with their spaceship. Bart can afford to sacrifice any other crew except ours. He won't give us up. If we can't escape, no one else can. Now that they have all the information, we just need to wait for their reply and find out if they have any other plans that might work. There was a grim look on Bart's face when he hung up the communicator. One of his crew members asked with trepidation, "Boss, did that Gilding reject to work with us?" He didn't reject working with us, but he did share 2 pieces of very bad news with me, Bart said as he projected the first video Gilding had shared with him. It was the video of him fighting Sharp in the shopping mall. He scrubbed through the video until it was 20 minutes after he had left. Finally, he saw Sharp slowly getting up from the ground. He also saw the wound on Sharp's chest begin to heal at an astonishing rate. How is this possible? Did the ability to resurrect awaken within him? Bart found the scene in front of him truly out of the world. The very person he had killed with his own hands had returned to life once again. Support our web novel Go.com. A few of his crew members came forward to view the projection of the video. Boss, Sharp isn't dead? Someone asked hesitantly. Bart closed his eyes and took a long, deep breath. As he tried his best to calm down, the scene was a huge blow to him. He had given so much thought to his plan, only to be rewarded with such results. He had blown his opportunity, and there was no second chance for him. Sharp would not make the same mistake, and he had leveled up to a rank 11 gene body. Sharp was much more powerful than before. Bart could picture Sharp conducting a mad search for his location to exact revenge on him and retrieve his sword. Yes, that was the first piece of bad news Gilding told me. A helpless tone could be heard within Bart's voice. What's the second piece of bad news? Bart opened the second video Gilding had shared with him. There were 3 spaceships in the video that were much bigger than the Golden Eagle. They were baby dragons waiting in formation outside Great Divine. Are those 3 ships baby dragons? Why is that considered bad news? Do they have anything to do with us? There was someone among them who did not notice what planet it was under those spaceships. Those 3 baby dragons are interceptors that are anchored right outside Great Divine. Even if Gylding were to help us activate the sky shield at the harbor and destroy the harbor's armor-piercing cannon, we would still end up being attacked by those 3 baby dragons the moment we exit of the planet's ozone layer. Bart's joy from killing Sharp had disappeared completely. He even felt a little depressed. He had worked so hard only to have all his effort go to waste. Not to mention, he was now trapped on a planet where he had no idea how to make an escape. The situation stifled him. Much unlike Bart, who was depressed about the situation, Gylding and the others were rather calm in the motel they were staying at. After the day's excitement, Gylding was exhausted even though he had only played the role of a spectator. Lilith had long fallen asleep in her room. Biggie did not look tired, but he had retired to his room as well. Even Robert, who had never slept before, was in sleep mode. Gylding pulled the covers over himself after saying good night. He turned in his bed and once again looked at the starry sky outside the window. Early the next morning, Gylding was wakened by Neptune. Gylding stretched and asked with his eyes barely open, "What's going on?" "It's still early. The army has started taking action. They're raiding every area in the city without surveillance cameras." Neptune projected a video as he spoke. The army had split themselves into smaller teams. Each district was assigned 2 teams as they knocked on every household, one by one, conducting their investigation. Gylding raised his head every once in a while to watch what was happening in the video while he brushed his teeth. A little over 10 minutes passed and Gylding had already witnessed a few arrests. Even though they were unfamiliar faces, it was obvious that they were interstellar pirates. There was no restaurant in the little motel Gylding and the others were staying at. Hence, Biggie still prepared their meals each day. The only difference was that they did not gather at the kitchen but at Biggie's room. Biggie had only started preparing breakfast when Gylding knocked on the door to his room. "Why are you so early today?" When they were still on the spaceship, Lilith was always the earliest. Gylding would normally appear only when breakfast was almost ready. "Neptune woke me up." Gylding was still observing the chaos in the video. "What are you watching?" Biggie glanced at the video and did not quite understand what was happening. "Those army guys are raiding districts that aren't covered by surveillance cameras." Gylding's eyes did not leave the screen. Gylding suddenly saw a familiar figure appear on the screen. It was Enluo. His distinct feature, his white hair, was quite obvious even amongst the crowd of people. He was wearing a black hat on his head. Enluo was walking in a very strange way. Each step he took looked small, but they were each able to bring him a great distance. Each step he took did not leave any obvious signs. That alone showed that whatever he was doing was similar to Silent Step. Nevertheless, Enluo was quickly discovered, and a small army team led by a major general gave chase. Enluo ran a few steps forward before he suddenly disappeared at a corner. Gylding was able to notice what he had done. Enluo had snuck to the back of the army's team. Discreetly, a knife appeared in Enluo's right hand as he took light steps and appeared behind one of the soldiers. Then, covering the soldier's mouth, he took the knife and sliced it across the throbbing veins on the man's neck. Enluo's movements were fluid and swift. It was obvious that it was not the first time he had done something like that. Shortly after, having silently placed the dead body down, Enluo appeared behind another soldier and sliced open the person's neck. It was not until the death of a third soldier that the remaining soldiers in the team noticed that they were being attacked. Enluo did not panic at all when he was discovered. Instead, he moved in a flash and appeared in front of one of them. Then, he thrust his knife into one of the soldier's heart before vanishing once again. This must be what is known as the art of assassination. Gylding held his chin in his hand as he watched the video. In the video, Enluo could be seen conducting a one-sided massacre. One person collapsed within every 5 seconds that passed. It was not long before the Major General was the only one left standing in the team of 10. Gylding thought the fight was about to get interesting. Enluo might have been a rank 7 gene body, but there was something formidable about his art of assassination. His opponent was a rank 9 gene body from the army. Even though he was not as agile as Enluo was, he was much stronger physically than Enluo and would not go down so easily. Enluo played a few tricks with the dagger in his right hand as he stood in front of the Major General. "It's just the both of us now, and you don't look like a weakling. So, I'll take my leave." Enluo disappeared without a trace the moment he finished speaking. The Major General was left clueless about what had just happened. He had expected the situation to turn into a fight to the death with the enemy, but his enemy vanished without a trace. Gilding was stunned as well, but he later burst out laughing. That fellow actually escaped. I actually thought he would put up a serious fight. At this point, Neptune voiced out his opinion. Only someone stupid would go head-to-head with a Major General. His choice was a very wise one. Nearly every street in that district has people from the army. If he were to get tangled in a sticky situation, it's without a doubt that the other teams would have provided backup. It would be impossible for him to make his escape at that time. Gilding saw another familiar face after that, but it was in another area of the district that had no surveillance. This time, it was Bart. Bart was acting differently compared to the others who were attempting to escape. He had chosen to take a more aggressive and direct attitude. He had the necks of every member of the army within his sights strangled and broken by his black chain. If Gilding was able to see everything Bart did, so was the army. Walter narrowed his eyes as he watched the arrogant Bart. Walter quickly gave the order for teams around the area to evacuate. Nevertheless, it did not mean that Walter had chosen to back down. Instead, he had intentions of using a different battle tactic. All teams evacuate to the outskirt of the district now and release 3 meshs instead. Walter gave the order. Bart was pleased with the quick evacuation of people from the army. It meant that they feared him. However, he raised an eyebrow when he next saw 3 meshs appear in front of him. Mesh or not mesh, it made no difference to him. He could manifest his spirit chain anywhere. If his opponents were willing to serve themselves up on a plate, there was no reason for him to reject them. He grabbed hold of the chain around his waist and whipped it out with force. In an instant, the black chain stretched out and wrapped itself around the meshs. However, Bart was then taken aback. That was because his black chain that should have been able to override the mesh's defenses under normal circumstances seemed to be blocked by something outside the meshs. This time, he was not able to use his chain on the meshs. Neptune explained what was going on when he saw this. Those 3 meshs probably went through alteration and were given additional spirit magnetic fields that are capable of causing enough disturbance to isolate spiritual attacks. It looks like that arrogant fellow is about to get into big trouble. Chapter 143, Gilding's plan for a night raid. In face of the 3 meshs, Bart had acted arrogantly. Nevertheless, after 3 minutes, the meshs were the ones who had beaten him to the ground. It was not because his chain, which was of demigod grade, was too weak. Instead, it was because his spirit was not strong enough. That caused the effects of the demigod item to diminish greatly. Hence, he was unable to break through the spirit magnetic fields on the outer layer of the meshs and harm the pilots. Gilding shook his head helplessly as he watched Bart's demigod item get snatched off from his waist in the video. A star core collar was also put around his neck and taken away. Gilding had thought Bart would not get captured so easily, but the truth had proven him to be wrong. Lilith had pushed open the door and witnessed the scene of Bart being captured. Even she was shocked over it. What happened? Who caught Bart? Gilding rewound the video back to 5 or 6 minutes prior. After watching it, Lilith was slightly puzzled. She asked, why was his chain attack ineffective? Those 3 meshs were altered to be equipped with additional spirit magnetic fields. Bart's spirit wasn't strong enough, so he could not break through the magnetic fields to attack those piloting the meshs. Gilding repeated the explanation Neptune had given him. It proves that the way to victory is to train oneself to be stronger. Using borrowed power, he only managed to obtain momentary victory. Lilith thought Bart's retribution would come quite early, considering she had just witnessed him emerge victorious over the powerful Sharp the day before. It was fairly fast considering he was arrested the following. Support our web novel Go.com day. Gilding suddenly realized something. Neptune, none of Bart's crew have been arrested, have they? None. Neptune gave a quick answer. That's strange. Gilding felt like something was amiss, but he could not understand why. There's nothing strange about it. He has always thought that he's invincible and capable of taking down everyone in the army. Running out there solo and getting himself arrested is pretty much an expected outcome. Lilith did not think much about it. The fight continued as battles broke out in other areas shown in the video. Quite a number of powerful interstellar pirates ended up clashing with people from the army. Most of them were forcefully suppressed, but a small amount of them managed to escape from being captured by the army. The fighting did not stop throughout the whole morning and only slowly died down around noon. Most of the interstellar pirates who were arrested were escorted to the harbor. Gilding's eyes narrowed slightly at this. Neptune, throughout the past 2 days, how many interstellar pirates have been arrested? 368 arrests have been since yesterday. How many members of the army are guarding the harbor right now? Gilding continued with his questions. There are more than 500 of them collecting intel out there. More than 200 died in the line of duty. If you include Emily and Sharp, there should be 4,587 people on guard now. Neptune had calculated all the data accurately. What are you thinking about? Lilith vaguely felt like a scheme was about to come from Gilding. Don't you think that we're acting a little too passively? Gilding asked with a smile. Well, we don't really have a choice. There are so many of them from the army. They even have 2 generals at hand. Lilith suddenly realized something. You aren't thinking about making the first strike, are you? We will have to go into battle, anyway. We might as well conduct a sneak attack and catch them off guard. Gilding was thinking about making a bold move. We should forget about it. It's just the few of us, Lilith said without holding back. A big smile appeared on Gilding's face. Who says there's only a few of us? Neptune, get the communication number of all those who haven't been arrested and send a message to them. Tell them that it's from me, Gilding. I will release everyone who was arrested today, at midnight, and I hope that we can work together, inside and out. Let's conduct a big-scale night raid and take it out on the army. Neptune quickly searched for all the available numbers and sent out Gilding's message to them. In less than a minute, Gilding's communicator rang. The incoming call to Gilding's communicator was from Mien the magician. Gilding, is that really you? Mien, is there a problem? There isn't. I just wanted to confirm that you were the one who personally sent that message. Mien was obviously in agreement with Gilding's plan. Otherwise, she would not have called Gilding's number so quickly. Gilding nodded. Yup, it was me. We start at midnight. The more the merrier. Inform those whom you are in contact with as well. Those people from the army haven't stopped since yesterday night. It would serve them right to teach them a lesson. There was dissatisfaction in Mien's tone. I performed quick divination earlier, and the results of tonight's plan look quite positive. That's great. Gilding did not plan to continue listening to something that had to do with divination. He had no interest in its results. Having hung up the communicator, Gilding saw on his screen that he had a few missed calls. At that moment, Anluo called him as well. Is this Gilding? Anluo's voice could be heard from the other end of the communicator. Yes, I am. Is this Anluo? Were you the one who sent out that message? Anluo asked uncertainly. That's right. Midnight tonight. Are you coming? Gilding was aware that the reason these people were calling him one by one was because they were worried it was a trap laid out by the army. Of course, those guys from the army are too much. They actually sent out a team to arrest me, Anluo said irritably. Was it what happened this morning? I saw it through the surveillance camera. Gilding could vaguely recall Anluo's escape from the Major General. Gilding hung up after chatting with him for a moment. Soon, more and more calls came in, and Gilding explained his plan to each and every one of them. It was proof that the army's continuous raids for interstellar pirates throughout the past 2 days had angered a large majority of them. It took Gilding the whole afternoon to recruit more than 200 interstellar pirates for the night raid. At the harbor, the arrested interstellar pirates had been locked up in the dungeon of the Golden Eagle. A few serious offenders such as Bart were fitted with Starkhawk collars. They had no control over their bodies aside from being able to turn their heads. As for the other prisoners, they were fitted with handcuffs and shackles which limited their movements. As for everyone's smartwatches, they were confiscated without exception. Nevertheless, there were 2 interstellar pirates who used intelligent rings. They went unrecognized by those in charge of confiscating the smartwatches and managed to retain them. The dungeon of the Golden Eagle was also within the surveillance of Neptune. It made it easy for Gilding to locate the 2 intelligent rings and convey his message of the night raid to the captured interstellar pirates. When both those pirates received Gilding's message, they were elated. Gilding's message contained only 2 to 3 sentences. I am Gilding, and I have organized more than 200 people to conduct a night raid at midnight on where the army is gathered at the harbor. When the time comes, I will remotely unlock the binds on everyone. I hope all of you can assist us from the inside to teach the army a memorable lesson. Please keep this to yourselves first and wait until I have set everyone free before getting them in on the action. Evening came and night eventually arrived. The army members outside the Golden Eagle were having a huge celebration for their morning's catch. They had managed to arrest more than 300 interstellar pirates in one sweep. They had broken the record set centuries ago in Dragonsaur Cosmic Nation. Walter was in an ecstatic mood as well, as he had managed to complete a major task this time. Even though the mission had not yet ended, he believed they were off to a good start. It would not be long before they were met with positive results. Congratulations, you've done it once again. Emily walked over and raised her glass at Walter. This is the fruits of everyone's hard work, Walter said humbly. They downed their drinks in one go and Emily said, I hope you didn't take it to heart when I lost my temper at you yesterday over what happened to Sharp. What happened yesterday was my mistake. Walter realized later on that he had made a mistake the day before. The smartest thing he should have done was to inform Emily immediately and get her to the scene where Sharp and Bart were fighting as quickly as possible. That was because Bart had bypassed quite a few ranks to increase his combat effectiveness to such a level, and he had combat restrictions when it came to fighting. In most cases, his capacity was limited. If Sharp had not come back to life the day before, Walter would have been considered guilty within the army and would not be having such a casual timed drinking. He felt fearful whenever he thought about what transpired the day before. As for the current day, the best news Walter had received was regarding Bart's arrest. Not to mention the confiscation of Bart's demigod item. He took 3 drinks one after another because of this. The army's banquet was under Gilding's surveillance. Walter and the others were used to taking action under Gilding's watch. Hence, the banquet was being held in the open and at the harbor on purpose to taunt Gilding. It was the army's way to boast and also protest. Walter was being bold with the banquet because he was certain Gilding would not dare appear. After all, Gilding had less than 10 people in his crew, while there were more than 4,000 army members. If Gilding were to confront them, it would be like a moth throwing itself into a flame, a suicide mission. The banquet went on from evening all the way until midnight, when the night was at its darkest. Even the stars in the sky were dim. Gilding and the others had gathered at a tavern near the harbor. Watching people of the army get drunk in the video, many of them felt glad about it. The more drunk those people were, the fewer opponents they had. That was what they wanted the most. They're having their celebration way too early. Liliath covered her mouth while she giggled. They must not be expecting us to take action, and they probably never expected us to gather so many people. Gilding looked around at the 230 over interstellar pirates gathered in the tavern. He raised an eyebrow. Even he himself had not expected such support. The pendulum of the old grandfather clock in the tavern moved left and right. Seconds and minutes passed and the hour and minute hand of the clock finally stacked above each other on the number 12. Dong, dong, dong. The moment the clock chimed, Gilding typed something into his smartwatch. Neptune, release those who have been arrested. Chapter 144, Female Karazhan Gorilla. Inside the Golden Eagle, 2 interstellar pirates that had been imprisoned in the dungeon could be seen constantly looking down at the intelligent ring on their fingers. They were waiting for the time to reach midnight. The moment the number on their rings hit 12, all they heard was a soft click, and the shackles on their arms and legs came loose in an instant. Even the star core collars that were around the necks of those ruthless people came undone, and they regained their freedom. Some of them could not fathom what had happened. Was there a malfunction in their electronic lock system? Just then, a short, bearded man waved at everyone. His name was Ralph and he had been an interstellar pirate for more than 10 years. His bounty was at 8.300 million star credits. He was quite popular with many friends, and he had a reputation within the community. Listen up, everyone. Gilding helped free us in hopes that we will help him with his night raid on the army at the port. We will attack from both the inside and outside. Those on the outside have already started making their. Are any of you who would like to take this opportunity to run away with your tail between your legs? I won't stop you. However, are you really going to just forget about how the army aggressively oppressed us for the past 2 days? I certainly won't. I won't talk too much, so those willing to give us their strength, Follow me." Ralph pushed open the doors of the dungeon. They were able to escape so easily as Neptune had unlocked all the locks inside the Golden Eagle. Support our web novel go.com. Ralph and his group barehandedly got rid of several guards that they met along the way. They were quickly spotted by members of the army that were guarding the port as they rushed out of the Golden Eagle. After all, it was hard for them to avoid being noticed as they were a large group of people heading toward the same location. Ralph and the others were not worried about being found out. They did not plan on running away anyway. From the very start, they had planned on facing the people from the army head-on. Gilding and his entourage also made a glorious appearance, in the face of drunkards lying all over the ground, as well as members of the army who had jelly-like feet. Gilding's group of more than 200 people seemed almost invincible. The scene turned into a massacre, and what was supposed to be a grand feast for the army very quickly turned into a bloody banquet. Emily, who was sprawled across the wine table, heard the commotion and turned her body around. She lifted her eyelids, and her mind, which previously had been numbed by alcohol, sobered up immediately. Unfolding right before her eyes was a scene that she could hardly believe. Those interstellar pirates were actually conducting a night trade on the port and were slaughtering her fellow army members in a frenzy. She stood up, thoroughly expelling the alcohol in her body, and grabbed the silver-colored handgun that hung from her waist with her hand. She raised her right hand and aimed her gun at the head of the closest interstellar pirate next to her before pulling the trigger. Then, without stopping to look at what was the outcome, she locked onto her next target and opened fire again. Right after that, she moved on to the third person. She fired 7 shots in the blink of an eye, disposing of several interstellar pirates that were in her sight. Shortly after, she leapt onto the roof of a spaceship and lifted her gun once again. The gunshots had alerted Gilding and the others of Emily's presence. That woman is a rank 10 gene body. She's also a gunner who's really good at long-ranged attacks. Our attacks won't work on her even if we attack from all sides. Our best bet is to have someone with extraordinary strength to restrict her. Mien voiced her opinion. I got it. Gilding nodded his head. He knew Mien was referring to Biggie. Lily, Biggie, both of you go. Lilith reluctantly put on the spirit-enhancing metal hat and followed Biggie toward Emily's location. As a gunner, Emily had excellent eyesight. Therefore, she was able to spot 2 figures, one tall and one short, making their way toward her. It has to be said that she spotted them under the dark sky of the night. Nevertheless, she could not make out their faces clearly and could only roughly guess that the larger figure was Biggie. On the other hand, she was not too sure about the shorter figure. According to the information she had received, Biggie was the only one among the interstellar pirates, a great divinity that was suspected to be a rank 10 gene body. As for the others, they were rank 8 gene bodies at most. As the 2 figures got closer, Emily finally realized that the young girl who looked to be 12 or 13 years old was actually Lilith, a member of Gilding's crew like Biggie. Nevertheless, she could not comprehend the reason why Biggie had brought along a burden such as her with him. Compared to Biggie, Lilith was actually much calmer. She carefully scrutinized Emily, who was standing under the light. The fur on the woman's body did not seem to match her age. Lilith's gaze then shifted from the other's face to her chest area. When Lilith saw the 2 perky mounts on her opponent's chest, she grumbled, "What does a woman who can't even get married need such big boobs for? Are they for decoration?" Lilith's words made Emily's veins bulge. Instantly, she had the urge to blow up Lilith's head with a single shot. Nevertheless, her female instincts steered her to retaliate verbally instead. "At least I'm not like a certain someone who only has a small, flat chest even at the age of 15. According to this big sister's experience, someone like you won't have much hope even at 150 years old." "Auntie, I think you're getting old. You're just looking for someone to chat with, aren't you?" Lilith shot back, unwilling to be outdone even by a bit. She then turned around and paid Emily no heed. Biggie also turned around and their eyes met for a moment. Emily did not know why, but guys such as Biggie like young ones. She's just a female Karazhan gorilla that likes throwing rocks. "Kill her," Lilith said the image in Biggie's mind. Nevertheless, Emily was not aware that Lilith was using hypnosis and only thought Lilith was insulting her through metaphors. The female Karazhan gorilla was a giant, large-boobed mammal that had an ugly face and an explosive temper. Emily refuted once again, "You're an Arya-trib monkey." The Arya-trib monkey was a type of small-sized monkey that had a pair of enormous eyes, short limbs, and a chest area so skinny that its ribs were prominent. Appearance-wise, there was not much difference between the males and females of its kind when one looked at them from the front, since both of them were flat-chested. Kill her. Hearing herself being compared to such a creature, Lilioth was outraged. Biggie finally made a move as he put one hand on the handle of his saber. Without any warning, the saber was unsheathed, and a sharp, black-colored blade materialized out of thin air. Then, a giant, black-colored crescent wildly shot out toward Emily. Emily noticed that her opponent had attacked without any warning and was going all out right off the bat without the intention of testing her limits. Hence, Emily put up her guard. Emily felt that the black blade was somewhat stronger than Sharp's previous blade. Hence, she retreated immediately. When it came to close-ranged combat, she was no match for a swordsman. Only by putting some distance between herself and her opponent would she have an advantage. Nevertheless, the blade narrowed in on Emily at a high speed and quickly caught up to her. Left without a choice, Emily shot back with her gun, and 3 spiral energy-filled bullets flew out from the barrel of her gun. One after another, they clashed against her opponent's blade. Finally, the attack finally stopped and the blade dissipated. Meanwhile, the bullets that had been shot were seen to have shattered into pieces. Nevertheless, the next moment, Biggie was already right beside Emily as he swung his saber once again at her waist. Biggie had no intention of giving Emily a chance to catch her breath. Similar to before, Biggie's black-colored blade cut through the air with overbearing power. However, this time, his attack was much swifter and fiercer than his last one. Panic flashed in Emily's eyes as she was not expecting such agility from Biggie's attacks. It was to the point where she was barely getting away with her life. Even as a gunner, her opponent's movements were definitely not any weaker than hers. She could not seem to increase the distance between them. Emily gritted her teeth and backed off once again. While in midair, she raised her arm and pulled the trigger several times. Spiral energy-filled bullets shot out continuously from her gun, and they once again clashed with the surface of the black's blade. However, the blade did not vanish until it was right in front of Emily. Gyuding had the video of Biggie's battle playing this whole time and was paying attention to the situation of the battle. And Luo and the others saw that Biggie was the one with the upper hand in his battle against the general, and they were quite shocked at his combat. Envious of Gyuding for his luck to be able to get such a powerful member to join his crew. In actual truth, Gyuding was not worried about Biggie. What he was worried about was Lilioth's condition. Although the metal hat-like device made it possible for her spirit to increase by 200-fold, the increased power was not being taken from her body naturally but through technological means. Hence, Gyuding could not help but be worried due to the divination from before. Don't worry, she'll be fine. If she starts overworking her spirit, I'll remind her immediately. Let her control Biggie this time. After all, Biggie's role is to restrict Emily. They just need to buy us some time. Neptune noticed that Gyuding was worried. If Lilioth can't hold out, we'll stop our operation. I'll also notify the others to retreat together. I understand. Gyuding nodded his head. If she insists on overworking her spirit, let me know immediately. I'll talk to her. If that happens, I'll notify you as soon as possible, Neptune answered. He knew that Lilioth could be very persistent at times, and Gyuding was the only one who would be able to talk some sense into her. Back at the port, the night trade continued. Emily, who was the strongest person from the army, had been restricted. All the army members, excluding those that were on duty at their posts, were dead drunk. Even though they were large in number, they were no match for the interstellar pirates who were completely sober. Hence, they were easily slaughtered. As for Emily, she was caught in a crisis. Biggie's offensive power ferociously increased with each attack he performed. Not only did his powerful, black blade possess astonishing destructive power, but it also allowed him to attack from abnormal angles. Emily, who could not seem to increase the distance between them, was forced to take all his attacks head-on. She was only a gunner. No matter how great her close combat skills were, there was no way she could be compared to Biggie. Within a few minutes, Emily's body was covered in multiple wounds. Biggie's saber struck from an abnormal angle once again. The speed of his attacks was not affected by his large build in any way. At such a close distance, all Emily could do was try and block the incoming attacks. Nevertheless, the impact of the attacks eventually caused her arm to be dislocated, leaving her with a fatal vulnerability. Biggie noticed the opening and leapt forth. The tip of his saber aimed squarely at the left side of Emily's chest. However, Just as it was about to pierce through her, a powerful force clashed with the tip of his saber. That bout of force shook Emily and allowed her to withdraw from the battle. Biggie took a step to his right and cast his gaze toward the person who had intercepted his attack. The person who had done so was not particularly tall. However, the serious expression on that person's face could be seen slowly turning into a look of excitement. Lilith's eyes widened. She recognized the person. It was Sharp, and he had appeared in front of them without so much as a sign. Chapter 145, Pirate Biggie vs. General Sharp. Sharp stood not more than 10 meters away from Biggie with an arrogant demeanor. There was no hiding the desire in his heart. His eyes were filled with an eagerness for a fight. His voice, however, remained calm and there was no sign of excitement in his tone. "Let me take this, Emily." Emily had thought it was the end for her. She gave Biggie, who was not far off, a defeated look. This fight had made her realize that she was no match for Biggie. She might not know much about swords, but she could sense the murderous rage hidden within Biggie's sword. That alone was enough to chill one to the bone. She could tell that Sharp had decided to step into the fight because he could sense the sword's power. She backed away in a burst and disappeared from everyone's sight in a few leaps, completely retreating from the battlefield. Biggie did not give chase because he knew Sharp would attack the moment he tried. Male Karazhan Gorilla. Biggie mumbled. Sharp was no longer a human being in Biggie's eyes. Instead, he was now a male Karazhan Gorilla. His perception had changed due to the influence of Lilith's hypnotism on his mind. Biggie had no fear as long as the opponent was not a human being. He furiously attacked, and the sword in his hand, darkness, shot out several dark blades at his opponent. There was no longer a sword in Sharp's hand, but that did not mean he was any weaker. In actuality, he was stronger when he fought with his fists rather than a sword due to his gene level being upgraded at the same time as the cultivation of his swordsmanship. The day he lost the sword in his hand was the day he got the closest to the roots of swordsmanship. It was on this day that he achieved a greater understanding than he did in the years before. Spending a day in deep thought had cleansed his heart thoroughly, clearing the clutter in his mind. In fact, several military matters he had always regarded with high value were now of little to no importance to him. There was nothing that could replace swordsmanship in his eyes. It was only then that he finally understood why Van Arab would resign from his post as the army's marshal to join the Liberty Alliance. "Let this be my last mission." Sharp had made his decision. After his mission today, he would resign from his post as the Navy General. Support our web novel go.com. Biggie had attacked him while he was distracted by his thoughts. Biggie's attack was sudden and vicious, charging at him from a compromising angle. The attack point was lethal. Sharp's eyes lit up. Biggie's swordsmanship was completely different from his own, which was the path of slaughter. He could tell from Biggie's assertive manner that many had died at his hands. Sharp's sword was still lying in Bart's inventory. His primary power gathered within his palm and a cloud of white sword energy extended outward, clashing itself with Biggie's dark sword energy. Both sword energies ruptured upon impact and they both instantly dashed away, avoiding the lethal energy that was released from the explosion. They lunged back at each other at almost the same time even before the energy from the first attack fully dispersed, clashing hard once again with one another. Gilding could no longer see the fight between Biggie and Sharp through the video with his naked eyes. He could vaguely make out two shadowy figures lunging at each other before immediately pulling back only to go back at it again. This resulted in a horrifying effect of explosions that sounded akin to a storm, with thunderous booms filling the atmosphere. Such power. A few interstellar pirates witnessing the fight through Gilding's projected video could not help voicing their shock at the spectacle. This was a fight that had far exceeded any of their capabilities. Gilding was also quite surprised to see Biggie and Sharp on par with each other. Sharp was something of a legend and the extent of his power was godlike. Gilding had witnessed it earlier on Kunstlag. He knew Biggie was strong too, but he had not expected Biggie's strength to be of this degree. However, Sharp's appearance did not only mean that Biggie would meet a strong opponent, but this also meant that Emily, the other army general, was now free to wreak havoc on interstellar pirates somewhere else. Gilding got Neptune to search everywhere for signs of Emily and finally located her where the meshs were kept. She had taken some medication out and injected over 20 mesh operators on the arm with it in one go. Not long after, Some mesh operators woke up from their drunken stupor. The medication was a sobering antidote that could convert the alcohol in the bloodstream into glucose. Get into your meshes and stop those interstellar pirates from continuing their slaughter. I'll join you immediately after. Emily patted one of them on the shoulder. That group, which consisted of over 20 mesh operators, were well-trained army men. They got into their meshes quickly and rushed into battle. Some of those who had been caught previously had witnessed the power of the meshes and they were still fearful of them. Their attacks were useless against those meshes, while the meshes wielded the power and combat effectiveness of a rank 8 gene body in its prime. Gyuding, those meshes pose a huge problem. Besides Biggie, none of us here can break through the mesh defenses. Some of our gunners have tried attacking them earlier, but there wasn't much effect. These meshes were built with a special compound metal that makes them immune to gunshots. Ralph had reservations as he had witnessed the mesh's power earlier that morning. I'll take care of the meshes. Gyuding looked calm. He turned toward Bart. Bart, will you be able to stall Emily for us if she appears? That won't be a problem, even though it would be difficult to overpower her. But I should be able to hold her off. Bart had gotten his chain back. He knew that the army was wary of him ever since he defeated Sharp. They won't be falling for his tricks again. Besides, this was an open area, so he couldn't set up another trap similar to the one he used on Sharp. Bart's answer had eliminated Gyuding's concern and he proceeded to take his black mesh out of the inventory. Everyone was envious when they saw Gyuding owned a mesh. They finally understood why Gyuding said that he would take care of those meshes. This was because besides possessing immense power, only a mesh was able to damage another mesh. Gyuding moved his hands and feet after getting into the mesh to refamiliarize himself with the mesh's operation. He gave a jump and headed toward the enemy group of meshes. The army mesh operators immediately recognized the incoming threat when they saw a non-standard black mesh running toward them. However, Gyuding's mesh did not intimidate them much, as his mesh was no taller than 3 meters. Meshes such as this were usually made for agile movements and did not have much in the defense department. The army meshes were huge and at least 4 meters tall. They were specifically designed by the army to excel in both attack and defense. However, it did not take long before these operators realized how wrong their initial analysis was. Gyuding had rushed into the group of meshes and evaded several mesh attacks easily and with grace. He instantly appeared out of nowhere next to a mesh and gave it a hard slam on the waist with his elbows. The mesh's waist was badly dented inward and the operator realized immediately that his air displacer had stopped working. Gyuding's has made a precise attack, targeting the motor of the air displacer. With Neptune's help, he was able to see the insides of all the other meshes, gaining a clear understanding of every mechanical part and its usage. The loss of the air displacer gave the operator only about 5 minutes worth of oxygen within the mesh. This would force the operator to abandon his mesh. Gyuding did not choose to fight this battle in a violently destructive manner, as it would exhaust too much energy. There were more than 20 meshes after all. He had to use the simplest, most efficient way to end the fight. Just as Gyuding expected, the operator from the attacked mesh had frantically opened up the hatch to climb out of it. Gyuding ignored him and dashed toward the second mesh. This time, he targeted the wiring behind the opponent's head. These wirings were similar to the human brain and were used to transmit information throughout the machine. Once it was destroyed, the mesh will lose control and even disable itself as a failsafe. Gyuding's agility gave him a huge edge in this fight. Even though the mesh operators were capable fighters, their combat technique was pretty much at a toddler's level compared to Gyuding, who was trained in the ultimate arts. After dispatching a few meshes in a flash, he moved behind another mesh and gave it a heavy hit right at the back of the head. The wiring at the back of the mesh's head immediately burned and the mesh entered an uncontrollable state due to its malfunctioning. Gyuding showed no signs of slowing down. After taking down that mesh, he was immediately onto the next. This time, he aimed for the opponent's energy tank located at the chest. It was where the mesh's energy crystal rock was, which was used as the mesh's power source. There was a layer of a metal compound blade covering the energy tank. It would be near impossible for an ordinary person to penetrate the layer, which was strong enough to withstand an attack from a powerhouse with 100,000 points worth of cell index. However, Gyuding's mesh was able to enhance his basic attack effectiveness to 10,000 points. Besides that, it had also enhanced his ultimate arts level 7 by 10 times and a berserker conversion of 3 times the rate, making his attack effectiveness equivalent to that of a powerhouse with 300,000 cell index points. His mesh had been built with a stronger metal compound, and it was not difficult to crush the layer of his opponent's compound layer, especially with his strength. He dodged some attacks by a few meshs, and Gylding appeared like a phantom in front of his target. A soft crack could be heard within the layer of the compound metal when he punched forcefully onto the metal compound on his opponent's chest. It was the sound of the energy crystal rock breaking apart. This mesh had been completely paralyzed as a result. Ralph and the others watched incredulously as they witnessed Gylding take down 3 meshs with ease in the span of 3 minutes. Even Bart was visibly shocked, as he did everything in his power only to fall at the hands of the mesh in their previous encounter. Gylding's fight continued while Biggie and Sharp were still battling it out in a rage. The wild card Emily appeared once again, but this time, she was not alone. She had 3 colonel generals and 4 lieutenant generals with her. The party of 8 were speeding toward where Gylding's fight was. For the army, this was a powerful addition to the ongoing fight. Chapter 146. Robert turns the tables on the battle outcome. Emily had no idea who was operating the little mesh, but it was fighting the army's meshs, and that meant he was an enemy. She raised her arms to give him 2 shots, aiming to kill without a second thought. A normal gun did not work well against a mesh, but if it was used with a bullet of primary power, it would be enough to cause significant damage. Gylding knew this quite well, which was why he made sure to first dodge the shot before he continued his attacks. Emily was surprised upon seeing Gylding's unusual movements when dodging her shot. Those 2 shots had been carefully calculated and calibrated by her in an attempt to incapacitate the opponent. He would have been shot at least once no matter which way he moved. The strange thing was that the enemy had managed to evade both shots effortlessly. Gylding was starting to get a headache in the mesh, as he was aware that he was no match for Emily even with the mesh suit on, which enhanced his basic combat effectiveness by a few hundred times. All Emily needed was to land a single shot and he would be out of the game. He had planned to get Bart to take care of Emily, but he did not expect Emily to bring another 7 companions with her. At Bart's current capabilities, he can barely hold off Emily by herself. With an additional 7 people, he would be taken out almost immediately. Robert calmly retrieved several items from his inventory. At the sight of Gylding's sudden danger, they were 7 silver-white robots that were about the height of a human being. They had the same joints as a human. The 7 robots came alive the moment they were taken out. Each of them locked onto one of the 7 people that came with Emily and rushed toward them. Support our web novel Go.com. Robert turned his head toward Bart. They will finish off the 7 that came with Emily. Your mission is to hold her off for as long as you can. I will need some time. Bart was taken aback by this. This robot seemed to be from Gylding's spaceship, and he had probably never known of the robot's existence because the robot was not a member of the crew who was in charge of combat. Bart had promised Gylding that he would hold back Emily in front of so many people, and he had no choice now but to follow through on his promise. Tellus, he mumbled internally that if those 7 released robots were not powerful enough and ended up being destroyed by the army's colonel generals and lieutenant generals, he would be the one in danger. Gylding was relegated to dodging the bullets in an embarrassing manner under Emily's attack. It was lucky for him that he had managed to evade every shot Emily made, even though there were quite a few close calls. Gylding was slightly surprised when Bart appeared next to him. It was understandable for Bart to stay put where he was, with the overwhelming threat of the 7 colonel generals and lieutenant generals. However, Gylding quickly realized that 7 silver-white robots had taken them on. He immediately understood that this was Robert's doing. Robert has made full preparation for this battle. He had built 24 of these robots. Each possesses the combat prowess equivalent to a rank 8 gene body. They have also been programmed with the first 8 levels of the ultimate arts. It should not be a challenge for them to take care of those colonel generals and lieutenant generals, Neptune explained. When Gylding found that tides of battle were turning in favor of his party, he gave chase toward the meshs located among the crowd. Emily had given the order for the meshs to spread out and kill the interstellar pirates. When she first arrived, she could tell that when Gylding put on the mesh, his combat effectiveness could not be matched by the meshs on the army's side. Emily condescendingly laughed when she found Bart blocking her way. This is courageous of you. She had watched the video of the fight between Bart and Sharp, and she was aware that this was not a powerful opponent. He had won that fight with a setup and a little luck. Are you aware of how a high-ranking female officer such as yourself is known within the pirate circles? Bart sounded slightly flirty with his opening line. Sounds like nothing good comes out of you. Emily had no intention of listening to his nonsense and she took a direct shot. Bart's hand held on to the chain on his waist. His fingers moved slightly, and the chain turned black as it morphed into a spiral-like form and extended forward, immediately blocking the bullet shot by Emily. He replied in a slow and casual manner, "They say that women in the army are extremely passionate in bed." You may think those words sound a little uncouth, but it's actually high praise. Emily glared at Bart. Under normal circumstances, she would have been quite willing to participate in the conversation. However, this was a situation where she did not have time to spare. Besides, the other party was an interstellar pirate. Emily frowned when she noticed her bullet had been entangled in the enemy's chain. She fired off a few more shots, one after another, not allowing her opponent to take a breather. Those 12 bullets were filled with highly destructible spiral energy and explosions could be heard in the air. The bullets were ablaze as they headed straight for Bart, much like a meteor. The look on Bart's face changed when he saw what was happening. He quickly whipped out the chain in his hand, demonstrating once again the power of a weapon with demigod powers. The black chains entwined the 12 bullets within it. However, these 12 bullets were unlike the first one Emily had shot. These violently flew toward him and almost instantly reached Bart. Bart frowned and quickly dodged, but all 12 bullets exploded at almost simultaneously, generating a deafening shockwave. Bart attempted to dash away but he was not able to escape the shockwave, leading to him throwing up a mouthful of blood. He understood why Emily had immediately decided to shoot for the kill. After witnessing his fight with Sharp, this woman had become quite careful and conscious when dealing with him. Bart knew that his mission to withhold her could not be completed under this circumstance. Emily reloaded her gun clip after firing 12 shots. The gun in her hand had a capacity for 20 bullets and she had fired 7 shots prior to her battle with Bart. She followed up closely with another attack of 10 continuous shots after seeing Bart gravely hurt by the energy of the shockwave. This time, she aimed for his head, determined to take his life. The demigod weapon in Bart's hand might be powerful, but Bart had limited spirit, and the black chains had limited speed when it came to absorbing energy. Even though the chains were able to block his opponent's attack to a certain extent, it was inadequate as it could not completely dissolve an attack. He dodged the bullets erratically. Emily's attacks were relentless, and she kept on going. Bart closed his eyes and braced for his end when he realized he would never be able to evade all the bullets. It took a while before he became aware that he did not suffer any physical pain. His eyes popped open in surprise and he noticed Emily's focus was no longer on him. She was looking in another direction. He turned toward where she was looking and saw a metallic building close to 2 meters tall located where Robert was standing. There were a few cannon muzzles on the building that were pointing to where Bart was. Before Bart could react, a few more cannon muzzles pointed toward him. Those muzzles moved slightly upwards and locked onto Emily's location. The cannons fired unrelentingly, much like a thunderstorm hailing down toward her, and all sight of Emily, the gunner, was completely lost in the barrage of cannon shots. Bart was completely shocked upon witnessing this scene. However, his attention was quickly diverted when something happened at the other battlefield not far from where he was. The silver-colored robots had killed off all 3 colonel generals and 4 lieutenant generals in less than 10 minutes of combat. Those 7 robots immediately refocused on new targets as they ran toward the enemy meshs. Gilding had taken care of 5 meshs by now. He raised his head and noticed the metallic building not far away. What's that thing? Did Robert build it? That thing is called a battle fort, but it's just an entry-level fort and not very powerful. It can only be used to suppress an opponent with the close-ranged successive firing of the cannons. It can only cause limited damage to rank 10 gene body powerhouses such as Emily. Gilding heard Neptune's voice in his ear. The combat robots are coming over to help. Work with them quickly to finish off as many meshs as possible. Lily's spirit is reaching its limit and we need to retreat quickly. Gilding crushed the circuit board on another mesh's chest with a punch and said to Neptune, order them to collect their battle spoils and prepare to retreat. If they are looking for a reason, just tell them that Biggie can't hold out much longer and that Sharp will arrive in no time. The interstellar pirates began to retreat gradually after Neptune spread the news. No one was willing to stick around to test the army's limits. Emily alone was difficult enough to take down. With Sharp thrown into the mix, it would be a nightmare. However, the main reason they retreated was that the night raid had achieved its primary goal, which was to save everyone who was locked up. Adding on the fact that they managed to take out plenty of the army's troops, this was a big victory for them. The crucial turning point in this battle was Gilding and his crew. Neptune was the one who helped unlock everyone's chains, but of course, everyone assumed it was Gilding who did it. The one who helped hold off General Sharp from the army was Biggie from Gilding's crew. The one who had battled the mesh was Gilding and the mesh suit built by a member of Gilding's crew. Even some of the army's colonel generals and lieutenant generals had been finished off by the robots from Gilding's crew. Even though Bart was the one who held Emily off, he was not able to do it alone. It was Gilding's crew who helped suppress Emily at the very end. When Lilith got word of the retreat, she took control of Biggie and got him to leave the battlefield. Biggie carried Lilith on his back and made a hasty escape. Sharp was befuddled by Biggie's sudden retreat, but he gave chase immediately. When Biggie arrived at the harbor, most of the interstellar pirates had evacuated. Sharp hasted toward Gilding and the others when he saw them gathered, in an attempt to stop them. Unfortunately, he did not expect to come under heavy gunfire. His vision was blocked entirely by the dust and debris caused by the sheer amount of gunfire. The firing stopped after a few minutes and by then, Sharp realized the interstellar pirates had vanished completely. Emily, who had been continuously attacked by the battle fort, had her clothes tattered all over. She cried out in anger, "Damn those interstellar pirates!" Sharp looked at all the dead bodies lying on the ground as he gave a silent pause. "Let's request for backup from His Highness the Lord." Chapter 147, Neptune's Bad News. The angry, cursing Emily changed into a complete undamaged set of clothes and turned her gaze toward the metallic building still sitting at its original place. That was the thing that had stopped both Sharp and herself from victory. Just as she was about to take action on it, the metallic building suddenly exploded, and pieces of its debris were scattered all over the ground. At that moment, the words "request for backup" could be heard from Sharp, who was not far behind Emily. She went silent upon hearing it. Sometimes, members of the army would rather be defeated in the mission than request for backup. This was not because it was considered an embarrassment to fail. Everyone had failed missions at some point or another, but requesting backup was a whole different matter. This implied that whoever was in charge was incapable. It was not difficult to accept failure, but to accept oneself as being incompetent was something that most people have trouble dealing with. Let's conduct a head count of how many people we have left and see if we still stand a chance before making that decision. Emily had a string of hope in her heart. This is a failed mission. It would just be a waste of time to continue agonizing over it. We can finish the mission earlier if we request for backup. Sharp voiced his opinion. "I've thought about this. I'll bear the responsibility for what happened today. None of you will be implicated. Once this mission is over, I will resign from my post as general and leave the army to focus on researching swordsmanship." "Sharp, there is no need for you to do this." Requesting for backup might not be a glorified move, but this mission was always going to be a tricky one. His Highness the Lord would understand. Emily had thought Sharp's notion of resignation was due to the huge blow from the failed mission. "I made the decision to resign after attaining the new ability of Knife Heart yesterday." A smile appeared once again on Sharp's usually blank face. "Support our web novel Go.com. My post in the army was the most important responsibility to me before. It was something I had always prioritized, but now, this has become my new priority. I need to let it go in order to advance further." "You attained that legendary ability?" Emily pushed the question after hearing his words. "Yes, I have. It's an ability that I've always dreamt of having. I had not expected to gain it in failure." "This must be fate." Sharp shook his head and laughed bitterly. "If His Highness the Lord and the Marshal found out about it, they would never let you leave." Even though Emily had no idea how powerful this legendary ability was, but it was an ability highly coveted by all swordsmanship powerhouses within the Cosmos Seas. Clearly, it was a powerful ability to possess. "That is why I need you to keep this matter a secret for me." Sharp was willing to share this with Emily because he trusted her. "I can keep this a secret on your behalf, but you would still need to get someone trustworthy to help you take care of those video records." Emily pointed at two surveillance cameras not far off. "Oh, I'd have forgotten about that if you didn't mention it. This reminded Sharp of the surveillances conducted around the area. He lowered his head to look at the ground covered with dead bodies, and continued, there have been so many deaths this time around. Obviously, something went wrong with the decision-making of the strategy. If I don't bear this responsibility, young Walter's future would be completely ruined. It's timely as well. I need a good excuse to retire from the army. When the moment comes, just push all responsibility on me. I understand. Emily did not say anything more. She knew that Sharp had made up his mind and there was no point in trying to talk him out of it. Besides, by doing this, Sharp had helped Walter and herself out of a bad situation. Normally, all decision-makers would need to take responsibility, but Sharp was the veteran among three of them and had the most experience. His words carried more weight. It was likely that he would make certain decisions that bypassed both of them. This had given Emily and Walter a valid excuse for denying any responsibility. All of you, take off your meshes and round up the remaining number of people. Give them shots of sobering antidotes and let them have a good rest. Report the data to me after calculating the number of people left. Sharp shouted the instructions to over 10 mesh operators at a distance. They were the only ones left at the quiet harbor at the time. Yes, sir. Those mesh operators gave Sharp a salute and quickly opened the hatches to their meshes and exited them. They gathered together in a discussion and delegated duties before going their separate ways. After around half an hour, a young soldier appeared in front of Sharp. He was one of the few who was left of the mesh operators. Reporting, sir, that we have the figures. There is a total of 1,263 survivors, including those who are present. 822 people are unharmed while the rest are wounded with varying severity. The medical team is currently treating the wounded. Got it. Have an early rest, everyone. Sharp waved him off. Even though he was prepared to submit his resignation, it was still a headache to figure out how to write the report for this mission. The survivors make up only a quarter of what we had. There has definitely been a major miscalculation in the strategy. This is turning out to be a lot of trouble. Emily was getting a migraine because of this. Sharp could get rid of his burden and leave just like that, but his resignation would mean that she was the highest-ranking person responsible for this mission, and there was quite a lot that needed salvaging here. Sharp nodded. A special inspection team might be assembled to investigate this mission. It would become quite troublesome. Let's find a time to get our statements aligned without revealing something by accident, otherwise, both of you will get into trouble. By the way, is young Walter okay? He's fine. He had a little too much to drink and is passed out, sleeping on the floor. He probably has no idea what happened last night. Sometimes, ignorance is bliss. Emily sighed. That's just as well. You should take a rest too. It doesn't matter if you can't get any sleep. It will do good to recharge. I'll be catching up with some sleep too, Sharp said as he walked toward Golden Eagle. Gilding and the others returned to the motel after their big victory. The others had left and gone their separate ways earlier, with most of them escaping to another city during the night. Gilding checked up on everyone when they got back to the motel. Lily, are you okay? He was most worried about Lilith's physical condition. Being overburdened by operating with spirit had a worse effect than being physically overwhelmed. I'm fine. Neptune had reminded me before I exhausted my spirit. Besides, you guys ended the battle very quickly, so there was basically no effect on me. Lilith shook her head. With the help of that power-enhancing helmet, the side effects of her hypnosis had been significantly reduced. What about Biggie? Is he hurt? Sharp had given me the impression that he was much stronger than before. Gilding shared his thoughts. I'm fine. Biggie did not find any wounds on himself. Robert helped out a bunch this time as well. Thanks. If it wasn't for you, our mission wouldn't have gone through so smoothly. Gilding was aware that there were at least two situations that would prove to be a great obstacle for them if not for Robert's help. Have you gotten all your props back? Robert's voice was calm and emotionless as usual. It is my duty to help out as a member of this crew. Besides the entry-level battle fort, all of my props have been collected. I gave the battle fort a self-destruction setting that activates after the mission was over. I've just received bad news, Neptune suddenly said at this moment. I'd really much prefer good news, Gilding mumbled quietly. Sharp and the others have decided to request for army backup. He will be submitting the report tomorrow morning. Neptune's news was indeed a terrible blow to everyone. Gilding had thought this battle would have put matters to rest and the army would cease their attacks for a while. He had not expected it to turn out this way. The interstellar pirates you brought along with us had killed too many soldiers in the army. Their death rate hit more than 70% and those who survived make up only a quarter of their original number. There are two ways for the army to deal with this when faced with such a situation. The first would be to admit their mission was a failure and return to army headquarters with their tail between their knees. The second is to request backup and ask for extra help from the headquarters to settle the matter. Most would normally go with the first choice because the second choice would end up with them being looked down upon by others. Why would they report this to headquarters? They could have chosen not to say a word and continue fighting it out with us, even if it means taking us down at a slower pace. They have two generals with them, and it would just be a matter of time before they completed the mission. Gilding thought this would have been the more obvious choice. If their death rate was less than 20%, your suggestion would have been the best way to deal with the situation. However, this mission has caused them a death rate of more than 70%. If they had chosen to keep this under wraps and it was discovered by the army and the federal government, they would get into serious trouble. The federal government might have gotten them arrested and sent to Federation Court under the Crimes Against Humanity law. Neptune explained. Crimes against humanity. The army has too many rules. Gilding could not help complaining. It's just withholding information in the name of self-preservation. But one has to be pinned with such a serious accusation because of this. Lilith knocked on the table with her knuckle. Hey, this is not the time to be discussing such a topic. Once backup arrives from the army, they will be conducting a mad sweep over the entire planet, scouring every inch to capture every last one of us. When that time comes, we'll have nowhere to run. Neptune gave a suggestion. That is why the smartest thing to do right now is to leave the planet before the army's backup arrives. It won't be difficult to sneak into the harbor and steal a spaceship. It also wouldn't be difficult to turn off the sky shield and armor-piercing cannon. The biggest problem right now would be those interceptors. They'd attack any interstellar pirate's spaceship at first sight without warning. Neptune, can you disrupt the system of all three interceptors? Gilding asked. Those three interceptors are baby dragons. The army had designed this interceptor by modeling it after the mechanical civilization. They have retained manual operation for these spaceships which are at a much higher level than that of a system operation. If I conduct an attack on their system, it would not be difficult for them to switch into manual operations. The reason they had chosen baby dragons was that they had considered the possibility of us hacking in the interceptors. Neptune had researched the internal operations of all three baby dragons earlier on. If it is truly impossible, let's just spend some money to hire mercenaries to take down all three of those interceptors. Gilding suddenly thought up of an unconventional way of solving this problem. Everyone had only heard about the Federation Army hiring mercenaries, but this was the first that anyone has ever heard of interstellar pirates hiring mercenaries. Chapter 148. Destroy every interstellar pirate's spaceship. Interstellar mercenaries operate the same way as interstellar pirates. Both were nomadic organizations. Every crew had a different number of people that ranged from one person to more than 10,000 crew members. To put it simply, they were both organizations that operated with money as motivation, and they accepted almost any jobs that came their way. That was why it was common for interstellar mercenaries to be hired by the federal government. There were times when it was not convenient for the federal government to take action for certain missions and they would resort to anonymously hiring mercenaries to finish the job. This alliance has resulted in a complicated relationship between the federal government and the mercenaries. There were usually two ways for interstellar mercenaries to obtain a job. The first was to get a job via the Mercenary Alliance's site. The Mercenary Alliance would take a commission that ranged from 1% to 10%. In return, the Alliance would conduct point accumulations for the mercenary crew. The mercenaries were categorized into 10 grades, from 1 star to 10 stars. The lower the grade, the higher the commission paid to the Alliance. A 1-star Mercenary Alliance member would need to pay 10% commission, 2-star was 9%, and so on, with 10 stars being 1%. The second way was by getting a middleman to make the necessary arrangements by getting in touch with the mercenary crew suitable for the job. In this situation, there would be no need to go through the Mercenary Alliance's site and they would not take any commissions. If the middleman chooses the first way to contact the mercenary and announce the job on the Mercenary Alliance's site, the middleman would be allowed to state the terms upon accepting the job. Mercenary crews who were unqualified for the job would be able to view it, but to them, the mission would just that, viewable, as they would not be able to accept the job. The automated system will run through the selection and recruit crews that match the terms before they were able to accept the job. Of course, the middleman would also be able to set the number of crews who can accept the job. There was a setting for one crew and a setting for multiple crews or even an unlimited number of crews. If they had only made a setting to accept one crew, the mission would become a read-only status once the first crew accepts the job, and other crews would not be able to take it up. If it was set to accept multiple crews, a competition would occur between the few crews who had accepted the job. This was because only the crew that had accomplished the mission would be able to collect the mission payment. Neptune had easily overridden the planet's signal masking and connected to the Interstellar Mercenary Alliance's site. Support our web novel Go.com. There was a hugely visible mission box on the upper right corner of the site, which Neptune had clicked on. How should we write this? Neptune asked. Gilding placed his hand under his chin in deep thought. Let's put this down as the headline. Destroy all 3 of the Federation Army's baby dragon interceptors. Location: outside the ozone layer of the Great Divinity, right above the interstellar harbor. Number of crews for mission: unlimited. Terms for accepting mission: any crew with the capability of destroying baby dragon interceptors. Duration for completed mission: within 2 days, the sooner the better. How much should we put down for the mission payment? Gilding suddenly realized he had to double-check the number of credits he had. Neptune reported a shocking number. We still have more than 3.5 billion universe credits. This situation is a bit of an emergency. It's best to set a higher payment. This system has been set up to place the highest offer at the top of the list until it gets pushed down by a higher offer. The top of the list currently is an offer of 2.3 billion universe credits, which had been updated 3 days ago. This is a very high payment in Dragonsaur Cosmic Nation. Then let's put it down for 3 billion universe credits, 1 billion for each interceptor. Gilding immediately decided. The system updated the list automatically when they submitted the mission. The headline for the mission had attracted plenty of viewers. Who were the ones that submitted this mission? Destroy all 3 of the Federation Army's baby dragon interceptors. Such arrogance. Are they trying to openly challenge the federal government? An interstellar mercenary had clicked into the system's listing of mission headlines by accident. If it's listed there, it means that the payment must be really high. Click on that mission and let's have a look. The crew's leader was having a relaxing cup of coffee when he came over upon hearing the news. Terms for accepting mission: any crew with the capability of destroying baby dragon interceptors. Duration for completed mission: within 2 days, the sooner the better. Mission payment: 3 billion universe credits, 1 billion for each interceptor. Lawwell stared at the huge accept button below the listed mission and drank the steaming hot coffee from his cup in a single gulp. He turned toward the spaceship pilot. Can we get to Great Divinity in 2 days? The pilot nodded. If we head the right now with full speed, we should be able to make it. Although, do we really want to accept this mission, boss? This would mean going against the federal government. Our crew is on the wanted list, aren't we? What do we have to lose with destroying a federal government interceptor? Besides, we have 3 chances in this mission. All we need to do is destroy 1 interceptor and we'll have 1 billion universe credits in our pockets. There are going to be many crews taking up this job, but all we need is to make sure we get 1 interceptor. 1 billion universe credits. If we finish this job, I'll give everyone 10 days off. Lawwell thought this was worth the trouble. Boss, this is a great decision. The young man who was looking at the listing clicked on the button to accept the mission at the promise of 10 days off. I'll start the spaceship's engine. Let's gather in the spaceship's cabin in 10 minutes. The pilot, who was lying on the sofa lazily, suddenly got up and jogged toward the door. Many other strong mercenary crews had noticed Gilding's listed mission besides Lawwell's crew. There were even some mercenary crews with insiders' information who knew very clearly about what was going on in Great Divinity. A bunch of interstellar pirates are probably trapped in Great Divinity. The signal from the planet should have been masked. How did this mission manage to get listed? Someone questioned. There are 2 possibilities. 1. The mission did not come from Great Divinity. 2. The person who listed this might be that newcomer pirate, Gyuding, who has been making quite a name for himself. Hacking through a signal masking is something he has done before. He must be planning for a quick escape by enlisting help to destroy all 3 baby dragons. There is more than a 90% chance that this mission had been listed by Gyuding. That young man is not only bold, it looks like he has quite a fortune. In that case, should we accept the mission, boss? Of course. We are. There are 3 billion universe credits and it wouldn't be too bad even if we get 1 billion. Wouldn't this just cost us a few energy crystal rocks? This mission is just too easy. 2 days would be more than enough for us to get there. Let's go. A big bearded man blew a smoke ring as he removed a cigar from his lips. Gyuding's mission had become a hot topic among the interstellar mercenaries in less than half an hour. It had led to many crews who matched the terms stated to immediately accept the mission without thinking and rushed toward Great Divinity. Of course, such big news would not elude the army's ears. Marshal, a mission has just been listed on the Mercenary Alliance's site. A young man said as he projected an image of the site. Howell, who was white-haired with a matching beard, immediately knew what was going on when he read the mission headline. That brat, Gyuding, is really audacious. Looks like Sharp and the others are in big trouble. Send this webpage over to Sharp and the others. We'll wait for their decision on this. Shouldn't we send backup immediately? If all 3 of the interceptors are destroyed, won't there be higher chances of those interstellar pirates making their escape with Gyuding around? The young man expressed his concern. I'd like to send backup as well, but Sharp has contributed so much to the army. If I gave the order to send backup, it would be equivalent to me telling him that I don't believe in his capabilities. I can't do something that would humiliate him. It would not be a compassionate move. Just send him the web page. If he decides to call for backup, we'll send it over to him. If he decides not to get backup and lets the mission fail, then he would have already made his mind up about accepting failure. Let's leave it to him to decide. Howell shook his head. Go on with it. Let me know the moment he replies. Sharp was in a drowsy state on Great Divinity when he had received the news from the army headquarters. There was not a single word in the message. Only a screenshot of the Mercenary Alliance's mission listing could be seen. Sharp broke out in a cold sweat upon seeing the screenshot. He knew no one else but Gyuding could have submitted that mission, but he had not expected Gyuding to act so quickly. When he had announced his decision to get back up in front of the camera surveillance on purpose, he wanted Gyuding to know that they had no way of escaping. No matter what they did, they could not last long. He had not anticipated that Gyuding would come up with a winning move. Getting those interceptors to retreat was not a choice. Gyuding would realize it immediately. With Gyuding's capability, he would definitely sneak into the harbor and get his spaceship back. It would not be difficult for him to disable both the harbor's sky system and the armor-piercing cannon's control system before making his escape from this planet. The interceptors were the only guarantee to keep Gyuding and his crew on this planet. Without them, the chances of Gyuding and his crew escaping were very high. Sharp knew that this night raid might not be masterminded by Gyuding, but he was definitely one of the people behind it. Without Gyuding, those locked up interstellar pirates would not have been released. Without Biggie from Gyuding's crew, he would have been able to stop this tragedy from happening. At that moment, there was an anxious knock on Sharp's room door. Sharp, did you see the screenshot sent over by headquarters? Outside stood Emily, who did not manage to go to sleep. She was lying on a chair at the harbor entrance, thinking about how to resolve the current crisis when she received the screenshot. She had not expected another crisis to appear. Sharp opened the door. I know about it. Looks like we don't need to wait till morning. I'll write the report to request backup now. Emily frowned slightly. The backup from the army will not be able to arrive within 2 days, will they? Even the fastest spaceship would take at least 3 days to reach here from headquarters. Gyuding must have anticipated the timing and plans to make his escape before backup arrives. There's nothing much we can do. Do you have a better plan? Sharp knew very well what Gyuding was planning, but he had no solution to this. Emily already had a plan in hand. I thought about something before receiving the news to keep them on this planet slightly longer. Let's just destroy all the spaceships belonging to the interstellar pirates, even though we would need to return all battle spoils to the army's storage in accordance with army regulations and exchange them for funding through the storage personnel. but this is for the sake of completing the mission. We can put aside the issue of funding for now. Sharp nodded after a moment of silence. Let's do it. Destroy all the interstellar pirates' spaceships in front of everyone first thing tomorrow. Chapter 149, Goodbye, Grey-Faced Buzzard. The moment the decision had been made to destroy all the interstellar pirates' spaceships, Neptune was alerted almost immediately. Neptune woke Gilding up right away. Gilding flipped over and sat up. He watched the video clip Neptune had copied and said slowly in a grim voice, "They will regret making such a decision." After a moment's silence, Gilding said, "Neptune, inform every interstellar pirate on this planet that the army will destroy their spaceships tomorrow morning. Let them know that the army has called for backup, and the backup will arrive in 3 days. Tell them that we've managed to hire mercenaries who'll destroy the 3 baby dragon interceptors in 2 days. We will unlock the sky shield over the harbor on the same day and disable the armor-piercing cannons. When that time comes, it'll be up to them to snatch the army's spaceships and escape from this planet." Neptune quickly transmitted Gilding's message to every interstellar pirate on the planet. Everyone who received it was shocked by the news. The message contained very overwhelming information, none of which was within the expectations of anyone. "Boss, is Gilding's information real? The army usually doesn't destroy spaceships because they're winning spoils for them, right?" someone in Bart's crew asked. Nevertheless, the other crew members had the same doubt. Bart shook his head. "I don't think Gilding would lie about such things. He has the same aim as we do, which is to leave this planet. We're on the same side for this matter. This time, we dealt a lot of damage to the army. It wouldn't be strange if they made such an extreme decision. Besides, the few things Gilding mentioned in his message are connected. He said that he has managed to get mercenaries to destroy those 3 interceptors in 2 days. It means that he was already aware that the army had requested backup, and he's planning to make an escape before backup arrives for the army. The army is worried that we'll escape after these 2 days, which is why they are anxious to destroy all of our spaceships. Support our web novel Go.com. Gilding wants us to take the army's spaceships, but it's obvious that the army doesn't have enough of them, including the Golden Eagle. There are only 33 spaceships. On the other hand, there are more than 100 pirate crews here. How are we going to divide the ships amongst ourselves? Do you think that the other 80+ crews will stand by and watch as 33 crews grab spaceships for themselves? There will definitely be cases whereby a few crews will board one spaceship and make their escape right away before deciding on anything else. Under such circumstances, if any crew decides to take a spaceship for themselves, they'll end up being the target of other crews. Bart was an arrogant person, but he knew that the probability of a crew taking a spaceship for themselves was quite low. He was reluctant to share a spaceship with another crew, but given the current situation, it would be considered very lucky if they managed to escape. It was not the time to ask for more. If multiple crews board a spaceship, who'll it belong to? Please, can't you use your brain? The army's spaceships have serial numbers. They'll start tracking down their spaceships once we steal them. Then, the army will send innumerable powerhouses to hunt us down. Those spaceships are like hot potatoes we'll have to get rid of at the first opportunity. Keeping them as our own would be like courting death. Bart was starting to think that his crew of youngsters was pretty brainless. He was envious that Gilding had a good set of crew members. Boss is right. We have to take part in Gilding's mission. Once reinforcements from the army arrives, there'll be no way for us to escape, said a young man who seemed to be around Gilding's age. The man looked about 14 or 15 years old. He had short, golden hair on his head, and he looked especially perky. There were more than 30 members in Bart's crew and this young boy had recently signed up with them. He did not have a particularly conspicuous presence, and Bart did not even know his name. You are Ryan, right? Boss, I'm Ryan. A warm smile was spread across the young boy's face. Okay, Ryan. Tell us what you think. Bart was not expecting the young boy to come up with any substantial ideas, but the former was having a splitting headache over the matter and needed to hear from someone else who had a different point of view. There was a possibility it would help him find a solution to the problem. Ryan nodded. His posture remained confident, and he did not back away even though he was being stared at by everyone else. I've analyzed the situation. The mission might be dangerous, but it is our only chance. I say this because Gilding's crew and ours have the lowest chances of making a successful escape. Oh, and why is that? The young man's words has managed to pique Bart's interest. We are fearful of the army because of the two generals stationed here, Sharp and Emily, who are in charge. Grabbing a spaceship with both of them present will definitely prove to be difficult for us. They are both capable of destroying a powerful rank 8 gene body in a single move. For the mission to succeed, someone has to hold back both of the army generals. Nevertheless, the only person who can do that on this planet and keep the rank 11 gene body Sharp at bay, is Biggie from Gylding's crew. It has to be said that even he may end up being overpowered by Sharp, Gylding would never give up and sacrifice Biggie to make his own escape. That's why Gylding's crew might be strongest among us, but the probability of him escaping successfully is the lowest. The second would be us. Boss, you previously fought with Sharp and Emily. Hence, our crew's threat to the army is second to Gylding's crew because you almost killed Sharp. Not to mention, you killed many of the army's colonel generals and lieutenant generals. You also have that demigod item in your hand. Therefore, even though you might not be the strongest among the interstellar pirates, you're the one the army wants to get rid of the most. In other words, on this planet, you might be the first on the army's kill list. Gylding's crew may pose a bigger threat, but he's very skillful at hacking. Hence, the army probably doesn't want him dead and is more interested in recruiting him. It's without a doubt that they would opt to capture him alive and force him to accept certain terms and conditions made by the army in order for him to escape being jailed. Similar things have happened before. I believe everyone has heard about the genius pirate, Tyrant. The amount of damage he caused in the past through his actions is 100 times more than the amount of damage Gylding has done. Nevertheless, he was recruited by the federal government in the end. Bart fell silent upon hearing Ryan's words. The young man's analysis sounded quite reasonable. After a fairly long time, Bart said, "If that's the case, Ryan, what do you think is the best thing for me to do?" Boss, looking at the current situation, there are only 3 possible outcomes. 1. Will be arrested and you'll be sentenced to at least 300 years of jail time in accordance with your crimes. Consequently, the rest of us will probably be sentenced to jail for less than 100 years. The probability of this is very high. Not to mention, if we don't act in 2 days and the army's reinforcements arrive, it will without a doubt become reality. However, if we take action and fail to make a successful escape, the outcome will be the same. The second outcome would be us dying. Nevertheless, it'll only happen if we choose to fight the army in 2 days. That's because there's a chance Emily and Sharp would do anything to hunt you down for the kill. Third would be we successfully escape. It's the best possible outcome for us, but we can only consider it as a probability if we choose to fight it out in 2 days. In addition to that, we'd need courage and luck to make it happen. At this time, Bart nodded. So, the best choice is to fight it out with the army in 2 days. The possible outcomes may not look so good, but it's also the best choice we can make, Ryan said with a serious look on his face. A smile appeared on Bart's face. He was glad that he had finally found himself a capable young man in his crew. Very good. From this day onward, I proclaim Ryan as our crew's strategist. Bart's crew was not the only one deep in discussion after Gylding had put the word out. In actual fact, many other crews were also discussing the matter amongst themselves. As for Enleo and his crew, they called Gylding. Gylding, how confident are you in terms of escaping successfully during your mission 2 days from now? Enleo knew that the mission that would take place in 2 days was very different from the night raid. This time, the army would be prepared to fight them. It was an unprecedented challenge for the pirates. Gylding was silent at Enleo's question. Nevertheless, after a while, he gave Enleo an answer the latter was not expecting. I'm not. But if we wait till the army's backup arrives, we won't stand a chance at all. We have no other choice but to take this gamble. I understand. Enleo did not question further. Instead, he only stated that he understood the situation and hung up. Not long after, Gylding's communicator rang once again. It's me, N. Do you want to answer the call? Neptune asked. He knew that Gylding was not too willing to hear from a soothsayer. I'll answer it. Gylding nodded. Not long after, Mien's voice could be heard from the communicator. Gylding, I'm sorry to disturb you so late at night. I just received your message and did some divination. The results from my divination are not that great, and I foreshadow a disaster. Are you sure you want to go through with it? I don't want to end up in federal prison because it would mean I'll be back at square one on my journey. Escaping from prison wouldn't mean a thing. There is no other choice for me. Gilding told Mien the reason for his decision. "I'm fine with that. No matter what the outcome, we've decided to follow you with this," Mien declared his stand. The long night finally ended. Lilith and the others received Gilding's message early the next morning, as Gilding did not want to disturb their rest. They want to destroy the grey-faced buzzard? Lilith knocked on Gilding's door first thing in the morning. Gilding opened the door and nodded silently. He had turned on the video projection very early that day. In the video, the army could be seen making preparations. "Can't we stop them?" Lilith unwilling to let it happen. Although she had only spent around a month's time on the spaceship, she had many memories tied to it. "I'm sorry, there's really nothing we can do." Biggie and Robert also came to Gilding's room when they heard Lilith's voice. They looked at the video that was being projected on the wall. The army could be seen activating 52 armor-piercing cannons in the video. Each cannon was pointed at an interstellar pirate's spaceship. Then, at the sound of an order, the cannons were shot madly at the spaceships. The shiny gray-faced buzzard that still looked good as new was instantly enveloped in flames. The spaceship's recognizable outline could still be seen through the smoke of the first shot, along with red flames that seemed to be swaying on the spaceship. Another shot was heard, and a third shot was soon fired. Very quickly, the gray-faced buzzard was destroyed. Only its mainframe was left, as each piece of metal support that held up the spaceship's body was the only thing that could be seen. It looked much like a human being without anything but its bare bones. Nevertheless, it stood proud and strong. All of the other spaceships had been completely obliterated, while the gray-faced buzzard was the only spaceship that had its frame still standing. It was like a sturdy set of bones that simply refused to compromise nor give in. Gilding and the others could still tell where their bedrooms were and where the kitchen was. One could only wonder if life was playing a joke on them, or the gray-faced buzzard had chosen to end things this way. Lilith could not hold back her tears as they fell from her eyes. Biggie bit his lips as he silently watched the scene play out. In the video that was being projected on the wall, Robert was expressionless as he watched with his head raised. He did not move, but a strange look was hidden within his eyes. Gilding watched the frame of gray-faced buzzard stand solo in the video. He closed his eyes for a brief moment and said silently to himself, "Goodbye, gray-faced buzzard." Chapter 150. What's giving the army marshal a headache? A wise man once said that the sky is always calm before the storm. After all the interstellar pirates' spaceships had been destroyed by the army enjoyed 2 days and 2 nights of peace and quiet. Nevertheless, those 2 days were days many members of the army were the most worried about. Not a single person dared to touch a drop of alcohol, fearing a raid like last time would happen again. As for information regarding the interstellar pirates, they seemed to vanish along with the remains of the spaceships, as not a trace of it was left behind. Even Sharp and Emily could feel the strange feeling of depression and tension. They knew that the interstellar pirates would make a move, but they did not know how or when. That was why the army was so tense. As for the interstellar pirates, they had all returned to Barto. With Neptune's help, no one's information was leaked. They lurked patiently, waiting for Gilding's next message. Not far from Great Divinity, the spaceship of a mercenary had finally arrived. The 3 interceptors were aware of the spaceship's presence. They had heard from the army that Gilding had hired mercenaries. That was why they were extremely cautious. However, they could not just shoot any other spaceships except those owned by interstellar pirates. They could just be passing by. "The army is on a mission. Please leave immediately or we will have you evacuate by force," the 3 interceptors shouted at the Silverhawk at the same time. "Hey, we're just passing by. Don't shoot, we'll take a detour." A husky male voice was heard from the Silverhawk. It seemed like he was the spaceship's captain. "Boss, your acting has improved yet again," the pilot casually said to Captain Bigbeard. "Support our web novel Go.com. Hee, we're the earliest here. Every single one we take down counts." Bigbeard's face was flushed with excitement. The ship was just passing by. The 3 interceptors felt relieved after seeing the Silverhawk turn around. All of a sudden, one of the interceptors was shelled. Only then did they notice that the Silverhawk had 2 batteries installed on its rear. Having turned around, the 2 batteries of the spaceship were aimed exactly in their direction. "Damn it! These mercenaries are crazy. Not even the slightest sign was seen before they opened fire. They didn't even activate their energy barrier and fired right away. They must have done so intentionally to let our guards down. The other two interceptors immediately aimed at the Silverhawk to retaliate. Nevertheless, the Silverhawk had already popped open its energy barrier by then, and it managed to quickly dodge the attack. Interceptors had nothing similar to the flexibility of assault ships. That was the reason why each time they showed up, they would be accompanied by several others. The shell of the baby dragon is indeed thick. The young pilot noticed that even though they had hit one of the baby dragons with an attack, the damage caused to the spaceship was very minimal as the attack had been blocked by the spaceship's energy barrier. Nevertheless, they had come fully prepared. Their weaponry had gone through some modifications. For example, some of their weapons could now cause electromagnetic interferences. They could disable the spaceship hit within a short span of time and disrupt its communications. Under the fire of two interceptors, the Silverhawk continued to dodge. It was trying to look for an opportunity to strike back, but most of its attacks were inevitably countered by the stronger gunfire the interceptors had. Boss, it's a little tricky this time. The pilots in charge of the interceptors are not inferior to me in terms of skill. The one that just got hit will soon return to action, the pilot said grimly after having put up a fight. Retreat. We'll try again once the next spaceship appears. Big Beard decisively made the order to retreat. Just then, the spaceship's radar showed that another spaceship was fast approaching them. The spaceship was not too far away, and it was a gray-faced buzzard. Boss, someone's coming over. Looks like they're mercenaries too. They're flying a gray-faced buzzard. Fly toward it and get it into the battlefield. Big Beard waved his hand as he said, it's not that easy to steal from under our noses. Lowell, who was in the gray-faced buzzard, was a little excited. His spaceship was moving at full speed, and the journey could not have been smooth there. Lowell vaguely felt that the mission would be a success. As they approached Great Divinity, they found two parties exchanging fire. A Silverhawk was being sieged by two baby dragons. The moment Lowell saw the logo on the Silverhawk, he knew who the spaceship belonged to. It's Big Beard. Let us take a detour. Boss, they're heading straight for us. The pilot seemed a bit nervous. Damn, that Big Beard is evil. He's clearly trying to make us his scapegoat. Lowell scolded morosely. Then we should simply stay put and focus all our firepower on. Why isn't that spaceship moving? Let's focus all our firepower on that stationary ship. All right, the pilot said timidly after receiving Lowell's instructions. He moved the spaceship slightly before focusing their firepower on the motionless baby dragon. The baby dragon, which had not yet returned to normal due to electromagnetic interference, was once again attacked violently out of nowhere. Its energy barrier percentage dropped from 70% to 0% in a matter of seconds before it was completely under fire by the gray-faced buzzard. Not long after, it exploded into pieces. Damn it! He took advantage of us. Big Beard was outraged. He had planned on dragging them into the battlefield and was not expecting them to react so quickly. Instead of escaping, they attacked the half-paralyzed baby dragon. Boss, should we take down the gray-faced buzzard? The pilot could not help but ask. Our money matters more, leave it alone. Big Beard instantly made a decision. After the gray-faced buzzard had gotten rid of one of the baby dragons, it immediately led one of the other interceptors to attack it. Hence, some burden was lifted from Big Beard's Silverhawk. It's diverting some of the firepower. Good job, we'll strike back. Big Beard issued a new order. Boss, we did it. On the gray-faced buzzard, everyone had not thought that they would be able to take down a baby dragon interceptor so easily. Let's get out of the battlefield and leave. Lowell issued a weird order out of nowhere. Boss, we still have a chance. There are two more baby dragons. The others were a little reluctant. Do you think anything good will come out of stealing from Big Beard? If we stay, even if we don't get killed by those two baby dragons, Big Beard will kill us off. Lowell was well aware of the situation. Come on, let's get out of here. The faster we escape the better. Reluctantly, the pilot steered the spaceship around and fled into the distance. It did not take long before the gray-faced buzzard disappeared from the Silverhawk's radar. The gray-faced buzzard escaped. Big Beard had not expected them to pull something like that. As a result, his Silverhawk was once again under the attack of two baby dragons. Recognizing this, he immediately gave the order to retreat. Let's retreat first and wait for another spaceship to come closer." Therefore, the Silverhawk turned around and sped away. Nevertheless, the pilots of the two baby dragons knew that everything was far from over and it was only the beginning. Sure enough, after about less than half an hour, two more gray-faced buzzards appeared at almost the same time and violently opened fire at the two interceptors. Aware of what was happening, Big Beard Silverhawk quickly re-entered the battleground. Then, it struck one of the baby dragons from the side, causing it to go through electromagnetic interference. Instantly, the energy barrier outside the baby dragon vanished, and a bright fire was lit in the starry sky. Then, the three assault ships proceeded to aim all their firepower at the last baby dragon. A frantic barrage of gunfire poured out and it was taken down fairly quickly. At the same time, on Great Divinity, it was at the break of dawn. Gyuding received a message on his wristwatch. "Gyuding, the Mercenary Alliance has just informed me that the three Inceptors have been taken care of. They had videos of the matter verified and sent to us. There's no problem with them. I've checked them myself, and there are no signs of tampering," Neptune said as he projected the videos. There were 3 videos in total. Gyuding spent a few minutes to watch them and nodded. "Inform the others that the 3 baby dragons have been destroyed. Send them the videos as well. Tell them to meet up at the tavern not too far from the port." Neptune immediately sent out the videos as well as Gyuding's message. Many interstellar pirates were thrilled the moment they saw the videos pertaining to the destruction of the 3 baby dragons. It meant that they could escape if they managed to successfully seize a spaceship. The news regarding the destruction of the baby dragons quickly reached the army as well. Howell's face was expressionless as he watched the videos. From the very moment Gyuding issued the mission, he knew the destruction of the 3 baby dragons was inevitable and it would only be a matter of time before they were destroyed. Sometimes, mercenaries were crazier than interstellar pirates. Howell immediately got someone to find out the owners of the 4 assault ships and placed new bounties on their heads. Howell was in no mood to deal with the matter, and he was worried about something else. He had received a support application report from Sharp on the same night Gyuding issued the mission. The report contained a detailed and clear description of all that had happened on Great Divinity, including information about the death of nearly 4,000 army members. Sharp had chosen to take full responsibility for it. His reason being was that he had caused the tragedy because he ignored the bigger picture and insisted on challenging Biggie. In addition to that, Sharp made it clear that he would step down as an army general because of the incident. Howell was a bit skeptical about some parts of Sharp's report. He vaguely felt that Sharp was taking everything on himself just so he could resign. The last thing Howell wanted to see was Sharp's resignation because he had been molding Sharp as Army's next marshal. Sharp was the strongest and the most responsible person among the 4 generals. Additionally, he was the most experienced. He was the best candidate to serve as the next marshal. As a marshal, Howell often thought further than the rest of the army. Winning battles were important, but his top priority had always been maintaining the prosperity of the army. Hence, to Howell, others could be compromised for that sake. Howell knew that all he had to do was help Sharp weather the storm. However, the main issue was that based on Sharp's words in his report, his resignation was a done deal. That was what Howell was having a headache about. Howell rubbed his head and shouted at the communications officer, "Send these videos to Sharp." "You don't need to say anything. He'll know what to do." Chapter 151, The War Begins. Upon receiving the videos from the Army's headquarters, Sharp's eyebrows furrowed as he scrubbed through each one of them. "It seems like there's going to be war. In terms of head count and absolute combat effectiveness, the army had the advantage." However, the interstellar pirates were all desperados. The people in the army were different. They received a steady paycheck each month. Life was easy when they were not on missions, especially for army officials of higher rankings. If they were lucky, they would only encounter a few small-scale battles every few decades. They spent most of their time drinking coffee in the office. On the other hand, interstellar pirates spent almost every day being hunted down. Not one day of their lives was safe. The higher the bounty offered by the army for their heads, the stronger the crew. Nevertheless, the probability of such people being chased by others who wanted the bounty on their heads also increased exponentially. It was the same for their death rate. Once interstellar pirates reached a certain point, they would find it hard to increase their bounties. The risk of being assassinated was half of the reason. Hence, Fewer interstellar pirates with high bounties existed. Those who chose to be interstellar pirates were adventurous people. They were used to betting on their own lives and challenging themselves over and over again. They were fundamentally different from the people of the army. Those who chose to join the army were mostly people who wanted a stable life. If one wanted an exciting life, they could choose to become an interstellar pirate, an interstellar hunter, or an interstellar mercenary. Very few would choose to join the army. Support our web novel Go.com. Sharp became emotional looking at the youth that was more than 1,200 people. He glanced over them before speaking up. Be prepared for battle. The 3 baby dragons outside Great Divinity have been destroyed. Those interstellar pirates can strike anytime. Today, I will stake my honor to fight alongside you. Reinforcements will arrive the day after this and then everything will be over. While Sharp was giving a speech at the port, Gilding and his crew were gathered at a tavern. Nevertheless, within the next 20 minutes, around 600 interstellar pirates joined Gilding's crew as they headed toward the port. Led by Gilding, the group of interstellar pirates came face to face to the army and only stopped in their tracks when they were less than 300 meters away from them. Gilding, were you the mastermind behind the previous night raid? Sharp looked at Gilding, who was in the lead, as his eyes flashed eerily. Sharp was clueless as to why Gilding had so much appeal and was the one leading the operations. Among the nearly 600 interstellar pirates, many of them were veteran powerhouses. 7 of them had bounties higher than Gilding. In terms of strength, Gilding was not the strongest, although Biggie, who was in his crew, was undeniably the #1 powerhouse. There were at least 10 people who were much stronger than Gilding. I knew that people would die in that fight, but I had no intention of creating a massacre. Gilding did not answer Sharp's question directly. My goal was only to save lives that night. What happened thereafter was nothing I wanted to see. My goal is also very simple this time. I just want to leave this planet. Gilding's voice was calm. I'm not sure how things will turn out this time, but one thing is for sure: I will get rid of all obstacles in my sight in order to achieve my goals. The same goes for the people behind me. Very well then. Sharp was so outraged that he laughed out loud. It seems like Federation Prison isn't the best place for you. Where you should go to is hell. The moment Sharp finished, a strong force burst forth from him. In addition to that, raw strength began to flow out like a river from Sharp's body. Seeing this, the expressions on the faces of many interstellar pirates changed drastically. Just then, Biggie, who was beside Gilding, stepped forward. Drawn by bloodshed, Sharp focused his attention on Biggie, and the 2 powerhouses confronted each other. The others, who had only felt the tension between them, then realized their enormous strength. They were on an entirely different level. Sharp's right hand turned into a saber as white true primary power quickly solidified on the surface of his palms. With that, he struck at a speed that was hard for the naked eye to catch. In an instant, hundreds of white blades were shot out with a force strong enough to break the sound barrier. Like a huge net falling from the sky, the attack had a range that could cover more than 500 people. Biggie flicked his thumb slightly. Then, a black saber was drawn from its sheath and an undetectable thin line was drawn in the air. The thin line was like a ripple in water as it slowly spread out. The further it went, the longer it extended and the thicker it grew. When it finally collided with the white saber, its length was the same as the opposing attack with all its blades piled together. Break! Biggie shouted. The black thread instantly turned into a sharp blade as it penetrated the white saber net like as if it was cutting tofu. The saber net was torn apart without any resistance. A moment later, the saber net seemed to have reached its limit as it began to crack and vanish into nothingness. The exchange of abilities stunned everyone. Sharp could extend his attacks to cover a range of more than 300 meters to envelop a large number of people. The control he had over his primary power was indeed unbelievable. Biggie's thread managed to break and completely crush Sharp's devastating attack. It was enough to show how strong he was. Even Gilding looked on with envy. He hoped to one day raise his cell index to 1,000 points so that he could learn how to use primary power. Lilith was beside Gilding and was wearing a metal hat. Her eyes were slightly closed, and she was being guarded by Robert, who was beside her. Sharp had expected his long-range attack to be ineffective. In his previous battle with Biggie, neither of them was able to break the tie. Hence, he had no idea why Biggie chose to withdraw from the battleground back then. In his opinion, Biggie was the toughest opponent he had ever faced. Nevertheless, His understanding of swordsmanship had gotten more extensive throughout the past few days. Therefore, he thought that he had a chance at overcoming the challenge. Nonetheless, based on Biggie's most recent attack, he seemed to have become stronger compared to 2 days ago. He seems to have improved from the battle 2 days ago. Looks like it will be hard for me to resolve this battle in a short amount of time. Although Sharp was excited because he was being faced with an opponent that practiced swordsmanship, he was also slightly worried about the army's situation. I wonder if Emily can lead this battle to victory. Emily, I'll leave it to you. He to Emily over his shoulder. Just then, Biggie took advantage of the opportunity. Biggie appeared on Sharp's right in an instant and struck with his saber. Sharp reacted immediately by blocking the attack with his hand-transformed saber. Black domineering force poured out from Biggie's saber, and it collided with Sharp's white primary power. As a result, a destructive force was produced. Although the black force was unable to tear the white primary power apart, the strong impact sent Sharp flying in an instant. Seeing this, Biggie gave chase after hitting him. In the blink of an eye, he once again appeared in front of Sharp after a short pause. The former at this time had just regained his footing. With a slash, Biggie slammed hard on Sharp's waist with a crescent-like black force from his blade. As a result, blood was spilled. Sharp's pupils contracted immediately. It has to be said that if he had been hit directly, his body would have taken a heavy toll. Sharp instantly withdrew and threw out several strikes to suppress Biggie. Emily was shocked to see Sharp on the losing end. Nevertheless, she knew that if Sharp lost, she would not be able to win the battle alone. Hence, she had to get rid of the stronger ones on the opposing side. The silver handgun in her hand was not a firearm combat armor, it was a special handgun. It was not that she could not afford a combat armor. Instead, even a bronze-grade firearm combat armor heavy sniper was nowhere near the strength of her handgun. As for silver-grade combat armor, no one in Dragons or Cosmic Nation had seen one in many years. The only downside of the gun was that it could only carry 20 rounds. Nevertheless, to Emily, it was not a disadvantage. Setting 20 people including Yuding and Bart as her targets, Emily raised her gun and opened fire after confirming each person's position. 20 deadly silver bullets soon began to whirl with spiral force. Then, just like 20 tiny meteorites in the air, they drew traces in the air as they headed straight toward the 20 people including Yuding. At that moment, Robert calmly pulled out a strange machine that was the size of his palm. After a push of the button, the trajectory of Emily's bullets began to change strangely. It was as if they were being repelled by some sort of invisible force moving to either the left or right. Then, all the 20 bullets landed on the ground, leaving trails as they streaked through the dirt. I studied her through a video. She uses a special handgun instead of combat armor. That sort of handgun can only use one type of bullet. That's why I studied the material of her bullet casings and designed this magnetic field disruptor. It's capable of completely disrupting the magnetic field of an entire area and constantly producing irregular changes. As a result, the trajectory of her bullets will change as they're pulled by the magnetic field, making it impossible for her to predict where her attacks will fall. It wouldn't matter even if she were capable of performing complex mathematical calculations because the magnetic field includes that of the human body. In other words, it can deflect the bullet directly. Her attacks will be nullified against all forms of life that emit magnetic fields in this port. In other words, under the influence of this appliance, her bullets cannot hit any living person. Since this magnetic field was designed for her bullets, it won't impact other metals as much. Hence, it won't interfere with Biggie's battle and affect the operation of Meshts, Robert explained after seeing the strange look on Yuding's face. Upon seeing what had happened, though somewhat confused, Emily swapped magazines and continued firing. Nevertheless, the outcome this time was a lot worse. As soon as the bullets flew out of the muzzle, their trajectories took a strange turn and once again quickly landed in the middle of nowhere. Emily guessed that someone had to be using some sort of special ability to interfere with the trajectories of her bullets. Emily was not too alarmed when she learned that she could not use her gun. Instead, she stowed away her handgun and hung it at the back of her waist, reached behind herself, and unsheathed a gleaming dagger. She smiled coldly. "Do you think I only know how to use guns? How naive." Chapter 152. The Chaotic War. The war was about to begin. As soon as Emily made a move, The army's members behind her did the same. They rushed madly toward Gyuding and the others. Emily had made Gyuding her target. She knew that if Gyuding died, no one would be able to escape. That was because no one else could unlock the skydome and disable the armor-piercing cannons at the port. She leapt twice, rapidly trying to close the distance between Gyuding and her. Gyuding put on his black mesh and was about to confront Emily when Bart stopped him. "You're no match for that woman. Leave her to us and you take out the mesh." Standing in line with Bart were 3 other rank 8 gene body powerhouses. They had all stepped forward and were in front of Gyuding. It has to be said that all 3 of them were veteran interstellar pirates with bounties of more than 1 billion star credits. The 4 surrounded Emily as she came closer. Support our web novel go.com. Emily did not want to waste her time with the 4 men. Nevertheless, as she flashed past them to reach Gyuding, she found that her foot was entangled in a black chain that seemed to be trying to climb up her leg. Additionally, her strength was slowly being drained by the chain. Although it would take some time, she knew that getting rid of Bart was inevitable. "You want to stop me with just the 4 of you?" Emily said with a slightly disdainful smile. "Bart, I was going to get rid of you after getting rid of Gyuding. However, seeing how you've come to me, I guess you didn't learn your lesson last time. A few lessons from a woman that has such a nice face and figure isn't enough." Bart leered at Emily's chest. "You asked for it." Emily was about to attack when she noticed that her body had become heavier. Her movements seemed several times slower compared to normal as well. "What's going on?" "It's my ability to control gravity." A stubby middle-aged man bared his teeth. He was called Benter and had the highest bounty among the 4 at 2.2 billion star credits. He once killed a rank 9 gene body powerhouse with his ability to control gravity. "And there's us." Emily looked over her shoulder as 2 more voices came from behind her. It was a pair of twins, 1 man and 1 woman. Emily had not noticed their faces before because they were dressed differently. The twins looked young, but they had been interstellar pirates for more than 3 years. The older brother was called Sunny, while the younger sister was called Luna. Their family name was Berimindu, a family whose ancestor was a demigod, so they had very good genes. Basically each family member once awakened gained decent special abilities. Sunny and Luna both had spirits much stronger than ordinary people. After both of them awakened, their spirit levels increased by 20-fold compared to martial arts practitioners of the same level. In addition to that, their spirits could be integrated perfectly as long as the 2 held hands together. With that, their spirit levels could surge to about 200 times the strength of a martial arts practitioner of the same level. Both of them had chosen to become illusionists because of their spirit levels. Emily glanced over her shoulder and fell into an illusion the 2 had set up together. "We got her." Sunny and Luna noticed it almost immediately when Emily fell into their illusion. They smiled at each other. "Her defense capabilities are too strong for us to do any effective damage. I'm going to set up a seal formation. It's a bit complicated and it might take some time. However, once she steps in there, we can seal her completely. I pulled it off with Sharp last time and it worked. However, this time, I'm not going to pierce her heart. I'll chop her head off so that even if the spirits come, she won't be able to resurrect." Bart did not have a tender heart for the fair lady. Sharp's resurrection had made him determined to behead anyone he used the seal on as soon as possible to avoid them from resurrecting. Upon finishing what he wanted to say, Bart got to work. The other 3 watched Emily closely, worried that there would be changes in her body. On the other hand, Gyuding was deep in enemy territory. He was pretty much invincible with the mesh on. With the basic attack effectiveness of a rank 8 gene body, plus the 10 times increase in power from ultimate arts, as well as the 3 times increase in combat effectiveness due to berserker conversion, Gyuding's combat effectiveness was as good as a rank 9 gene body martial arts practitioner. Among the army people that had come this time besides Sharp and Emily, the strongest of the army's men was merely a peak rank 8 gene body colonel general. Watching Gyuding rampage through the battleground without a rival, 3 mesh operators decided to drive their meshs toward him to stop him. 2 of the meshs clasped Gyuding's left and right hand while the last one tried to smash its knee into Gyuding's head. Gyuding grinned from inside the mesh. If it were someone else, they would have taken the blow. Nevertheless, Gyuding had no intention of taking the hit. Gyuding immediately tore hard with both his hands and tore off the arms of the 2 meshs that were gripping his hands. The meshs that made rank 8 gene body powerhouses helpless were as brittle as a twig in front of Gyuding. The perfectly intact mesh in front of Gyuding came to a complete halt as the mesh operator inside it was stunned. Gyuding did not let go of this flaw. He leapt high and performed a phantom kick to the side of the mesh's head. With that, half of the mesh's head was blown away and it ceased to function. The other two mesh operators, which had their arms ripped off, began running around frantically. Only then did they notice that the black mesh in front of them was the devil. Gyuding mercilessly caught up with the first mesh and performed a steel fist to the back of the mesh's head with a force so strong the wind was blown away. The mesh's head instantly burst open and ceased to function. Then, Gyuding quickly turned around to chase the second mesh. After several leaps, Gyuding appeared in front of the mesh. Using his elbow, Gyuding crushed the energy slot in the chest of the mesh without hesitation. It took Gyuding less than 5 minutes to kill the 3 meshs. Gyuding looked up and down to look for his next target. Soon, he locked his eyes on an unlucky fellow. The guy was still attacking a bloodied interstellar pirate. He didn't seem to be in a hurry to kill him, he was just taunting him. With a few leaps, Gyuding dived behind the mesh and tapped on its back with his finger. The mesh operator turned around in surprise. He was stunned when he saw Gyuding's black mesh. Then, he saw his vision turn black. Gyuding had severed the mesh's head and ripped off the control circuits around its neck with his bare hands. Gyuding tossed the mesh's head aside and grabbed the mesh operator by his collar with one hand. Then, he pulled the person out of the mesh and threw him in front of the bloodied man. The bloodied man was a newly promoted rank 8 Gene Body martial arts practitioner, while the mesh operator was only a rank 6 Gene Body. He was barely able to put up a fight before the bloodied man wrung his neck. Gyuding opened the hatch of his mesh and threw the man a bottle of E-grade cell repair agent. Although it was largely ineffective for a rank 8 Gene Body, it was rather effective in healing wounds and stopping bleeding. After closing the hatch, Gyuding went after his next target. In less than 10 minutes, Gyuding managed to violently destroy 12 army meshs. There were less than 10 meshs left on the battleground. Then, he heard Neptune's voice. Gyuding, Biggie and Sharp are getting further and further away. Lilith is losing contact with Biggie. Can't Biggie come back? No, in his state of hypnosis, he can only hear the voice of the caster. He automatically rejects other sounds, so he can't hear me. Besides, Lilith is struggling to hold on to their bond and is unable to focus on anything else, including talking. I can dial Biggie's number through Lilith and get Biggie on the line. However, the main thing we need is for Lilith to order him to return, or else, we'll just have to send Lilith somewhere closer to where they're fighting. Then let Robert take her there. He should have a combat robot left to protect her. Gyuding was often felt worried when Lilith was not in his sight. Nevertheless, after seeing Robert's combat abilities throughout the past few days, Gyuding believed that Robert could take good care of Lilith. On a tower in Barto, Sharp wiped the blood off from the corners of his mouth. He smirked as he looked at Biggie, who was standing still and had stopped attacking. It seems that this is the maximum distance that can be between the little girl and you. Although I don't know the connection between the two of you, I noticed last time that no matter how fierce the battle got, she never attacked and only stood still. Nevertheless, whenever the little girl showed signs of discomfort, you'd retreat immediately. Therefore I took a wild guess your strength is largely influenced by the girl. Ever since the beginning of this fight, I've been coaxing you away from the little girl by pretending to be at a disadvantage and running far away. I admit that the method I used isn't entirely clean, but I had to do it for the sake of the army and the ultimate victory of this battle. It's the best way to save time. It's going to be hard for me and you, who are at your peak, to fight it out at such short notice. However, I have to get back to the battleground as soon as possible to win this battle. Sharp slowly approached Biggie as the latter stood still with ragged breathing. Biggie's expression was weird. He looked confused, lost, and even frightened. As Sharp got nearer, he raised his hand saber and cut Biggie's neck. All of a sudden, Biggie's breath steadied once again. Then, it was as if Azura had descended into the world as his eyes widened with rage. Biggie silently struck his saber at an odd angle, and a black thread stretched out to strike the back of Sharp's neck. Chapter 153, Crisis Everywhere. In the city made of concrete and steel, the two figures ran wildly across streets and alleys. The one in front was a robot carrying a girl, while the one behind was a smaller robot that was only half a meter in height. The two moved around really fast before stopping at the foot of a large building. There, Robert saw that at the top of a tall building less than 300 meters away, Sharp was slowly walking toward Biggie. At that moment, Lilith suddenly opened her eyes and looked toward Biggie's direction. All of a sudden, Biggie sprang into action without warning. Force from his black saber curled around Sharp's neck like a thread. Sharp frantically retreated. The black thread was like a ripple as it got longer and longer until it could no longer be avoided. Sharp once again transformed his hand into a saber and lifted it. Next, he drew a white, blade-like force from the void and dashed toward the black thread. Sharp knew that Lilith, the little girl from Gyuding's team, had to be nearby. That was why Biggie's combat effectiveness had been restored again. He originally thought that Lilith could not move in that state of hers. However, based on the situation at hand, his speculation seemed to be wrong. As long as their opponent could move around the battleground, then there were only two ways to defeat Biggie. One was to fight him head-on and win with strength. The other was to kill Lilith. Sharp looked toward his left but could not see where Lilith was. He guessed that she had probably gone into hiding and was out of his sight. To find Lilith in a short amount of time would not be easy. The only choice left was for him to fight Biggie head-on. After arriving at this conclusion, Sharp slowly closed his eyes and took a deep breath. The next moment, his eyes burst open and his muscles began to swell. His otherwise modest figure began to turn burly as an extremely powerful force began to flow from within him. He seemed at least 10 times stronger than before. It was as if a man-eating beast had suddenly torn its cage apart. When Sharp released his power, even Gyuding and the others who were at the port were able to notice the changes on the battleground. Sharp's powerful force was somewhat oppressive. Support our web novel Go.com. Upon grasping the true essence of Knife Heart, I sealed myself as a rank 10 gene body to avoid falling into delusion brought by its powers. I abandoned my powers as such so that I could comprehend swordsmanship wholeheartedly. In exchange, I'm now able to improve my swordsmanship rather quickly. The last time I fought with you, I didn't unseal myself to make it fair. Just now, I didn't relieve the seal at the port because I was worried that I could not be able to control myself and would cause accidental casualties. However, now that we're here, and seeing that plan A which was to weaken you didn't work, I can only go with plan B which is to unseal myself. This time, Sharp not only unsealed the power, but he also pushed his power to its limit so that he could defeat Biggie within the shortest amount of time possible. Sharp took one step forward. Then, without any warning, he appeared in front of Biggie. At that same instant, white primary power burst out from his hands. It has to be said that the primary power was at least 10 times more intense compared to before, and one could faintly see small swirls in the air when the primary power burst out from his hands. The swirls were a phenomenon that occurred when the air was torn. Sharp's hands moved so fast that they could not be caught by the naked eye. One could only see a white shadow in the air before they disappeared. On the other hand, Biggie's huge figure was instantly swallowed by the light. Sharp moved his hands frantically as if he was a chef mincing meat on a cutting board. Biggie was, of course, the minced meat on the cutting board. He was being pounded and sliced mercilessly by Sharp. Sharp's attack lasted for several minutes, and he struck at least 10,000 times with his double-handed saber frantically and aggressively. If it had been an ordinary person, they would have been cut into millions of pieces under the dense force. After making sure that his opponent was dead, Sharp stopped. Then, his figure slowly fell, and he stood still on the ground to look at the damage he had done. The building that was hundreds of meters high had been knocked down by his force. It was only less than half its original height. Not far ahead of Sharp was a huge, bottomless hole that even went through the building's foundation. Sharp had made sure that the building was unfinished and had no occupants in it before he chose to fight there. Biggie lost. At the port, Gyuding, who was tearing off the arm of a mesh, heard Neptune's voice. He frowned slightly and blew the mesh's head off before asking, "So soon? Didn't Lila and the rest go over?" Sharp has been hiding his strength for many years. He lived as a rank 10 gene body. His gene level promotion could be due to a build-up caused by that. Upon leveling up, he sealed himself as a rank 10 gene body. On the other hand, he improved his swordsmanship and gained a new ability, Knife Heart. Hence, the strength he has is much more than what's actually shown. His real combat effectiveness is way beyond his stats, Neptune explained. Sharp now probably has the power to challenge a rank 12 gene body. His previous attack caused Biggie to lose consciousness completely. I just connected to the wristwatch on Biggie's hand and activated the medical examination function. Although he's not dead, his body is extremely weak. Not to mention, his heartbeat seems very faint. Since he's unconscious, Lilith lost connection with him and her hypnosis stopped working. Under these circumstances, will Sharp take him alive? Gyuding was a little worried that Sharp would kill Biggie. He would kill him off while the latter was unconscious. Don't worry about it. Sharp won't kill Biggie. He's worth more alive. Biggie has the combat effectiveness of a general. The army should be interested in recruiting him. He won't be killed without any consideration. Neptune was not worried about it at all. Sudden cries of surprise were heard not too far away from Gyuding. Emily, who had previously been trapped in a state of illusion, managed to break out of the dreamland Sunny and Luna had set up together. The moment the illusion was broken, the two of them suffered a heavy blow to their spirits. Emily took the opportunity to dash forward and eerily appear beside Sunny. Her sharp dagger slid across his neck, and blood began to gush out non-stop. It all happened so fast that neither Bart nor Benta could react. Upon seeing this, Gyuding was about to rush in to help them. However, he was stopped by Neptune. The army still has 3 meshs left. Your task is to kill the last 3 meshs to minimize the casualties in this war. No one else can stop the 3 meshs. Go over and help them now. Those 3 meshs will do whatever they want on the battleground, and they'll cause a lot of casualties. When it comes to that, not only 4 people will be killed. Gyuding averted his eyes after hearing Neptune's statement. He zeroed in on the mesh closest to him. He strained the muscles in his legs as he sped towards it. It took Gyuding less than 3 seconds to leap as far as 500 meters away. With the force of his impact, Gyuding hit the Mechan on the head with a cross arm. The mesh's head became warped and it was instantly snapped off. Gyuding then threw the head high into the air before it fell to the ground and began rolling. Gyuding did not even look at the mesh operator inside. Instead, he locked his sight on another mesh. He knew that he had to finish his mission as soon as possible or Emily would cause a massacre. 400 meters 2 seconds, that was how fast Gyuding was going. Gyuding performed a steel fist and struck his opponent in the chest with a huge punch, crushing the mesh's metal parts as if it was rotten wood. Gyuding's punch went through the mesh's chest and sent it crashing to the ground. One last mesh. 2 o'clock, 800 meters. Neptune said. Locking in the position of the last mesh, Gyuding's black mesh once again moved. Like a black thunderbolt, it disappeared in a flash only to appear seconds later in front of the enemy mesh. Gyuding sprung up and wrapped his arms around the mesh's neck. Then, with a twist of his body, he twisted the mesh's head 360 degrees around. Next, Gyuding seized the top of the mesh's head, pulled it hard, and tore its head off. As the last army mesh fell, Gyuding tossed the huge head aside and looked in the direction where Emily and the others were. Although it had only been mere seconds, Sunny and Luna were in a pool of blood. On the other hand, Bart and Benta were still struggling, and their bodies were bruised. Gyuding darted out, and Emily thought he was going to attack her. However, what Gyuding did instead was to quickly pick up the siblings who were lying in a pool of blood. He did so before leaving the battleground. Emily wanted to give chase but was stopped by Bart and Benta. Gyuding opened his mesh and took out an E-grade cell repair agent. He poured it over their necks and injected 2 more when he saw their wounds beginning to heal slowly. Cell repair agents had a wide range of uses. They could be used externally, taken internally, or injected. Although Gyuding only gave both of them E-grade medicine that had limited effects, it was enough to stop their bleeding. Nevertheless, the rest was up to them to see whether they were tenacious enough to survive. Upon taking care of their injuries, Gyuding slipped back into his mesh and once again turned around to lock his sights on Emily. Emily smiled dryly in Gyuding's direction, her eyes blazing with defiance. Gyuding's eyes were full of anger as he thrust his black mesh's legs hard. His body sprung out like a black lightning bolt, and Gyuding slammed his indestructible steel fist at where the woman was. Chapter 154, A Bet. Gyuding's attacks were aggressive, and Emily was not one of those meshs with a hard shell. Instead, she was a genuine rank 10 gene body powerhouse. A rank 10 gene body mental cell index of at least millions of points. In a 2-star cosmic nation like Dragons or Cosmic Nation, such a gene level was already the peak of combat effectiveness. In addition, Emily had been a rank 10 gene body for more than a year, and she had a cell index of about 2 million points. Whether in terms of cell strength, primary power, or even special abilities, a rank 10 gene body powerhouse would always have the advantage. Even with Gyuding having his mesh on, the difference between them was still large. That was why Gyuding had chosen to attack furiously from the start, utilizing his damage stacking ability. Emily did not take Gyuding's attacks too seriously. She might not have been a mesh operator, but as an army general, she had a basic understanding of meshs. Dragonsaur Cosmic Nation lacked the necessary metallic mineral deposits to make advanced meshs. Hence, even if Gyuding had the blueprints to make an advanced mesh, as well as someone to help him make it, the mesh's maximum basic attack effectiveness would be that of a powerhouse with a cell index of 10,000 points. Emily was right about that, as the mesh Gyuding was piloting only had a basic attack effectiveness of 10,000 points. However, taking into account Gyuding's ultimate art and rage attack, his attack effectiveness was actually 30,000 points. Gyuding attacked furiously. However, instead of fighting back, Emily reached out with one hand and caught Gyuding's fist. Support our web novel Go.com. The scene made people feel surreal, as Emily's hand was not even half the size of the mesh's fist. Nevertheless, she managed to stop the huge mesh's thunderous blow. Emily stood motionless while Gyuding took control of the mesh and fled out upside down. The message Emily was trying to send Gyuding was very clear: your attacks have no effect on me. In fact, the moment news of Biggie's defeat came, Gyuding knew that they had lost the battle. As soon as Sharp returned to the battleground, no one would be able to escape. Not to mention, now that Biggie had been captured, there was no way Gyuding would escape without him. The black mesh instantly retreated to Bart and Benter's side. Gyuding said, "Leave Emily to me. Sharp will be back soon. Inform the others to grab the spaceships and get out of here." Gyuding's words were also directed to Neptune, who immediately sent the message to all the interstellar pirates. "What are you going to do?" Bart asked. Despite his character, "I can't escape. Biggie has been captured by Sharp." Bart wanted to say something. Nevertheless, he knew that no matter what he said, Gyuding would not escape without a member of his crew. Hence, Bart chose to run away with Benter instead. Emily laughed upon hearing Gyuding's words. "Gyuding, you brought some good news. Even I didn't know about it." "Why resist in vain when you know the end is in sight? Besides, those guys don't even know you, do they? Helping them escape and leaving your own team behind is not the sort of thing a wise man would do." "I've never considered myself a wise man. I only do what I think is right." Gyuding stepped forward, blocking Emily's view of Bart and Benter. "It seems to me that you're very foolish." Unwilling to let any of the interstellar pirates go, Emily flashed past Gyuding and went straight for Bart and Benter. Gyuding, still unrelenting, went after them as well. When the rest of the interstellar pirates received Gyuding's message, a large majority of them left the battleground and rushed toward the army's spaceships. Shortly after, the first group of interstellar pirates managed to snatch an army spaceship. Once they got inside, they hastily started up the spaceship. The ship slowly rose into the air while the armor-piercing cannons at the port remained silent. However, just then, a figure appeared on top of the ship. That person was Emily, who was in an army uniform. She shot out spiral energy from her dagger, and the army's standard spaceship was pierced in an instant. As a result, the spaceship quickly began to fall from the air. "Damn, that crazy woman won't even think twice about destroying an army spaceship." Nevertheless, everyone could see that Emily had jumped onto the spaceship when it was not yet even 20 meters off the ground. If it had activated its energy barrier, or been at a higher height, the spaceship might have been able to escape. Emily landed on the ground and saw the rest of the interstellar pirates rushing toward other spaceships. She was furious as she said, "Damn it, I'm going to crush all your hopes today. Nobody's leaving this planet." Upon finishing her sentence, Emily appeared right next to the nearest spaceship. Spiral energy burst out from her dagger once more and instantly destroyed the civilian spaceship. She then sprang up and down continuously. At the end of it all, not a single spaceship Emily had passed by at the port was left intact. Occasionally, Emily shot down spaceships in the sky as well. In under less than 10 minutes, all the spaceships at the port, except for one Golden Eagle, were destroyed. Seeing how Emily was so determined this time, Gylding knew that everyone was doomed. Emily stood alone on the Golden Eagle's hatch as she looked coldly over all the interstellar pirates present. The Golden Eagle was made of special metal, and only gene bodies who were rank 12 or above could damage the ship. Hence, Emily had no choice but to stand guard at the spaceship's hatch. The army had spent quite a lot on their plan. Hence, if they failed, it would mean that everything they had spent on the mission was all for naught. That explained why Emily had chosen such a resolute move. She was willing to spend more money in order to keep all the interstellar pirates there. Now what? That mad woman is standing on the Golden Eagle's hatch. No one can escape now. Bart was speechless. Just moments ago, he was about to steal a spaceship when Emily destroyed it. He was full of hatred for Emily. Gylding paused for a moment before he took a step forward. Emily, would you be interested in making a bet? As soon as Gylding said this, the noisy port instantly fell silent. Do you expect me to fall for your childish tricks? As long as I'm here, none of you can escape. Why should I risk betting with you? Emily shook her head and laughed at Gylding's words. Don't you want to know what the stakes are before you make your decision? Gylding sounded confident. It was as if he knew that Emily would take the bet once he told her about it. Emily silently stared at Gylding, who was in the black mesh. All right, I'll tell you what the stakes are before you make up your mind. Gylding paused for a moment, and everyone pricked up their ears to hear what Gylding had at stake. I challenge you to a one-on-one fight. If I win, you'll give up this ship and release my crew members. If you win, I, Gylding, and my crew, that includes Biggie, will join Dragons or Cosmic Nations Federation Army unconditionally. Everyone present was stunned the moment they heard what Gylding was staking. Many of them knew that Gylding's hacking skills were second to none in Dragons or Cosmic Nation. The federal government would certainly welcome the addition of his talents. Not to mention, Biggie's combat effectiveness was comparable to that of a general. Gylding's bet was indeed tempting for the federal government. The moment Emily heard Gylding's stakes, her heart leapt. The army would definitely benefit a lot by having Gylding and Biggie on board, especially since Sharp was about to step down. With Biggie's combat effectiveness, it was likely that he would be a popular candidate as a general. On the other hand, Gylding more than capable of being a chief hacker. The stakes are indeed tempting. However, how can I be sure that you're not deliberately trying to trick me to move from this place so that the others can grab the spaceship? Emily was still hesitant to agree. Besides, there's a chance you won't keep your promise even if I win. Isn't insight your special ability? Gylding opened the hatch of his mesh to reveal half of his body, including his head. You can check for yourself whether the bet I'm proposing is real. Emily stared at Gylding. She activated her insight ability and found no signs that Gylding was lying. In silence, Emily calculated the difference between Gylding's strength and her own. She made sure that Gylding had no chance of winning before she nodded in agreement. All right, I'll accept your bet. However, if anyone tries to sneak into the ship during the bet, I won't show them any mercy. With that, Emily beckoned to the remaining army members. There were about a few hundred of them. Come here and stand by at the hatch. If anyone approaches, attack with all your might. Don't hesitate. Why did you propose a bet when you have no chances of winning? Neptune was a little confused about what Gylding was up to. In his opinion, Gylding's chances of winning the bet were almost zero. Gylding shut his mesh's hatch and said, "That's because I don't want to be locked away in federal prison. I also don't want to see Biggie, Lily, or Robert, any of them, put in federal prison. Therefore, I have to take this chance even though I have no chance of winning. I'm incapable of saving Biggie from Sharp, so I came up with this method. It's the only way we can save Biggie, and it's the only choice we have to escape being put to jail." The men from the army soon gathered together and formed a square inches front of the Golden Eagle's hatch. "We can now start." Emily was slightly relieved as she glanced over her shoulder at Gylding. Chapter 155, Gylding vs. Emily. Now, above everyone were the stars of great divinity. White rays reflected off Gylding's black mesh under the sunlight. The knees of the black mesh bent slightly as it pushed itself off the ground and quickly flew forward, heading toward Emily. Emily stood where she was. Gylding's speed and strength were nothing to her even though he was in a mesh. That was why Emily had no intention of evading Gylding's charge. On the other hand, Emily was intent on fighting him with all her strength and speed in order to end it quickly. In a flash, Gylding's mesh appeared in front of Emily. However, in Emily's eyes, His movements were slow. Emily crouched slightly as she moved closer to the chest of the black mesh with her knife. According to what she knew, most meshs had their energy tanks located on their chest. If she managed to destroy the energy tank of Gylding's mesh, it would be the same as her disabling it. In order for it to be usable again, Gylding would need to replace some of the circuit boards around the energy tank. Terrifyingly strong spiral energy shot out of Emily's knife. However, Gylding reacted by twisting his body right when the energy was about to come in contact with his mesh. By doing so, Gylding managed to successfully dodge the attack. Emily was stunned by this. Gylding had not acted any faster than her, but for some strange reason, he was able to dodge her attack by twisting his body. The penetration power of Emily's spiral energy was strong enough to create a hole in a spaceship such as the gray-faced buzzard. What more, a little mesh like Gylding's. Emily originally intended to win the fight in one blow. However, she missed her mark. Emily's attack caused Gylding to be in a cold sweat. She was much stronger than Gylding had expected. She was far too fast for him to even catch a glimpse of her attack. Nevertheless, his long-term training in the ultimate arts had instilled in him the instinct of how to react towards such dangerous situations. That was how Gylding was able to dodge Emily's lethal blow. You're not only inferior to her in terms of physicality, but also in terms of gene stability, cell strength, cell regeneration rate, movement speed, nerve response rate, primary power, battle experience, and so on. Neptune pointed out that the odds were not in Gylding's favor. No matter how he calculated it, Gylding's chance of victory was practically zero based on the current data he had. Gylding did not disagree with Neptune's statement. Nevertheless, all Gylding did was to continue rushing toward Emily. Emily responded by moving to the side and then appearing right next to him. Waving her knife once again, Emily shot out spiral energy toward the right waist of the black mesh. Support our web novel go.com. However, just as it was about to hit its target, the black mesh twisted its waist once again and barely dodged the attack. After seeing it happen another time, Emily understood what was going on. She sort of envied Gylding for having such powerful fighting instincts. Such fighting instincts were normally developed by a special body art basic similar to the ultimate arts. Nevertheless, the two were completely different. Gylding was not too pleased even though he had managed to dodge his opponent's attacks twice at such close proximity. To him, it seemed like he was only lucky as he was unable to grasp Emily's movements. Gylding had been able to attack Emily in their previous fight because Bart had interfered with his spirit chain, and Benter had increased the force of gravity on Emily by tenfold. Now, it was a one-on-one fight. Those restraints that had held Emily back were no longer around. It looks like Ultimate Arts Level 7 isn't enough. Gylding was forced to react passively. He knew that prolonging the situation would only be a waste of time. Unlocking Level 8 will allow you to keep up with her speed but only barely. It wouldn't help much as you still wouldn't be able to wound her. Besides, you'll only strain your body with Level 8, and you can only use it for half an hour at the most. Neptune did not attempt to stop Gylding. He knew that Gylding would never give up without trying everything he could. I won't even stand a chance unless I unlock Level 8. Gylding was aware of his situation. It did not take long for Gylding to make his decision after his discussion with Neptune. He was set on unlocking Ultimate Arts Level 8. It would enhance him and increase his combat effectiveness by 20 times twice of what Ultimate Arts Level 7 gave him. Emily immediately noticed that Gylding had become faster the moment he unleashed Ultimate Arts Level 8. He had become almost twice as fast, and his steps were abnormal compared. The black mesh increased in speed as it charged toward Emily like a phantom. Reacting quickly, Emily made a slash to her left. The spiral energy that shot out from her knife was aimed at the joints of the black mesh's right arm. Emily was planning on dismantling the mesh's right arm. This time, Gylding was able to grasp his opponent's movements. Hence, he reacted immediately by taking a step backward with his right leg and bending his body toward the right. Then, he clenched his left hand into a tight fist and punched Emily's head. Emily was no weakling when it came to close combat. However, she was facing a strange opponent like Gylding who practiced ultimate arts. Hence, she did not have the upper hand. Emily had not expected Gylding's counterattack. In an effort to block Gylding's attack, she raised her arms. Gylding's first attack had a strength index of about 300,000 points. Hence, adding 600,000 points to his current attack, its strength was about 900,000 points. The attack was close to that of a rank 9 gene body's maximum capabilities. Emily was forced to move a few steps backward due to the force generated by the powerful punch. Even though it did not injure her, it still brought Emily tremendous shock. Gylding's mesh possessed only 10,000 attack points. However, it managed to create a massive attack that was close to that of a rank 10 gene body's attack. It meant that Gylding's unique ability and combat technique had enhanced his usual combat effectiveness by around 100 times. It was something out of the world. The fact that Gylding could enhance his usual prowess by 100 times meant that he would be able to make a great leap of about 2 levels while in battle if he was able to become a rank 8 gene body. It was not a strange occurrence for someone to cross 2 levels while in battle before one became a rank 8 gene body. That was because one's combat effectiveness could only be enhanced tenfold after crossing 2 levels. On the other hand, when one became a rank 8 gene body, one's battle effectiveness would increase 10 times for each level crossed. Emily could not help but feel curious about Gylding. She was eager to find out what strange capabilities Gylding possessed. It was only when Emily had been forced backward by Gylding's attack that the interstellar pirates realized how powerful Gylding was, even though his combat effectiveness was much stronger while in the mesh. Emily was a rank 10 gene body, and for Gylding to be able to effectively counterattack a rank 10 gene body, it meant that whoever had the mesh on was not too far off from becoming a rank 10 gene body as well. Gylding continued attacking after successfully landing a hit. Close combat was Gylding's specialty. Even though Emily was stronger than him, and she had enough destructive energy to instantly destroy the mesh in one attack, Gylding would not lose the fight as long as he was careful. Emily realized she was stuck in a strange situation. She was stronger than her opponent. However, it seemed like she might not be able to win the fight. Each time Gylding closed in on her, she would coagulate primary power in her left hand while she thrust the knife in her right hand at the chest. Gylding's black mesh. The spiral energy would generate within the knife and burst out as it was shot at the head of the black mesh. Nevertheless, Gylding cocked his head to the side in response, easily avoiding the spiral energy that was shot out. As for the attack from Emily's left hand, it did not faze Gylding one bit. He merely threw a punch at her left hand, countering her attack with an attack of his own. The moment Gylding's fist made contact, he felt a strong force move along his robotic arm. Hence, he quickly retreated backward and redirected that strong force to land beneath his feet, creating 2 cracks on the ground that were long and deep. Emily was not any better. She stepped back with her right foot, moving backward to negate the force from Gylding. There was a sore feeling in her arm, and she could clearly feel that Gylding's attacks had increased in power. It was not a force that could be achieved by a rank 9 gene body. Instead, it was a force that had a cell index of around 1.8 million points and most likely belonged to a rank 10 gene body. The force of Gylding's attack was quite close to Emily's own strength. This resulted in a huge wave of shock for her. How was it possible that Gylding could enhance his attacks to such a high degree? If it was not for the primary power within her left palm, she would have taken damage from Gylding's attack. On the other hand, Gylding was shaken by Emily's terrifying primary power. He had felt something blast the mesh's solid metal, creating a strong anti-shock within it. It was then that he finally understood why Sharp and the others were able to use primary power to go head-to-head with Biggie's sword. However, Gylding also knew that Emily had taken half a step backward. It meant that his attacks on Emily were not without their effects. Even with her primary power, Emily had been forced to take half a step back. It was proof that his attacks could potentially harm his opponent. Gylding became slightly excited upon this discovery and immediately lunged at Emily in another attack. Emily was beginning to have a bit of a headache with Gylding's continuous attacks. He seemed to be able to dodge her attacks each time. Moreover, every time he made a move, it was more vicious than the last. She also noticed that Gylding did not seem to be getting tired and was becoming quite fearless. Emily had fought with numerous opponents before, and she was well aware of how scary such an opponent could be. She frowned slightly when Gylding lunged at her. The fist of the black mesh quickly found itself colliding with Emily's fist once again. This time, Emily felt that the strength of her opponent had decreased greatly. Gylding's black mesh flew backward due to the strength of Emily's attack. It has to be said that after 3 rounds of damage stacking, the stacking effect would return to 0. This time, Gylding's attack was only around 600,000 points. Nevertheless, Ding managed to stand up and steady himself as he continued with another attack. The Mesh's black fist once again clashed with Emily's fist, but this time, Ding was forced to take only a few steps back from the burst of the attack. This time, Emily could clearly feel that Ding's attack had become stronger again. She could vaguely sense that Ding's ability was similar to that of damage stacking or additional damage. Nevertheless, there was a limit to such abilities. Once the ability reached its limit, its effects would regress to zero and the calculation would be reset. That was why Ding's attack damage had decreased. Ding was about to launch another attack at Emily for the third time when he saw a figure not too far approaching their direction at a high speed. The figure was not considered very huge. It was Sharp, and he was carrying the very large body of Biggie on his back. Chapter 156, The Target of the Dark Sectors. Sharp took a few leaps and was soon at the harbor. He dashed underneath the Golden Eagle where his people were and threw Biggie on the ground. Biggie's eyes were closed, and he was still lost in consciousness. Sharp did not bother putting a restraining device on him because he knew Ding could unlock the device in a matter of seconds. Sharp looked off into the distance after he was finished with Biggie. Two figures were speeding toward him. It was Robert and Liliath, who were on the back of a combat robot. It was not long before they were by Ding's side. Liliath looked worriedly at Biggie, who was lying on the ground. "You've finally caught up. That means everyone is here," Sharp finally spoke. He seemed to have been aware that the two had been following him, but it did not bother him much. "Biggie has lost the fight. That means you no longer have any leverage over Emily and me. There's no point in you continuing to defy us." Ding moved a step forward and his gaze fell onto Sharp. "I want to make a bet with Emily. If I win, you return Biggie to us and the Golden Eagle will belong to us as well." Support our web novel go.com. Sharp gave Emily an astonished look when he heard Ding's words. He had no idea why Emily would agree to such a ridiculous bet. Emily nodded and walked to his side. She whispered a few words into his ears and Sharp nodded, turning toward Ding. "Even though I personally do not condone bets of this nature, an agreement has already been reached between the two of you. There's no use in me interfering with this. However, if you end up losing, I hope you keep your promise." Sharp might be leaving the army, but he still wished to see the army strengthen further. After all, he had spent more than 20 years with the army, and it would be impossible not to be concerned for them. Besides that, the most important factor in him not stopping the bet was because he knew there was no chance of Ding winning. Just as Ding was about to make his move, Sharp and Emily suddenly turned sharply in the direction of the harbor, looking alert and wary. Ding turned to look as well. A large, long warship that was totally black slowly descended from the sky. The large warship was obviously a grade higher than the Golden Eagle. The battleship Calamity. It took one look for Ding to recognize the type of spaceship this warship was. Even the army in Dragonsaur Cosmic Nation was not qualified to own such a specimen. Only cosmic nations of 3 stars and above would own one. Calamity slowly descended upon the harbor of Great Divinity. When the spaceship had anchored safely, the hatch door opened, and 2 figures slowly emerged from the inside. Both figures were dressed in a peculiar, long black robe, which covered their entire bodies. A wide hat covered their heads, making it difficult to see their faces clearly despite it being noontime. They walked one after the other toward everyone on the battlefield. The figure in front had a slightly rickety physique and looked to be slightly older. The one behind stood a little to the right. He had a rather huge physique. Even though he was not as large as Biggie, he was still over 2 meters tall and had a muscular build. The army is rather ineffective in their work. "Do you need our help getting rid of these interstellar pirates?" The black-robed figure at the front finally spoke. His voice sounded scratchy and dull, but it was clearly heard by everyone present. "I hadn't expected anyone from the dark sectors would want to visit a 2-star cosmic nation such as ours. Is there anything I can help both of you with?" From the look in Sharp's eyes, it was apparent that he was on high alert as he had just identified both figures. There was a blood-red logo of a demon on the chest of their long robes. That was the mark of the dark sectors. The expression on everyone's face, including Ding, changed the moment Sharp revealed their identities. The Dark Sectors was the most powerful assassin organization within the Cosmic Seas. The first basic condition for joining the organization was that the person had to at least be a rank 11 gene body. Every mission consisted of a team made of 2 members. One would be the lead while the other was known as a shadow who assisted with the mission. The team of 2 would usually work together on a permanent basis. There would be the occasional last-minute change in team members for missions, but these situations were few and far between. Something big was bound to happen every time someone from the Dark Sectors appeared. Hiring an individual from the Dark Sectors would cost a minimum of 100 million universe credits. Anything above 100 million universe credits would be enough for assassinating an army general from a 2-star cosmic nation. Aren't you an army general? You should know better than anyone that the Dark Sectors never reveal their mission before completing it. The man in the black robe laughed sinisterly with a tinge of sarcasm in his tone. He looked Sharp and Emily over, and then turned to look at Biggie on the ground. However, his gaze did not stay too long on the 3 of them as he quickly turned toward Gyuding in his black mesh. You're Gyuding, aren't you? I looked up your information on the Skynet before coming, and I know quite a bit about your antics, including the video clip of what had just happened at this harbor. I truly admire your character. The tone at which the man spoke gave Gyuding a feeling that something bad was about to happen. However, admiration is just admiration. Our mission must continue. As expected, the words from the man in the black robe were not just a friendly compliment. There was no need for friendliness in the Dark Sectors. The man in the black robe suddenly pointed a finger. Give us that girl. If you comply, no harm will come to anyone here. If you resist, there will be terrible consequences. Lilith shuddered in terror. She had a vague feeling that they were here for her the moment she saw them walked out the hatch. I won't let you. Gyuding stepped in from the side as he reached out to shield Lilith behind him. Lilith is on my crew. If you want her, you'll need to do it over my dead body. The man in the black robe had expected this. Just as I thought. Although, the decision is not up to you. He moved in a flash and appeared in front of Gyuding's black mesh without warning. He smiled savagely at Gyuding in the mesh. He held on to the mesh's arm with one hand and flung Gyuding, sending him flying. Next, he clasped Lilith on the shoulders and carried her away as he returned to the side of the other man in the black robe. When Gyuding got up from the ground and saw them taking Lilith away, he charged madly toward them. The larger man in the black robe reached out with a finger and a golden beam of energy came shooting out from his fingertip, and the head of Gyuding's black mesh cracked in the sudden explosion. The indestructible black mesh was broken so swiftly. The mesh's head was destroyed and the mesh's hatch was not working properly due to the damaged circuit boards. Gyuding wriggled out of the mesh through the wrecked head and was covered with dozens of cuts on his body from the shrapnel caused by the explosion. His wounds might have healed instantly, but Gyuding's body was still drenched in fresh blood. He was breathing heavily as he forced himself out of the mesh. His eyes were red with rage as he looked toward the 2 men. Keep this up and the mesh's head won't be the only thing exploding, the larger man finally said. His soulless eyes were as cold as metal. The larger man shielded the rickety old man behind him, and the old man performed a karate chop on Lilith's neck. Lilith fell unconscious and collapsed and he laid her flat on the ground. A black fingernail extended from one of his fingers as he inserted it between Lilith's eyebrows. Gyuding could no longer hold himself back upon witnessing this scene. Gyuding, don't be brash. You'll get yourself killed. We'll think of some other way. Neptune quickly tried to talk him out of it. It had immediately analyzed from the attack that the larger man, who was the shadow, was a rank 12 gene body. This meant that the lead, who was the rickety old man, had to be above a rank 12 gene body. Gyuding would immediately be killed if he went head-to-head with someone so powerful. He had been able to go up against Emily because of the mesh. Now that the mesh was destroyed, Gyuding was but a rank 3 gene body. As for his ability of Absolute Seal, it could only be used after half a month. Besides, even if he did manage to seal one of them, the other would still be powerful enough to kill everyone on this harbor. At this moment, Robert appeared at Gyuding's side as well. Gyuding, calm down. I have a plan. I've just communicated with Neptune in a different communication mode, and we think this might work. Right then, The black calamity suddenly yet slowly ascended into the sky. The two black-robed members from the dark sectors were taken aback as they looked up toward the spaceship. There was no third member on this mission. 11. Neptune was whispering into Gylding's ear while all this was going on, and Gylding finally managed to calm himself down. But the fury in his eyes was still visible. Listen to me, both of you. Bring Lilith back immediately or I'll unleash Calamity's particle annihilation cannon and bury everyone in the city and harbor here with me. That includes both of you, the whole army, and all of us as well. No one will live. Gylding's voice was cold yet determined. He, little boy, I did not expect you to be so reckless. The expression on the rickety old man's face changed, but he immediately laughed. I've always been known to mean what I say. Gylding gave him a death stare and the Calamity's cannon pointed at the ground from the sky. Energy started to gather within the cannon. The rickety old man had never thought that he would be threatened by this young brat. His eyeballs twisted and looked around for a few times before finally removing the black nail on his right index finger from between Lilith's eyebrows. Fine, I'll return her to you. Although, I'd like to let you know that she has been poisoned by me and will only live for 10 days at the most. If the deal between my boss and a certain someone goes smoothly, I'll search for you and give her an antidote after 7 days. If I don't appear after 7 days, that means the deal has gone sour with our boss and this little wench will pay the price for it. The rickety old man threw Lilith toward them after the warning and Gylding caught her in his arms. Now, can we have our spaceship back? Neptune finally allowed the spaceship to descend and the two men left without looking back as they steered the spaceship away from Great Divinity. Gylding turned toward Sharp while carrying Lilith in his arms. Release Biggie and let us leave Great Divinity. Chapter 157, Gylding the local tycoon. Sharp went silent when he heard Gylding's words. He did not take kindly to threats, especially coming from Gylding. But he knew what that look in Gylding's eyes meant. If you do not allow me to leave, I will take control of your Golden Eagle and wreak havoc on this planet. In one night, dozens of cities will be destroyed, and billions will lose their lives. Let them go. A voice could be heard from afar. Sharp and Gylding looked toward the direction. It was a long-bearded old man in a wheelchair. Both Sharp and Gylding recognized him. It was Niseth. Elder, Sharp and Emily called out respectfully. The federal government had always been polite to the Holy Gospel tribe because they had helped the federal government out of multiple crises. Both of you know very well what the consequence would be of not allowing him to leave. You're just not willing to admit it. Niseth looked toward Gylding, whose eyes were filled with misery. Niseth looked back at Sharp and Emily as he continued, if a huge massacre occurs on this planet, it won't be something that Sharp could handle all alone. The army's backup will be arriving tomorrow. Emily was not about to give up just like that. I told Howell from the very start not to approve this mission, but he told me that the army did not expect to capture every single target in this mission. All he wanted was to catch a few who had made a little name for themselves to show some results to the Fey Cosmic Nation. This has been a mistake from the very beginning, but the situation has gotten out of hand under your leadership. If you continue on this path, it will only lead to an irredeemable end. I am here to salvage the situation because I can't allow this to continue. Niseth had predicted this result from the start. It would not benefit either of you if this deadlock situation continues. Not only that, according to one of the future possibilities I've foreseen, all the interstellar pirates here will be annihilated, including Gylding's crew, once the army's backup arrives. However, all the army's spaceships would end up under the control of some unknown power, which will conduct a psychotic attack on the entire planet. This planet, including all of you and the army's backup, will end up accompanying Gylding to the realm of death on the same night. No one will make it out alive. Even though I have no idea how Gylding achieves this, this ending is concrete. Support our web novel Go.com. Gylding could only sneer at this. If he and the rest of his crew were dead, Neptune would definitely go crazy trying to avenge them. Sharp and Emily looked at Gylding disbelievingly when they heard Niseth's words. I understand, but we won't be able to explain why we allowed them to leave so easily. We have lost at least 1 billion universe credits in this battle, including the compensation to the families of our fallen soldiers and the destroyed spaceships, as well as the compensation for the business organizations that had made a loss. Sharp knew the huge financial loss from this mission alone would cause His Highness the Lord and the Marshal to break into a rage, much less failing the mission. A billion universe credits should be doable for you. Am I right, Gyuding? Niseth looked at Gyuding. Niseth had, after all, spent more than 10 billion universe credits on that staff. If I compensate you, would you agree to let everyone here leave safely? No one else knew that Gyuding was that rich. Even the Lord of Dragons or Cosmic Nation did not make more than 200 million universe credits in annual income. He would have to save everything for at least 7 to 8 years to have a billion universe credits after deducting his spending. Gyuding had just started being a pirate less than half a year ago, yet he has already amassed so much money. Many were starting to get suspicious of who Gyuding really was. Niseth was the only one who knew how Gyuding got the money, but he was not planning on revealing the truth to anybody. As the elder just mentioned, we have no other choice. You can take the Golden Eagle and fly to a nearby planet. Anchor her at the harbor and find yourselves another spaceship. Don't even think about leaving with the Golden Eagle. That spaceship has been serialized by the army and we are fully capable of tracking her down. Besides, that is my personal spaceship. I'm only lending it to you. Don't you dare damage any internal parts. Sell the Golden Eagle to me. Gyuding's words once again shocked everyone as their jaws dropped. Even a Golden Eagle with little to no upgrades was worth at least a billion universe credits on the market. Sharp's spaceship might be showing its years, but it still would not be cheap taking it off Sharp's hands. I've checked the information. His spaceship's model had been retired by the army 13 years ago and was manufactured 33 years ago. Sharp bought it at half the price 10 years ago, which was 500 million universe credits. He had bought it via installment and has owned it for almost 10 years. To date, he has only paid less than 300 million for it. Once he resigns from his post, he would no longer be able to make payment for the subsequent installments. At most, the army would only refund him half the payment he has made previously. That is why he would probably want to sell that spaceship of his. Neptune had quickly obtained the information on Golden Eagle. Sure. If you want to purchase it, it would be 800 million universe credits. For the past few days, Sharp had been contemplating how best to sell the spaceship for at least 600 million universe credits. Now that Gyuding had expressed interest, he intentionally added 200 million to the original amount. Everyone had thought Sharp would decline Gyuding's proposal without hesitation, especially those from the army. They knew Sharp loved the spaceship and it would be impossible for him to sell it. They had never expected Sharp to name a price immediately. Do you think it's right for you to buy this for 500 million, only to sell it to me for 800 million? Gyuding blinked and stared at Sharp. He continued saying, besides, this ship is 33 years old and is poorly configured. It was sold for only a billion universe credits back then, and it's not even a first-generation model. There's no memorabilia value to it at all. It would cost me only a billion universe credits to buy myself a new ship, or search for one in the black market that would cost me only 600 or 700 million. How much would you pay for it then? Sharp went red in the face. He was never good at haggling. 6.5. Gyuding stared straight into Sharp's eyes. He knew this price was within the range Sharp was willing to accept. 6.7. Sharp tried to add on a year's worth of salary onto Gyuding's offer even though he was not entirely sure if Gyuding would agree. Deal. Gyuding was not in the mood to continue haggling when Liliath was in this condition. Moreover, Liliath had always taken charge when it came to haggling for any purchase they made. You should be able to solve the issue of the army's serialized mark on your own, right? Also, you need to repaint the ship. If I ever catch wind of you misusing the army's logo to deceive or swindle others, I will make sure to hunt you down. Sharp gave a longing look at the Golden Eagle, which had been with him for decades. The spaceship still bore the Dragons or Cosmic Nation's army mark. Sporting the army's logo while entering Border River will bring me nothing but trouble. Gyuding had heard long ago that the Border River was filled with a mixed variety of characters, many of whom were not fond of the army. Some of them would even try to provoke the army unnecessarily. The interstellar pirates, including Bart, looked worriedly at Gyuding when they saw him purchase the Golden Eagle. If Gyuding did not take them away with him, the only thing waiting for them the next morning would be incarceration. Gyuding got Neptune to transfer 1.67 billion into a designated account provided by Sharp. After that, he turned toward everyone while waving his hand. Everyone, Get onto the spaceship. Robert had gotten a combat robot to carry Biggie onto the spaceship. Just as Bart was about to board the ship, Sharp suddenly appeared in front of him. Hey, I think you've forgotten something. Bart was taken aback, but later unwillingly took Sharp's sword out of the inventory on his ring, throwing it at Sharp. Sharp stepped aside after getting his sword back. Nyseth called out to Gylding when he saw him turn to leave. Gylding, there is a planet with a large temple within the border river. Look for a man with holy scriptures tattooed all over his body on that planet. He should be able to help Liliath. Gylding turned back when he heard Nyseth's words and bowed slightly at Nyseth. Thank you very much. Neptune started searching for more information upon hearing Nyseth's suggestion. Very soon, they found the planet Nyseth was referring to. It was called Tampa. They would be able to reach there in about 2 days with Golden Eagle's speed. Gylding closed the door to the hatch when they go onto the spaceship. He placed Liliath onto the sofa and retrieved a blood sample from her arm, handing it over to Neptune for analysis. After completing this, he stood up and looked at the hundreds of interstellar pirates housed within the ship's large cabin. I'll be taking everyone to the nearest administrative planet. You may go your separate ways there. Judging by the current situation, the safest bet would be to escape into the border river. I expect the backup army would continue the hunt for everyone here once they arrive tomorrow. The Golden Eagle left the harbor of Great Divinity as quickly as it could. Sharp felt sad seeing the Golden Eagle leave, but he had also noticed that Nyseth was still there in his wheelchair. He could not help asking, Elder, why are you still on this planet after so many days? Nyseth looked at them both with an upset expression. I can't believe you would ask me this question. I've been taking part in the auction until the very last day when you sealed up the harbor on the night the auction ended. It was impossible for me to leave. Not only that, but this young lady had also damaged my white Gyrfalcons and I have no idea if it is repairable. I plan to leave with both of you tomorrow and make a visit to the Army's headquarters. Elder, what do you need from headquarters? Emily asked carefully. She was worried Nyseth would make a complaint about her to the Marshal. Nyseth replied in feigned anger. To explain what happened today, of course. What do you think I plan on doing? Complain about both of you brazenly over a spaceship? It's not something I would do. Even if I did, most Howell would do is reprimand both of you in front of me. He is a complete cheapskate. There would be no chance of him compensating me with a single cent for spaceship repairs. Sharp and Emily said nothing in reply, but they were both sniggering in their hearts. Cheapskate is truly the best word to describe their Marshal. Chapter 158, Biggie has awakened. Less than an hour after leaving Great Divinity, Neptune anchored Golden Eagle at the nearest administrative planet. Bart and the other interstellar pirates poured out of Golden Eagle in utter disarray. Many at the harbor thought they were criminal escapees running from the Golden Eagle. Robert spent only a few minutes on painting portions of the white spaceship into a gold color. The entire ship looked quite modern, being interspersed with white and gold. The Army's logo had been completely painted over. Neptune wiped off the Army's serial number easily. The whole process took less than 5 seconds. When Bart and the others noticed Robert painting the spaceship, they realized that this little robot, who was only half a meter tall, was the mechanic on Gylding's ship. The process of painting the ship required special treatment of the metal on the spaceship's surface by reconfiguring the atomic structure of the metal to obtain the desired effect. Only a professional mechanic would be able to conduct a painting job such as this. However, Golden Eagle was a large spaceship and it would take several mechanics a few hours to finish the job. Despite this, Bart witnessed Robert use less than a few minutes to finish more than 60% of the paint job. He grew envious of Gylding again. How wonderful it must be to have such a capable crew member. The Golden Eagle only stayed at the harbor for a few minutes. When the paint job was done, it left the harbor. Bart, it looks like your place as the newcomer king won't last much longer. And Luo made an unwelcome appearance and patted Bart on the shoulder. He had always been a friendly person. Support our web novel Go.com. Bart glared at him but did not retort. He knew that the bounty of their groups of pirates would immediately increase once Sharp and Emily returned to Army headquarters. Gylding's increase would be the highest and there was no doubt it would overtake his. Bart had a feeling that once Gylding entered the cosmic sea, he would make big waves in that vast ocean in space. Back on the Golden Eagle, Neptune's analysis of Liliath's blood results was completed. This poison is a new type of synthetic poison that has never been recorded in my databank, but according to my analysis, a major ingredient of the poison is human fluid. It must be that man's special ability to convert his fluid into poison. Under such circumstances, only the poison antibodies in that man's body would be able to cure Lilioth. Another way to counter this is to harvest the antibodies from the body of someone who has the absolute immunity trait. However, there aren't many who possess such a unique trait. The chances of finding this person are very slim. I do have some good news though. This poison spreads slowly through the nerves in the brain. If the brain activity is lowered, it will slow down the spread of the poison. It would normally take around a week or so to spread throughout Lily's brain, but if her brain activity is kept to a minimum, we will be able to keep Lily alive for much longer than that. Wouldn't it be dangerous to lower her brain activity? Gilding voiced his worry. Neptune was highly confident about this. I was planning to use the simplest quick freeze technology. There is detailed information stored in my databank. In addition to that, with Robert's high accuracy in execution, I don't think there would be any issues. I've done a calculation, and even if we choose to use the most basic quick freeze, we would be able to extend Lilioth's lifespan to a month. If that is the case, we should give it a try. 1 week is too short, and I'm worried it might not be enough time for us. Whatever trade the Dark Sectors is conducting, it doesn't sound like anything good. Using Lily as a pawn means they are dealing with someone from Lily's family. Since her parents are no longer around, whoever they are dealing with might not compromise over Lily. Besides, I can't put Lily's life in the hands of a bunch of strangers. Gilding was not optimistic over the situation. The most reliable way was to rely on themselves to obtain an antidote for Lily. Also, is Biggie okay? Gilding had been so fixated on Lilith that he had only just noticed Biggie lying unconscious on the cabin floor. He has suffered serious physical injury, but his body has not gone into a coma. I've scanned his body previously, and his wounds are rapidly healing. Even though it can't compare to your high-speed regeneration, but it's not too far off from your ability. He will probably awaken tonight. If that's the case, let him continue resting. Let's take care of Lily's situation first. Gilding felt relieved to hear that Biggie was going to be okay. He called Robert to the cabin and Neptune explained the plan to quick freeze Lilioth. Robert agreed without asking any questions. Robert quickly froze Lilioth's body in ice with the quick freeze ray under Gilding's supervision. He had used less than half a minute to produce a golden box and proceeded to place the Lilioth's frozen body into it. There was a blooming flower from summertime printed on the surface of the golden box. There were also gorgeous-looking tassels on it, which made the box look like an elegant art piece. This insulation box will keep her frozen for at least 30 days as long as it does not leave the spaceship and get exposed to sunlight, or experience pressure from the outside or inside of the ice layer, Robert explained after completing the process. Gilding sat next to the golden box as he stared at it in a daze for a few hours. He stayed silent and it was difficult to figure out what was going through his mind. In those few hours, the Golden Eagle went full speed ahead toward Tampa as instructed by Gilding. Biggie has awakened. It was the first time Neptune had seen Gilding act this way. Neptune was slightly worried. It was lucky that Biggie woke up at this time, giving Neptune the chance to say something to Gilding. Okay. All Gilding did was give a simple nod without much of any reaction. Biggie slowly opened his eyes while lying on the ground. He was slightly disoriented from the unfamiliar environment, but he quickly realized in astonishment that he was in a spaceship. It was easy to tell from the spaceship's interior that it was 10 times the size of the gray-faced buzzard. Biggie flipped over and sat up as he looked around him. He saw Gilding sitting on the sofa nearby. Gilding gave him a slight nod. "You're awake. Did we manage to escape?" Biggie was surprised. He knew that none of the pirates but himself was strong enough to go up against Sharp and Biggie. After Sharp had overpowered him, he lost consciousness and had no idea what happened after. Under the circumstances they had faced, Sharp would have the upper hand when he returned to the harbor. There should not be any obstacles in his way and all the pirates would have been arrested by the army. It was not a surprising question to Gilding as the chances of them making it out were slim. "Yup, we managed to escape. Is this spaceship the Army's Golden Eagle?" Biggie guessed that this must be the Army General's Golden Eagle when he raised his head and noticed the height of the ceiling and the spaciousness of the main cabin. "It's ours from now on." Gilding nodded and corrected him. "We're using the Army's spaceship? That's not a good thing, is it? Won't we be hunted down by them?" Biggie was a little worried. I bought it from Sharp. Neptune has erased the serial number and Robert has made some adjustments to the ship's surface. Besides, we've entered the Border River, so it won't be easy for the army to come after us. Biggie shook his head, which was still aching, after hearing Gilding's words. He stood up and finally noticed Liliath sealed within the golden box placed in front of Gilding. He quickly ran toward it. What happened to Lili? Gilding finally explained what had transpired whilst Biggie was unconscious. Neptune had even shown Biggie some video clips of their time on the battlefield. Biggie lowered his head in worry at the frozen Liliath after watching the videos. Is there any way to get an antidote? His question was obviously directed at Gilding. I'm looking for it. Niseth had instructed me to head to Tampa. He said there might be someone there who could help Liliath. I'm planning to take a look there. Gilding was quite optimistic as Niseth was from the Holy Gospel tribe and his divinations were rarely wrong. He was also the one who had informed Gilding that Liliath would not die. The prophecy of the Holy Gospel tribe should be accurate, right? Nothing's going to happen to Lili. Biggie thought that Liliath was sure to be saved if the Holy Gospel tribe had said so. I'll check the fridge for some food. You haven't eaten anything since this morning, right? The Great Divinity's harbor was buzzing with activity the next morning. More than 30 army spaceships had touched down. This time, they were led by another general from the army, Bruce. He was normally fond of making jokes, but today, he was unusually stern, only giving a few simple greetings to his old friends, Sharp and Emily. He would always hand out sarcastic jokes, but none were heard from him today. Bruce recognized the severity of the situation. There were more than 4,000 deaths within the army, and it was preposterous that not even one interstellar pirate was arrested under the leadership of 2 generals. If other cosmic nations learned of this, it would be a major embarrassment to the Dragonsaur Cosmic Nation. Such a serious matter would also badly tarnish the reputation of Sharp, Emily, and the others. Sharp, Emily, Niseth, Walter, and the rest of the surviving army members quickly boarded the spaceships. More than 30 spaceships anchored for less than 10 minutes before leaving in unison, heading back in the direction of the army headquarters. Chapter 159. You look really weak. The Border River was a desolate zone that connected cosmics with one another. It could be said that it was the boundary between 2 cosmics. Hence, every once in a while, there were abnormal occurrences that one normally would not witness in cosmic territory. This Border River was the boundary between Dragonsaur Cosmic Nation and Fey Cosmic Nation. Dragonsaur Cosmic Nation rarely sent people into the Border River, while Fey Cosmic Nation did not really pay much attention to the jurisdiction of matters within the Border River. Hence, chaos ruled the Border River. Tampa had never been a well-known planet. It was poor in resources and had a scarce population. Not to mention, it was dilapidated and poverty-stricken. However, one day, a deity descended among them. The person cured the sick and taught the people agricultural knowledge. He stayed on the planet for a whole 3 years. After the deity left, the people of Tampa built a temple in his name on the highest mountain and had a day named after him as the Day of Worship. Each year, on that day, they would pay their respects to him. At first, the tradition was only practiced by a few residents of the planet. However, following the movement set by the federal government in an effort to develop the planet, it started to gain wealth. Soon, it was transformed into a tourist destination at Border River. Ever since then, interstellar pirates who were passing by Border River would stop by the planet and visit the deity's temple to pay their respects, wishing for good luck. They were not necessarily religious, but they wanted to be comforted in the aspect that luck was with them. Gilding had always thought that deities and gods were nothing more than humans themselves who so happened were more powerful. They had a higher-ranking gene body and possessed more special abilities, which was why they were able to do more. The Golden Eagle finally landed in Tampa's harbor after traveling for 2 days. Support our web novel Go.com. Gilding and Biggie left Robert to take care of Liliath while they exited the spaceship. When Gilding stepped out of the hatch, he felt that there was something different about the planet compared to other planets he had visited. Interstellar harbors were usually rowdy with all sorts of noises coming from interstellar pirates, interstellar hunters, and traveling merchants who were transporting their cargo. Many people were moving around the harbor on this planet, but the place had an odd sense of serenity to it. Even those who were obviously interstellar pirates seemed worried about disturbing the peace as they conversed amongst themselves in hushed voices. What's going on? Gilding scratched his head, mumbling in confusion. He was not used to such environments. Biggie raised his head to look at the sky. He vaguely felt something. It's the will of a powerhouse. It's a will that leaves an imprint on people's souls, causing them to feel repressed. The feeling ends up bringing out a sense of respect within a person. That's why they're talking in a soft manner. I can feel it too. It's like a pair of eyes in the sky are watching my every move and warning me not to break the rules. Can't you feel it? I can't feel a thing. Gilding raised his voice and everyone at the harbor turned to look at him. There was an accusatory look in their eyes, and Gilding quickly covered his mouth with embarrassment. Gilding mumbled in a low voice, "Neptune, hurry up and help us search for that man who has scriptures carved on his body. This planet doesn't allow people to speak loudly. I'll go crazy if I stay here for too long. Let me do a quick check." This planet isn't under much surveillance in locations other than the harbor. There isn't even a single surveillance camera near the temple. The possibility of finding that person using such a method is very low. Moreover, most of the people on this planet prioritize the purity of the heart and soul. They do not wish to be disturbed by the outside world. Many of them do not have smartwatches, which is why I don't have access to a lot of information. I suggest you check out the temple since it's a blind spot. From the looks of it, the person with scriptures carved on him is someone religious. He should be found somewhere near the temple. Neptune's news did not sound too good. Gilding and Biggie rented a car and headed out. It took them more than 2 hours to reach the foot of the mountain where the temple was located. Is there any method of transportation here to get to the top temple on the mountain? Gilding could not help but ask the driver when he saw a winding, bluestone stairway leading up the mountain. There isn't. You need to bring with you a sincere heart when you enter the temple. Only those who finish walking the bluestone stairway are considered truly sincere. Having heard the driver's explanation, Gilding was speechless when he got off the car. There are a lot of steps on the bluestone stairway. I took a quick look and calculated that it would take at least 3 days for an ordinary person to reach the peak of the mountain. There are a few rest stops along the way set up by the temple. There's a stop available every 1,000 meters or so. The entrance fee is completely free. With your stamina and speed, it should take you around 20 hours to reach the peak. 20 hours is too slow, said Gilding as he activated his rage ability and ultimate arts level 7. With that, all he needed was a slight push from his feet, and he was able to cover more than 30 steps per leap. Biggie quickly followed suit when he saw this. They ran up the stairway in a mad rush, catching the attention of many around them. Throughout the past several days, Elsa had been eating for free nearby the temple. She would climb up from the foot of the mountain each day. A meal was provided at every rest stop, so she was able to have 12 meals a day. With that, her stomach was almost always at least 70% full. Even though Elsa could not experience complete satisfaction, it was better than going hungry. She felt like it was the kindest planet in existence. At the very least, no one had attempted to touch her while serving her food, and there was no need for her to break anyone's hands. 2 months prior, Elsa completed her rite of passage at the age 16. According to Viking tradition, when a child came to be of age, they would be left to fend for themselves. That was why Elsa was kicked out of her house by her mother the day after she had completed her rite of passage. At that time, her mother pointed a finger at her nose and lectured her, "You have 2 choices. First, find a man who can beat your father and marry him. Second, become strong enough to beat your father in order to continue living and eating in this house for free." Elsa was aware of this tradition that Viking families practiced. However, she had never once thought of marrying herself off to someone because no man in her tribe could withstand more than 3 moves from her father. As for men who were not Vikings, rumor had it that their thighs could not even compare to the arms of Viking men. Moreover, their height was less than half a Viking's height. These things were proven over and over again after Elise left her tribe. Elsa was at a loss when her father and younger brothers said their goodbyes to her at the harbor. "If you bring a strong and mighty man back, I'll definitely give him some leeway. I'll just use 90% of my strength." Her father had winked and said in a low voice when Elsa was boarding her spaceship. Elsa nodded vigorously. Upon hearing her father's words, Elsa felt like her father treated her the best in the world. At the port, Akut extended his huge head out to Elsa. Elsa smiled and reached out her hand to scratch it on its neck. Feeling comfort, Akut closed his eyes. Right then, Elsa's father slapped Akut on the head, and its head immediately hit the ground. Why did I even take this stupid dragon as a pet in the first place? It doesn't know how to do anything but eat. Elsa, why don't you take Akut with you? I'll get a smarter dragon. Elsa's father looked expectantly at her. No way, I want my own dragon. Although Elsa had replied in such a manner, all she was thinking about was how difficult it was going to be trying to survive on her own. If she were to bring along such a huge dragon that had an appetite that was 10 times her own, she would end up dying of hunger. Elsa traveled to many different planets after leaving her tribe. She lived in hunger every day. When she heard that a temple in Tampa was providing free meals, her eyes brightened. It took Elsa quite a lot of effort to sneak onto a cargo ship and smuggle herself to the planet. Elsa did not forget the mission that had been handed to her by her parents even though she was busy trying to fill her stomach each day. Find herself a strong and mighty man. That was why Elsa constantly challenged martial arts practitioners who looked like powerhouses. However, most of them turned out to not even be as strong as her youngest brother, Jeff. When Jeff went through his rite of passage, he was only 4 years old. Elsa was pleasantly surprised when she saw a tall man that was accompanied by a shorter man pass her while she was climbing up the stairway. She immediately gave chase to the two. Gyuding was running at full speed and was almost the equivalent of a rank 8 gene body. He was surprised when he saw the girl in a ponytail catch up to them breezily. The girl was as tall as him. I've got you. The girl in the ponytail blocked their path. Is there anything you need? Gyuding and Biggie stopped. She did not look like a threat, and Gyuding had no idea why she wanted to block their path. The girl in the ponytail glanced past Gyuding and her gaze landed on Biggie. She sized him up carefully. Are you a Viking too? Although you aren't that tall, nor do you seem very strong. You don't really seem like one to me. I'm not. Biggie shook his head. It was the first time in his life that someone had described him as not tall nor strong enough. Well, it's not that important whether or not you're a Viking. My name is Elsa, and I want to challenge you. The girl in the ponytail completely ignored Gyuding as she focused on Biggie to have a fight with him. I'm sorry, I don't accept your challenge. Biggie shook his head. He could sense that Elsa was not a weakling, but without Lilith's hypnosis, he could not fight human beings. It's Elsa, is it? Why do you want to challenge Biggie? Gyuding thought that the challenge had come out of nowhere. I need to find a strong man and bring him home to my tribe. Only a man who's stronger than I am can beat my father. Elsa sounded determined. Biggie doesn't fight people. If you want a challenge, I'll accept it. However, you must not harass us any further no matter the outcome. Gyuding had the impression that Elsa was not someone who would give up easily. He might as well take up the challenge and settle the matter quickly in a fight because he was short of time. You? Elsa looked blinkingly toward Gyuding rather unwillingly. You kind of look really weak. Chapter 160, a spiritual healer who cures others. A large majority of the Interstellar G pirates at Border River were rank 7 gene bodies or higher. Gyuding was only a rank 3 gene body. Not to mention, even with the help of Berserker conversion and ultimate arts to enhance his power, his combat effectiveness was still not that powerful. The girl named Elsa in front of him looked to be the same age as him. Hence, Gyuding did not think that she had a combat prowess stronger than a rank 8 gene body. However, Biggie could tell that there was strange energy running through her body. It was a type of energy different from primary power, and it existed within her as another form of power. Biggie clasped his hand on Gyuding's shoulder and shook his head. Don't go up against her. She's very strong. Gyuding, you're no match for her. I did a quick check and found that the cells in her body are stronger than Biggie's. Moreover, from what she just told us, I'm guessing she is a Viking. Every member of the Viking tribe is born with a powerful physique. Moreover, they're given unique training when they become of age. Their strength is equivalent to that of a large dragon. Neptune had managed to quickly gather some data on Else. The powerful Vikings. Gyuding's eyes brightened. He had not expected to meet someone from the legendary tribe at such a location. I don't want to fight you. I want to fight the big guy. Elsa shook her head and rejected Gyuding's challenge. After glancing at him, he won't fight people. Gyuding shook his head determinedly while shielding Biggie behind him. It was Elsa's first time encountering such a situation. All those she had challenged before accepted happily. However, this big guy in front of her was not willing to fight. She felt slightly bothered by it. Elsa stood where she was, refusing to budge. After a moment, a thought flashed in her mind. In that case, Let's not fight each other. Let's arm wrestle. If you can overpower me with your strength, I'll take it as you're the stronger one. Arm wrestle. Gilding could not fathom the logic behind her idea. That was because even though strength and combat effectiveness were tied together, they were not the only ways to display one's strength. As for people who were very powerful, it was only even more so. The more powerful one was, the smaller the gap between their strength and combat effectiveness. Support our web novel go.com. Gilding could only nod at Biggie when he saw the stubborn look in Elsa's eyes. Biggie, it wouldn't be a problem for you to arm wrestle, would it? I'll do it. Biggie finally agreed to the challenge. There's a temple rest stop not too far from here. We'll arm wrestle there. Elsa had visited each rest stop throughout the past few days and was quite familiar with the land. The three of them made their way to the rest stop very quickly, and Elsa found an empty stone table. Both Biggie and her respectively sat on the left and right of the table and clasped their hands together. Elsa's little hand almost disappeared from view when Biggie's larger hand wrapped around hers. Gilding was the judge, and he pulled their hands to the central axis of the table. After making sure that there were no problems, he called out for them to start. Gilding was shocked by what happened next. Both of them were stuck in a deadlock. However, the muscles on Biggie's arm were ripped with protruding veins, while Elsa looked as if she was not showing much strength at all. You're much stronger than other opponents I've faced before, but you're still not strong enough. Elsa looked disappointed. The muscles on her arms began to contract as she used some force. Then, there was a loud bang, and Biggie's arm was pressed flat on the table's surface. The entire stone table was instantly shattered into pieces by the force. Gilding was stunned. It was completely out of his expectations. Having lost to such a little girl in an arm wrestling match, Biggie did not look too happy. Even though he had been aware that she was pretty strong, he was not expecting her to have such strength. Biggie, let's go. Gilding felt that there was not much use wasting any more time there. Wait, I'd like to have another go. Biggie was not about to leave just like that. Gilding was taken aback but nodded. Elsa knew why Biggie wanted a rematch. You didn't use your primary power just now, but the results would have been the same anyway. Primary power doesn't strengthen you that much physically. It won't help you become any stronger. My tribe cultivates energy that is used physically. Hence, it directly enhances our strength. However, it would be nice to have a rematch. They changed to another stone table and went at it again. This time, Biggie coated his arm in primary power. His black primary power surged and pulsed around his hand continuously. Elsa, on the other hand, did not do anything different. When Gilding called out for them to start, they once again got into a deadlock position. This time, Biggie was fully focused, and he was intent on giving it his all. The black primary power continued to hold its own against Elsa's strange strength. Elsa's muscles began to vibrate more and more until she reached her limit after 3 minutes. On the other hand, Biggie continued to hold on with all his might. 3 minutes into the match, he felt Elsa beginning to become weaker. Hence, he took the opportunity to press her arm down in one full motion. Having lost, Elsa admitted that Biggie was powerful. You're really strong. You're the second person I've met during this time who has a good grasp of utilizing primary power. I wasn't expecting you to be able to withstand my different vibration frequencies that help enhance my strength. You're pretty strong too. Your strength alone shows that you're no weaker than some rank 11 martial arts practitioners. Biggie might have been a rank 10 gene body, but he had a cell index not far away from a rank 11 martial arts practitioner. He managed to withstand Elsa's special strength by employing a few primary power techniques during the arm wrestling challenge. If he had not done so, the loser would have been him once more. I'm actually a rank 10, but my people are quite strong. Even though you're a strong person, I think you're slightly weaker than the level of strength I'm searching for. I'm very sorry to say that I can't marry you, Elsa explained naively. Marry? Gilding and Biggie were stunned at this. So, that was her reason for going about challenging people. However, this Elsa was quite strong, and it would probably be quite difficult for her to get married anytime soon. If it was not for the urgency of Liliath's matter, Gilding would have taken the time to find out more about Elsa. Nevertheless, he was in a hurry to find the man with scriptures carved on him. The man Niseth has mentioned. You can continue searching for someone else. We'll be heading to the peak. Aren't you going to have a meal before leaving? There's a rest stop every 1,000 meters. They provide free board and food. Elsa said casually as she picked up an empty plate and pointed toward a nearby location where people were lining up. "Ah, you can get food there. It's fine. We're in a hurry. Please do enjoy your meal." Gilding broke into a wide smile. He could sense Elsa's kindness. The little lady with super strength had a very pure heart. "Fine then. If you're looking to cure your illness, you better hurry up." The spiritual healer stops taking in patients after sundown. "If you miss her, you'll have to wait until tomorrow to return." Elsa provided them with some useful information. "Spiritual healer? What kind of person is he?" Gilding could not help but ask. He suspected the person to be the man he was looking for, the man who had scriptures carved onto him with a knife. "You didn't know? There's a spiritual healer in the temple who tends to those who are sick. Everyone says he's pretty amazing and can cure any sickness. It's not the day of worship yet, so most of the people here have come to visit the spiritual healer to help them with their illnesses. A portion of the people here are also visiting tourists looking for some blessings. Nevertheless, most of the people on this planet are interstellar pirates. The amount of real worshippers here is less than 10%. Neptune did not know any of this information because Skynet did not have any data about the matter. Only the locals had such information, and they had not shared it on Skynet. "It's too late for Robert to bring Lily here. It's going to get dark in less than 3 hours. It'll take him at least 3 hours just to get here. To reach the peak, it would probably take him another 2 hours. Neptune made a quick calculation and concluded that there was not enough time. "Why don't both of you visit the spiritual healer first to find out if there is any way of curing her? If there is, we can get Robert to bring Lilith here tonight, and we can take her to the spiritual healer first thing tomorrow morning." Gilding nodded at Elsa. "Thank you for the information. We'll head there right now." Once again, Gilding and Biggie made a mad dash toward the peak. It took them less than 2 hours to arrive at the temple on the peak. There was a calming effect within the temple's surroundings that gave everyone a sense of tranquility. Even Gilding, who was anxiously looking for the spiritual healer, suddenly felt his worries disappear thanks to the help of some strange energy. As a result, he was able to calm down quickly. The temple was a grayish-white building that took up quite a large area of the place. It looked magnificent but not extravagant. It gave off a sense of simplicity and had a rustic feel to it. From the left side of the temple to its right, 12 round pillars arranged in a straight line could be seen. Those thick pillars did not have anything grandiose carved on them. Instead, they only displayed simple scriptures. The words carved on them were strong and powerful but not arrogant. There was something spiritual about them as well, causing one to wonder which holy figure had penned them. Biggie stared at the temple from afar. He could clearly sense the will that was giving the people around them a sense of peace. It was coming from deep within the temple. Biggie suspected that the deity might have left something there that had been in close proximity with him to create the effect. Gilding turned toward a bypasser and asked, "Hello. Do you know where the spiritual healer who helps people is?" The bypasser pointed toward a location in the middle of the temple. "The spiritual healer is in the middle of the hall. You need to go in quickly because it's about to get dark. Once it gets dark, the temple will close and only the side halls on both rears will remain open to provide free board and meals. You can stay in the side halls after you've had your illness looked at and leave tomorrow morning." "Thank you." The person's explanation was very detailed, and Gilding pulled Biggie into the temple's hall after thanking the bypasser. In the middle of the hall was a young man sitting cross-legged on a futon. He had a slightly open scroll in his hands. He looked up at Gilding with a light smile on his face. Chapter 161, The Addition of a New Member. Was he the spiritual healer? That was the first thought that came to Gilding's mind when he saw the man. He was young and did not seem more than a few years older than him. Although the man had a baby face, he did not look childish. He was dressed in a long white robe and looked a little thin. "Are you the spiritual healer who treats people's illnesses?" There was a hint of suspicion in Gilding's tone, but it was not disrespectful. "I am the spiritual healer, but neither you nor the man behind you look like sick people." The young spiritual healer had only glanced at them and was able to make such judgment. "The patient can't make it here before dark today." Gilding felt that the man seemed a little discerning. "She was poisoned. Do you think you can cure her?" "That depends on the poison." The young spiritual healer put down the scroll in his hand. "Have you analyzed the poison?" Gilding nodded. and Neptune immediately listed the molecular formula of the poison he had tested. This is the structure of the poison, a synthetic poison that's injected directly into one's brain. According to the man who poisoned her, the patient only has 7 days left to live. Gilding went on to provide more information. Support our web novel Go.com. The young spiritual healer frowned slightly at the formula as he studied it. A moment later he asked, was the poison made with a special ability? It's obvious that it's a synthetic poison, but it's not quite like man-made ones that have much neater structures. Ones that are made with special abilities tend to appear a lot messier. Yes, its composition includes special abilities, and the maker's gene level isn't low. Gilding nodded. He did not tell the spiritual healer that the person who had made the poison was from the dark sectors because he was a little afraid that if he did, the healer would be scared to provide treatment. Indeed, the structure of the poison is complex. It's impossible to determine whether some of the keys are useless or poisonous with the current technology that we have, said the spiritual healer as he displayed a few keys on the projection and shook his head. Sorry, I can't help you for this case. Based on my experience, the only way you can treat the poison is by finding the person who poisoned her and getting him to extract the poison's antibodies from her body. Alternatively, you could find someone who is immune to poison and borrow their poison antibodies. Is there really no other way? The healer's answer was the same as the one Neptune had given him, but it was not what Gilding wanted to hear. Sorry, there's nothing I can do. The spiritual healer shook his head and looked at Gilding very seriously. Can you send me a copy of the structure of this poison? I want to look into it, the spiritual healer asked as he gave Gilding a public email address. Gilding instructed Neptune to send the virus structure map. Thanks a lot anyway. Gilding and Biggie walked away from the hall. Wait a minute, are you heading for Fey Cosmic Nation? The spiritual healer asked out of the blue. That's right. There's one more thing I need to ask of you. If you meet my junior, tell him that our master is dead. As for the cause of his death, it's not convenient to tell outsiders. However, knowing his character, he will certainly ask about it, so just make one up. Let's say he took a poison he made by accident and had no time to make an antidote before it began to take effect. He should believe it. Well, is your master really dead or is his death fake? Gilding thought that the spiritual healer was being too casual about it. Of course he's dead. Why would anyone joke about such a thing? The spiritual healer looked very serious as he muttered, although I've always asked 20 times a day why hasn't that old man died ever since I was 3. Can't you just tell him about it through your communicator? Gilding still found it impolite to give people such information. I don't have his contact number. We haven't spoken to each other in 6 years. However, I just found out earlier that he has become an interstellar pirate when I saw his wanted order, the spiritual healer said and projected a bounty order. Wanted criminal, docket, gender, male, age, 16, gene level, rank 9, special abilities, negative state transfer. This ability is known, other special abilities he has are unknown. Ability description, able to transfer the negative state of a living organism to another or more living organisms. If the organism that is transferred dies, the ability will backfire on its user and the person will experience twice the effects of the negative state. Ability limit. The user of the ability must transfer the negative state within 10 hours of absorbing it, otherwise, they will experience the negative state themselves. Bounty, 50 million Fey credits. Crime. Gilding did not look too much into the rest of the information except for the Fey credits which had been written on his bounty. It got Gilding wondering what sort of currency it was. The young man on the bounty order did not look like he was 16 years old. Instead, he looked a little more mature. People would believe that he was in his early 20s, or at least a little older than the spiritual healer who was in front of their eyes. Nevertheless, what caught Gilding's attention the most was his special ability, negative state transfer. After reading the description of the ability, Gilding was slightly confused, and he asked the spiritual healer, that ability of his can also work on my friend's illness, right? That's right. However, he's in Fey Cosmic Nation right now, and I don't know his exact location. Even if you don't make any stops, it would take you at least half a month to leave Borda River. Fey Cosmic Nation contains more than 30,000 cosmoses. It's like looking for a needle in a haystack if you want to find him on such short notice. That's why aside from you, I've asked other interstellar pirates, at least about 200 crews that came before you, to help me get this message to him while the new route is open. Neptune managed to find Dockett's contact number fairly quickly. That was because he had started conducting a portrait comparison search the moment he saw the wanted order. Hence, it did not take him long to find it. Neptune also locked in his position according to the person's contact number. The guy was in the middle of the Fey Cosmic Nation, and Neptune knew it would be impossible for them to reach there within a month. Even if he stayed in place, with the speed of the Golden Eagle, it would take them at least 3 months to reach his location. I've got Dockett's contact number. You can contact him yourself, Gilding said, and sent Dockett's contact number to the spiritual healer's email address. The spiritual healer was a little surprised when he received Dockett's contact number from Gilding. The former looked at the communication function on his wristwatch hesitantly. Do you have any scriptural tattoos on you, Mr. Spiritual Healer? Gilding could not help but ask. He did not think Niseth would say anything out of the blue. You may call me the spiritual healer revealed his name. He was a little puzzled by Gilding's question. Scriptural tattoos? That sounds painful. Why would anyone do that? All right then, let's go. Gilding knew that was not the one he was looking for, so he pushed open the door to leave. Biggie quickly caught up to Gilding from behind. What are we going to do now? Biggie looked worried. He had thought that the spiritual healer was the one they were looking for, but apparently not. Huh? Since you just came out of the temple, you must have met the spiritual healer? Elsa had reached the summit just in time to see Gilding and Biggie walk out of the temple. She immediately rushed forward to greet them. Yes, he's not the one we're looking for. He took a look at our partner's illness but said he's unable to cure it. Gilding did not intend to hide anything from Elsa. Are you looking for someone? Maybe I can help. I've taken this mountain road no less than 10 times, and I remember all the people I've met. If you tell me some of their features, I might know them. Elsa looked enthusiastic. All we know is that they have a bunch of scriptures carved on them. We don't know anything else. Gilding was not expecting Elsa to help but told her their only clue anyway. Scriptural tattoos on their body? Elsa stared at Gilding. Her eyes were wide open. Are you sure? I think I know that person. You've seen someone with scriptural tattoos on their body? Where is that person? Gilding immediately felt hopeful again. I can't take you there. He told me to stop pestering him. If I didn't, he said he'd kill me. Elsa sounded aggrieved. I met him 4 days ago. I felt that he was strong, so I challenged him. He really is strong. All he did was just stare at me and I lost. I kept pestering him after that, trying to get him to come back with me to the Vikings and challenge my father, but he kept rejecting me. That's why I watched him each day until the night before yesterday when I accidentally saw him taking a bath and saw the engravings he has on his chest. At that time, he flew into the rage when he found out and forbade me from pestering him any further. Where is that man now? You don't have to take us, you can give us his location, and we'll find him ourselves. When Gilding heard Elsa's explanation, he felt that the man was probably the person in Niseth's prophecy. No. You can't have his location now. He doesn't like to be disturbed after dark. He always closes his door at night and prays. Elsa shook her head. How about tomorrow? I'll take you there in the morning, and you can knock after I leave. That works too. Gilding nodded. It's getting dark now. Please check in at the side hall as soon as possible or you won't have a place to stay tonight. Elsa reminded them. Thank you, Gilding said, suddenly realizing that the little girl was a perfect candidate as a member of his crew. Gilding's crew was short of leading combatants, and she was pretty strong. How long are you going to stay on Tampa? Which planet are you going to head to next? Do you have any plans? Upon hearing Gilding's question, Elsa fell silent for a moment before she shook her head. I don't know. There's food and places to stay here. Are you an interstellar vagrant? Gilding was speechless. The girl was strong. However, she had no sense of survival and had been reduced to a vagrant. I guess so. Elsa felt that she had no other identity, no money, and was only constantly wandering around. Would you be interested in joining our crew? Gilding grinned and asked her. We're interstellar pirates. Will there be a lot of food? I eat like a horse, and I'm never full here even after having 12 meals a day. Elsa still sounded aggrieved as she said, Don't worry. I'm sure we have plenty of food. Standing next to me here is our chef Biggie. Biggie eats like a horse too. Gilding pointed at Biggie with his thumb. He's really good at cooking, and he makes something new almost every day. How about a place to stay? It doesn't have to be nice, a bed would do. I'm just not used to sleeping on the floor. Elsa looked at Gilding in anticipation. We each have our own rooms with basic necessities in them. If you need anything else, you could just ask us to buy it for you. Just give us a list. Of course, you could also ask me for money to buy stuff yourself. I'm currently in charge of the crew's finances. Gilding guessed that Elsa had been through a lot. Really? Then I agree. Elsa was so happy she almost jumped. My name is Elsa. Nice to meet you. Chapter 162, Liliath's grandfather. Having heard some news about the man with scriptural tattoos, Gilding asked Elsa for more information about him. It turned out that he was a man who seemed to be in his 50s or 60s, and he had grizzled hair. In Elsa's words, he was not very tall and was only about half the size of a Viking man. Besides having scriptural tattoos on his body, the man had numerous scars that had been left behind by previous battles. Nevertheless, the most special thing he had was his eyes that turned gold during battle. Elsa had gone against him more than once, and each time she saw the man's eyes turn gold, she lost her combat effectiveness. That was why she thought the man might be able to beat her father. The fact that the man's eyes would turn gold in battle caught Gilding's attention. That was because Liliath's eyes also turned gold whenever she initiated pupillary abilities. Gilding suspected that the man might be related to Liliath. That night, Gilding told Robert to send Liliath over to the mountain. The three of them then went back to the foothill because according to Elsa, the man was usually in his best mood in the morning. Early the next morning, Elsa took them to a small wooden hut at the foothill where the temple was located. She somewhat timidly took refuge behind the huge Big E before Gilding knocked on the wooden hut's door. Support our web novel Go.com. Senior, my name is Gilding, and I'm here for medical advice. You're asking the wrong man for medical advice. You should look for the spiritual healer called on the summit. A deep voice came from within the house. Elsa, I told you not to come here anymore, not bring more people. Sir, they said they were looking for someone with scriptural tattoos on them. Elsa quickly explained. The voice in the room fell silent for a moment. Then, a man with grizzled hair pushed open the door of the wooden hut. He glanced at Biggie and the others with a slightly puzzled expression before he finally fixed his eyes on Gilding, their leader. There was something oppressive about the man. He looked as if he was ready to attack any time. What on earth do you want to see me about? One of our friends was poisoned, so we want you to cure her. Gilding could vaguely sense the man's powers by his oppressive aura. He was not someone his crew could compete with. Even if Biggie and Elsa joined forces, they would not have any chance of winning. I already told you that I don't know how to cure illnesses. What more treat poison? I don't know what Elsa told you, but you're talking to the wrong person. If you want to cure an illness, go to the spiritual healer on the summit, the man said and was about to close the door. We've seen the spiritual healer, and there's nothing he can do, Gilding replied immediately. Someone from the Holy Gospel tribe told us that Lili can only be saved by the person who has scriptural tattoos on their body. Holy Gospel tribe? The man stopped closing the door upon hearing this. I really don't know how to cure any illnesses. If I can help for Elsa's sake I will not turn my back. Who is this person who gave you the prophecy? Could they be an impostor of the Holy Gospel tribe? It's Niseth from the Holy Gospel tribe, an old man with white hair who's in a wheelchair. He shouldn't be a fraud. The generals in Dragons or Cosmic Nation know him, and he spent tens of billions of universe credits to participate in the auction. Gilding instantly became puzzled as well. The man did not seem to be lying, and he probably really did not know how to cure illnesses. Niseth? I've heard of him. What did he tell you? The man frowned slightly. He could not understand why someone from the Holy Gospel tribe would make such a strange prophecy. His words were, there lies a huge temple on a planet within Border River. Find a man with scriptural tattoos on his body on that planet. He should be of some help to Liliath, Gilding said as Neptune projected the video of the incident. In that case, I'll take a look at it for you. Don't get your hopes up though. I really don't know anything about medicine. The man agreed and walked over to the metal cabinet that was being carried by two robots. The moment he saw Liliath, he froze. Senior, are you alright? Gilding felt that it was a little strange to see the man freeze in front of Liliath for so long. What's her name? How old is she? The man asked all of a sudden. Her name is Liliath, and she's 14 years old. Gilding felt that it was even more strange when he heard the man ask those two questions. Liliath. The man looked skeptical but did not delve any further. He asked, "Do you know what special abilities she has?" "She has pupillary abilities. When she activates them, her eyes turn gold." Gilding did not intend on hiding anything from the middle-aged man, as it was highly likely that he was Lilith's relative. "She's also a very good gunner." The corners of the man's mouth slightly curled upward when he heard this. Nevertheless, tears began to flow out from his eyes and his body started to tremble slightly. "Why is Uncle crying?" Elsa wondered. "Shh." Gilding put his finger in front of his mouth and motioned Elsa to remain silent. Immediately, Elsa covered her mouth. "Tinny, your daughter, my granddaughter, is alive." The man's hand trembled as he touched Lilith's face that was isolated by ice. Only then did the mystery finally reveal itself, that the man was actually Lilith's grandfather. "Tell me how it happened. How was she poisoned and who did this?" The man turned around to look at Gilding. Neptune immediately projected the video of the incident. The dark sector. The moment he saw two men in black robes, he recognized them as people from the dark sector. As he watched a stooped old man inject poison into Lilith's body, he clenched his fist and shot something out in the air. Then, the man fell silent for a long time after watching the video. 7 days. How many days have passed since then? Today's the 3rd day. However, we studied the poison and its process should slow down at low temperatures. That's why we've been keeping Lilith frozen. She should have more than 20 days left, Gilding explained. People from the dark sector can't be trusted, so we have to give up the idea of asking them for help. Besides, whatever deals they promise are unlikely to be struck. Lilith's paternal family is a bunch of profit-minded bastards. Lilith's death may cause them some trouble, but it'll do them more good than harm. Senior, do you have any way to cure Lilith? Gilding was most concerned about this question. There's nothing I can do to cure her, but I can try to induce her body to produce virus antibodies. Since she's my granddaughter, I could use my blood as a medium to guide her spiritually. As long as her will is strong enough, her body will listen to the spiritual guidance and slowly produce antibodies. Other than that, she'd need a lot of cell repair agents to provide her with energy. In her current condition, E-grade cell repair agents should suffice. I'm a pharmacologist, don't worry about it. Gilding was not worried about the medicine. He had plenty of medicinal components in his inventory which had been supplied at no cost during his last trip to the Hermian Alliance on Great Divinity. Each time he visited a planet, he would redeem all the free medicinal supplies available. He never left one behind. Can you refine medicine that's above good quality? It's better if it's high quality, but the success rate of high quality medicine isn't that high. This planet might not even sell it. Senior, I can. I should also be able to refine high-quality medicine. Gilding concluded by saying that he could not refine perfect quality medicine only when the spaceship was shaking or if he was extremely tired. Under normal conditions, his success rate was 100%. Nevertheless, there was no need for him to show off such a thing at this moment. That would be best. The man nodded. Don't call me senior again. My name is Caesar. As Caesar said this, he took an empty syringe from his inventory and drew a tube of blood out from his arm. What surprised Gilding and the others was the blood that was drawn into the transparent tube. It turned out to be dark gold. Then, under the watchful eyes of Gilding and the others, Caesar switched to a long needle and slowly inserted it into the ice. He slowly placed it into Lilith's neck and injected the tube of blood into her. Caesar then pulled out the needle without causing any damage to the ice. Do you have any cell repair agents now? Caesar held out his hand. Gilding nodded and handed over a handful of perfect quality E-grade cell repair agents to him. There were 5 tubes of them. Caesar was taken aback. Did you refine these by yourself? Yep. Gilding nodded. Perfect quality, pretty good, Caesar complimented. Nevertheless, he soon became busy once again as he placed long needles on the cell repair agents and injected them into Lilith's arm one after the other. Caesar gave the other 3 cell repair agents back to Gilding. I'll ask you for more when I need them. Refine more for a rainy day. I'm sure I'll need 70 or 80 more tubes of medicine, Caesar said as he picked up Lilith along with the chest and went back into the hut. Under his motion, Gilding and his crew followed. I will use pupillary abilities to enter her soul later. I will communicate with her in her dreams and stimulate her will to live. I can't be disturbed during this time, so someone strong will have to stand guard outside, Caesar said as he looked at Biggie and Elsa. I'll do it. Biggie can't fight. He's just a cook. Elsa took it upon herself to be the guard, and the fact that she was there was reassuring enough. Caesar said nothing else and only looked at Gyuding. "You stay here. I'll call you if I need you. Everybody else go out and do something. Just don't make any noise." Gyuding nodded to Biggie and Robert. Only then did they take Elsa out of the hut. In the hut, Caesar's eyes soon turned gold. Beyond the gold was a strange, secret pattern made of silver. Gyuding sat still beside them as he waited quietly. Chapter 163, Lilioth's Dream. Inside a dark house, Lilioth felt her clothes drenched to the skin. She looked around in a daze. A French window not too far away from her was half open. A cool breeze came sweeping in and blew on her wet clothes, making her shudder. It was raining heavily outside the French window, and the wind was howling. Lilioth could vaguely see tree branches shaking in the distance. Being blown by the wind, rain poured into the house. Every once in a while, thunder roared outside, accompanied by flashes of lightning that illuminated the room. Lilioth wrapped her clothes around her tightly, pulled up the French window, and locked it. With the help of several flashes of lightning that gave the room light, Lilioth managed to determine the position of the power switch in the room. She walked up to it and pressed a button that had an unknown purpose, figuring that there should be at least one light switch on the switch panel. Lilioth pressed all 4 buttons on the switch panel several times. Nevertheless, the lights did not turn on, nor did anything else respond. Then, Lilioth vaguely heard a strange noise coming from outside the door. She crept as quietly as she could to the door, pressed the door handle gently, and cracked the door open. Through the crack, she saw a corridor. In that same corridor, a huge insect could be seen heading toward the room she was in with its 8 long legs. Support our web novel go.com. Quickly, Lilioth locked the door. She covered her mouth with one hand and backed away, trying not to make a sound. Her legs were trembling. This time, it was not because of the cold but because of her fear. The 8-legged insect was a spider she feared and hated ever since her childhood. She was traumatized back then when she was bitten and nearly poisoned to death by the creature. When she was very young, the spider outside was huge and stood nearly 3 meters high. It had terrifying spikes on all its 8 feet, and sharp teeth could be seen protruding out of its mouth. Strangely, its eyes had evolved as it had 12 instead of 8 on its back. It was a bit like the mutant beasts Gyuding had encountered on Koila. One could say that it was a fusion of her 2 most unpleasant experiences. Not long after, the sound of knocking was heard from outside the door. Then, in just one hit, the sharp spines on one of the spider's legs made a hole in the wooden door. Next came the second and the third. Lilioth began to back away but suddenly lost her footing. She happened to stumble over a stool on the floor, and her eyes fell right under the bed. There was a flash of lightning and Lilioth saw a little girl lying underneath the bed. She put her hands over her mouth and began to sob softly. The little girl had fiery red hair and looked around 5 to 6 years old. Lilioth recalled being bitten by a spider at around the same age. Perhaps it was because of the sight of the little girl, but Lilioth's fear subsided a little. She walked toward the bed and lifted its sagging sheets. Then, she crouched down and held out her hand to the little girl. "Come out. I'll take you with me. It'll find you if you hide here." The little girl hesitated for a while. Nevertheless, she wiped her tears before nodding and crawled out from under the bed. She was holding a fluffy white teddy bear in her arms. Lilioth felt that the toy looked oddly familiar, but she did not delve too much into it. Lilioth rubbed the little girl's head. "Tell big sister, what's your name?" "My name is Lili." The little girl's nervousness seemed to abate a little. "What a coincidence. My name is Lili too." Lilioth looked at the door. The lower part of the door had basically been destroyed. Nevertheless, with the spider's size it could not squeeze in. On the other hand, it did not look like the door would last any longer either. Lilioth took the little girl's hand and walked toward the French window. After pushing open the French windows, a cold wind blew in from the outside. The rain was still pouring, but Lilioth could not care less about it. When they stepped onto the balcony, Lilioth looked down. She wanted to know how high the room was from the ground. Looking down, she was despaired by the possibility of them escaping. The place was at least 200 or 300 meters away from the ground. "Big sister, there's a tunnel in the closet," Lili said as she pointed toward the closet in the room. Lilioth was not in the mood to think about why there was a tunnel in the closet. She tugged at Lili, rushed toward the closet, and opened it. The closet had a lot of premium clothes, both men's and women's. The room was probably occupied by a couple. Pushing the clothes aside, Lilith saw a tunnel. She picked Lily up and carried her inside. After stepping into the tunnel, Lilith closed the closet behind her and then moved the clothes back into place before she began to lead Lily down the tunnel. Both of them continued to walk for a long time. Just when Lilith was beginning to wonder whether the tunnel would ever end, she saw a fork in front of her. The tunnel split into two different directions, one on the left and one on the right. Lilith activated her pupillary power but still could not see the difference between the two tunnels. Hence, she turned to Lily. Lily, do you know where these two tunnels lead to? Lily shook her head. I only knew there was a tunnel here. I never came in because it was too dark. Lilith was rendered speechless. Normally, she was not an indecisive person. However, she was now running for her life. It was important to make the right decision. After a moment's hesitation, she averted her eyes to her left. Lily, let's take the left one, shall we? Okay. Lily nodded, raising no objections. Having received Lily's reply, Lilith's confidence rose slightly. Let's just go left. If it doesn't work, we'll just come back here. Having chosen the left tunnel, the two continued down it. They had not walked too far before they were met with a door. Lilith's grip on Lily's hand tightened a little, and she motioned Lily to remain quiet. Lily covered her mouth with the teddy bear's head and walked heel first like Lilith, trying to make as little noise as possible. Lilith opened the door gently to reveal a crack and peered through it. Behind the door was another room. It was quiet and seemed secure. Taking Lily by the hand, Lilith led her into the room. The room was a study that was very large. Bookshelves that were more than 3 meters high were affixed to the walls. The top of the bookshelves was close to touching the ceiling. The bookshelves were filled with a large variety of paper books. There was a wooden mahogany desk in the middle of the room. Items made up of pure wood were quite expensive. Even ordinary people could not afford to buy paper, let alone items made of pure wood like desks. Everything on the desk was organized in a neat and orderly manner. The owner of the study was clearly someone strict with themselves. There was also a frame on the desk, but in the darkness, Lilith could only see a couple and a little girl in it. She could not see their faces clearly and did not bother trying too hard. Behind the desk was a swivel chair made of black leather. Its legs were made of metal. It reflected a light metallic sheen in the darkness. Where are your parents? Lilith finally took the time to ask. At work. Lily did not seem very happy when she said it. Scurrying toward the desk, Lilith began rummaging through the cupboards and drawers for any weapons she could use. She searched through the drawers that were on her left one by one. Nevertheless, the drawers were filled with only discs and things for work. Lilith did not leave any drawers closed except one that would not open. Finding a metal card, she carefully slid it through the drawer's lock and opened it. Big sister, are you a thief? Lily asked. I'm not a thief. I'm just looking for a weapon to protect us. Without looking up, Lilith rummaged through the last drawer but found nothing. Is this all right? Lily handed her a silver handgun. Where did you get this? Lilith took the pistol. I took it from my mom's purse when we were in the closet, Lily replied. Lilith looked at the magazine. It was fully loaded. The pistol had a capacity of 20 bullets. As soon as Lilith got hold of the handgun, her gear instantly vanished, and she was ready to take the initiative and attack. She would never have felt that way if she had not met Gyuding. She learned from him that one had a bigger chance of winning by being proactive rather than being passive. Follow me. Don't get lost, Lilith whispered to Lily. Lily nodded. Lilith opened the door and looked around. The spider monster was gone, but she could see the room where she and Lily had hidden in earlier. It was less than 20 meters away from their current room. Lilith remembered very clearly how the door had been damaged, and she could see her position clearly through the crack in the door. Lilith knew that the spider had not gone too far. Right at that moment, mucus dripped from the ceiling not far in front of Lilith. Instantly, Lilith reacted and raised her gun, pulling the trigger. The spider that had been hiding on the ceiling with its body bent low, was instantly shot in the eye by Lilith. Stimulated by pain, it frantically rushed toward Lilith. Nevertheless, Lilith was fearless at this point. She landed her shots repeatedly on the spider's eye socket that had been burst by her earlier. 5 shots in rapid succession. Just as the spider's serrated teeth were about to clamp onto her neck, the huge monster's body collapsed. The ground was covered in green blood. It's over. When Lilith turned to look back at Lily, she found that the little girl had disappeared. Lily? Then, when she turned to look around once more, she noticed that her surroundings had changed completely. Chapter 164, Lilioth's Dream 2. She was clearly at a party, and there was noise everywhere. Lilioth lowered her head to look at herself, wondering when her wet dress had changed into a white evening dress. There was even a pair of silk gloves embellished with blue diamonds on her hands. "Lili, what are you standing there for? Come here." A woman beckoned to her. Lilioth froze at the sight of the woman. The woman was clearly her mother, and Lilioth walked over in a slight daze. "Come on, say hello to Auntie Laura." The woman hinted at Lilioth with her eyes. "Good evening, Auntie Laura." Lilioth performed a slightly awkward noble salute. She had not been to such parties for more than half a year. Hence, her movements were slightly awkward. The woman called Laura did not look too pleased. She exchanged a few pleasantries with Lilioth's mother and turned away. "What's the matter with you today? You look distracted." Tinny could see that something was wrong with her daughter. Lilioth hugged her mother. "Mom, I miss you so much." Tinny put down her goblet. "Have you been drinking?" Support our web novel go.com. "What party is this, Mother?" Lilioth had seen a lot of faces she did not know. "It's a party to celebrate your second grandfather's succession as the patriarch." Tinny thought that Lilioth was drunk to have forgotten the purpose of the party. The manipulative hypocrite. It was Lilioth's first time scolding someone like this. Tinny frowned. "What did you say?" "Second grandpa has always been good to you." "It's all a lie." Lilioth could recall all the events that transpired at the party in the past. If it was not for her so-called second grandfather, her parents would not have died tragically. "That old man with a mouthful of righteousness tried to marry me into the Naptons in exchange for power without consulting you," father objected, and 3 days later, second grandfather called a family meeting. He assembled the elders and threatened father. When father disagreed, they kicked him, you, and me out of the family. On our way out of this planet, our spaceship was attacked by more than 30 interceptors. Our spaceship instantly broke apart, and everyone on board died. I escaped in an invisible escape pod alone. Don't believe him, he's a liar. What are you talking about? Tinny thought Lilioth had gone on a bender. Just then, an old man knocked on a glass a few times, attracting many people's attention. The man was Lilioth's second grandfather. "Today is a great day. Not only is it the day that I take over as patriarch, but it is also the day the sole female in our family, Olivia, marries the Napton Ulrich. On a day like this." "Wait a minute." He was interrupted by a tall man. "Second uncle, I don't think you've ever discussed with me and my wife about such matters with my daughter. Gardner, this is a family matter. Don't get your personal feelings mixed into it. I am now the patriarch and the decision I've made is the result of careful discussions from previous family meetings. It's ridiculous that my wife and I, who are both family council members, were not called to the so-called family meetings." "What's the meaning of this?" "Second uncle, don't forget that the place as patriarch was originally passed to me by my father. You told the council that I was too young to take on such responsibilities and that my daughter has no talent for cultivation, that the future of the family was in doubt. Hence, I gave up my place. However, you're now after my daughter's marriage?" The tall man was really angry. "Here's one question. How thick is your skin?" Gardner's remark caused an uproar as everyone present was of high society. It was rare for such a distinguished family to fall out so dramatically in front of outsiders. Everyone knew that Gardner was not only tough but also hot-tempered, which was why the family council was unanimously reluctant to make him patriarch. Everyone finally witnessed his true temper at the party. Balin's face turned red and then pale. He had no idea that Gardner dared to humiliate him in front of so many people. He had expected Gardner to swallow his pride at the party. "Anyhow, the decision has been made. As long as you're a member of the Harris family, it cannot be changed." When Gardner heard this, he sneered. "In that case, me, Gardner, my wife, and daughter, from now on, are no longer of the Harris family." "Balin, if you want to form an alliance through marriage, have a daughter of your own and get her to marry them." Upon finishing his words, he turned around and walked toward where Tinny and Lilioth were standing. "Let's go." Outside the banquet hall, Tinny furrowed her brows. "Gardner, you were too impulsive this time. You should have borne with it. It might not be that hopeless. Before the old man died, I told him that the Harris family would be doomed without him." Gardner looked emotional. "I'm just not cut out to be patriarch. Everyone else only has personal gain in mind. and some even engage in shady dealings with outsiders. I told the old man a long time ago that if it comes to a point where I can't stand it anymore, I'll leave the family and go my own way. He agreed. He knew that I wouldn't be able to clean up this mess. Not to mention, there's a chance I might end up getting myself killed if I'm careless. Lilith remained silent. The scene was different from what she remembered. Her father had been silent back then, but it was a different story this time. She did not know what the future held or if it was a good or bad sign. The three of them got into a hovercar and drove to another house that Gardner had bought far away from the family home. While they were on their way, their car was stopped out of the blue by four men in black robes. At the sight of the black robes, Lilith's pupils contracted almost instantly. She was able to recognize them as people from the Dark Sector. All four of them had blood-red demons engraved on the chests of their black robes. People from the Dark Sector? The Naptons must have seen this coming, being able to arrange an ambush so quickly. Gardner recognized them as well. He seemed vigilant. After all, the Dark Sector was an infamous organization of killers. I wasn't expecting you to know about us. What an honor. In order to get rid of you two, our boss selected the four of us to group up. The first man in black robe laughed. Does your boss knows that you're full of crap? Gardner said as he launched an attack. A black flame burst from his hand. The surrounding area outside the hovercar, where the four men were standing, instantly burst into flames. Tinny, who was on the other side, also launched an attack. Her eyes turned golden in color, and a horrible illusion of black flames fell upon the area at around the same time. It's no use. A voice was heard through the flames. At that moment, Tinny's pupils returned to their normal color, and the black flames gradually began to fade away. An ability sealer? The expression on Tinny's face changed drastically. They had sealed her pupillary abilities, and her combat effectiveness was completely gone. That's right. We brought an ability sealer with us, though his seals can only last for a really short time, less than 10 minutes. For powerhouses like you, it's enough for us. As for your husband, his purgatorial flame is not a natural stream force. Instead, it's a dark curse, so we specially equipped ourselves with a light purifier. Even if your powers are close to demi powerhouses, there is no doubt that the two of you will die here today. As for your daughter, we'll take her back and have her marry the Naptons. Then, the Naptons will be able to subdue the Harris family. Lilith looked left and right, hoping to find a weapon that could inflict damage on the people from the Dark Sector. All of a sudden, she caught a glimpse of a building on the street. To her left it was a military museum. Lilith vaguely remembered that she had been in it before, and there was a long and huge cannon called Deicide. The cannon could not actually kill gods, but it had been used by a demigod before to kill other demigods. The person renamed the weapon Deicide in hopes that he would be able to bypass the ranks and slaughter deities. Unfortunately, he was killed by a deity in a challenge before he could do so. Lilith thought about it and dashed out from the left door of the car, running toward the museum. Look, your daughter has abandoned you. One of them taunted. Nevertheless, Gardner and Tinny felt happy because there was a chance for Lilith to survive. Lilith ran all the way to the museum, looking for the weapon in it. She soon found the Deicide beside a window. Its muzzle was facing outward. Looking down the muzzle, she saw her parents struggling. Under such circumstances where their abilities were being restrained, their combat effectiveness was less than 10% compared to usual. Not to mention, the people of the Dark Sector were of the same rank of strength as them. Hence, both of them suffered heavy injuries very quickly. Stop it. I'll fire if you go on. Lilith shouted to the four. When they saw Lilith standing next to the Deicide, they looked at her with disdain. Don't be silly, little girl. Do you really dare fire that thing? It'll destroy the entire city. The museum will also be destroyed, and you will die. I'm not afraid of death. I was afraid before, but now I'm not. Lilith shouted. That's because I know that some people will always be remembered even after they die, just like Mom and Dad. I will always remember, and I will never forget. Even if I die one day, I know Gilding will remember me, and there's Biggie, he will also remember me. Then watch them die again with your own eyes. With a twisted and ferocious face, the man under the cloak pierced Tinny's chest. He then pulled out his saber with his hand and chopped off Gardner's head before looking defiantly at Lilith. With tears in her eyes, Lilith aimed in the direction of the four and pulled the trigger of the Deicide. At that moment, fire burst into the sky, and the 4 of them were instantly turned into dust. A powerful shockwave was also emitted, and the whole block of buildings collapsed in an instant. Only Liliath's body was left unharmed. She looked at the city and centered on the block. Then, she released strong explosive shockwaves in all directions. The hotel where the party was being held was instantly destroyed. Everyone in the party, including Balin, was obliterated. The entire city collapsed completely. Except for Liliath, no one left was alive. Liliath sank to her knees, clasped her head in her hands, and wept. Chapter 165, Liliath, let's go home. 4 days had gone by since Caesar started Liliath's. Nevertheless, Liliath had not yet woken up. It was already the 7th day since Liliath had been poisoned and the Dark Sector's people had not yet come to Tampa. Gilding guessed that the deal was dead. Gilding was also secretly glad that they had frozen Liliath. As per Neptune's suggestion, or she would have been dead by then. Over the course of the 4 days, Neptune brought a lot of news. The biggest news of all was that Gilding's bounty had increased significantly. It had increased from 320 million star credits to 80 million universe credits. It had increased by at least 200-fold. Wanted offender, Gilding. Gender, male. Age, 15. Gene level, unknown. Support our web novel Go.com. Special abilities, unknown. Other abilities, owns special arts, can enhance his own combat effectiveness. Manifold bounty, 80 million universe credits. Criminal offense 1, badly destroyed the ecological environment of Grey Star Sector on Coela, destroyed the energy supply system on the said planet, and wiped out a large amount of scientific data. Criminal offense 2, shelling the Onassis family mansion on Fenuyuan. Criminal offense 3, destroyed Constellexport Canopy platform system and disseminated the federal government's classified missions and name lists. Criminal offense 4, 1, rescued bounty criminals who had been arrested on Great Divinity. Launched a sneak attack on the army, resulting in massive losses and casualties to the army. 2, gathered a large number of bounty criminals to fight with the army openly. 3, openly hired interstellar mercenaries and destroyed 3 army interceptors. Besides Gilding, Biggie's bounty went from 0 to a skyrocketing fortune. Wanted offender, Biggie. Gender, male. Age, 17. Gene level, rank 10. Special abilities, unknown. Other abilities, strong swordsmanship. Bounty, 50 million universe credits. Criminal offense 1, 1, participated in the rescue of other bounty criminals who had been arrested and offered rewards on Great Divinity. Snuck an attack on the army, resulting in massive losses and casualties to the army. 2, consecutively hindered army generals from carrying out their missions twice. Although Liliath had not done anything, her bounty fluctuated as well because she was a member of Gilding's crew. Wanted offender, Liliath. Gender, female. Age, 14. Gene level, unknown. Special abilities, unknown. Other abilities, gunner. Bounty, 2 million universe credits. Criminal offense, assisted Gilding in many crimes. Even Robert was wanted even though he had always kept a low profile and was rarely seen by the army. Wanted offender, Robert. Race, suspected to be of mechanical tribe. Age, unknown. Combat effectiveness level, unknown. Special abilities, unknown. Other abilities, can build robots to take part in battles. Bounty, 1 million universe credits. Criminal offense, as for the rest of the gang, Bart's had increased the most. Wanted offender, Bart. Gender, male. Age, 20. Gene level, rank 7. Special abilities, unknown. WN. Other abilities, has a demigod chain that can create a ceiling effect but takes time to use. Bounty, 5 million universe credits. Latest criminal offense, took part in a confrontation with the army on Great Divinity, killed a large number of army members. Mien, and Luo, and the others' bounties also increased. Nevertheless, their bounties were not on the same level as Gilding even in the slightest bit. What surprised Gilding the most was that Coldblood's bounty had increased to more than 100 million universe credits. He had spent his time challenging other interstellar pirates within Border River. Every time he targeted an interstellar pirate crew, the latter would suffer a devastating blow. With that, he caused a disturbance in almost the entire Border River. Cosmic Nation had no choice but to send in a team of hunters to seize his team. It took place 2 days prior, but no one on Skynet had uploaded any news about it. leading Gyuding to suspect that the hunters failed their mission. Otherwise, news about Cold Blood's arrest would have been out by then. Over at the hut, Biggie served them meals each day. Robert spent only a few minutes before he was able to create a makeshift portable kitchen that was easy to use. As for Elsa, she carried along performing her guard duty throughout the few days. The past few days were also the days when she had eaten the most food ever since she left home. In the wooden hut, Lilioth's condition began to worry Gyuding a little. Throughout the past 4 days, she was injected with no less than 60 tubes of cell repair agents. Other than that, Caesar would inject her with a tube of blood each day. Then, he would spend hours on her. Caesar was starting to look more and more unwell with each day that went by. "Caesar, how is Lili now?" Gyuding could not help but finally ask. After a moment's silence, Caesar chose to tell the truth, not very optimistic. Her second dream world has been broken, and she will soon fall into a third dream. If this enthrallment continues, she may never wake up, and her soul will permanently drift around in dream world. Gyuding frowned upon hearing this. "Can I help?" In Lilioth's dream, the whole world had collapsed. Her parents had once again died in front of her, leaving her close to a breakdown. Looking around herself, she saw that everything had been destroyed. Suddenly, a strange feeling began to stir in her heart. It was the pleasant sensation of revenge. "I'm going to destroy everything. I'm going to kill everyone. Then, no one can hurt me." A seed of hatred sprouted in her heart and soon grew into a tree. The idea of getting revenge grew stronger and stronger within her. All of a sudden, her gene level began to climb rapidly. It shot from rank 4 to rank 6, and then went up further, rank 7, rank 8. At rank 14, she instantly gained access to demigod powers. A black flame shot up from inside her body. It was the purgatorial flame she had inherited from her father. Nevertheless, the fire in her hand was more domineering. In her right hand, the combat armor that had accompanied her all this while, evolved and turned golden in color. It had transformed itself into a giant particle cannon. Even her defensive combat armor had turned gold. Lilioth, who was now dressed in gold armor, had a ball of fire in her left hand and a cannon in her right hand. She slowly floated in the air. Her fiery red hair turned blood red as it grew at a speed the naked eye could see. Soon, her long hair was sweeping the floor. Her golden pupils also turned completely blood red, and eerie black patterns began circulating them. It made them look creepy. Beneath her, the world that had collapsed had disappeared. A bustling planet was now in front of her, and a large black mansion stood before her. With her eyes, she peered through the window that was tens of miles away and saw several men in black robes secretly discussing something inside. The men in black robes all had pictures of bright red demons on their chests. Die! Lilioth was instantly infuriated, and she shot the particle cannon in her hand wildly. Black flames immediately swept through the city. She was not bothered by the civilians in the city. Her goal was simple: let everyone die with her. The black mansion collapsed instantly. Soon, the whole city was enveloped in flames. There was screaming everywhere, but Lilioth ignored it. Her eyes were fixated on the black mansion, which was now laid in ruins. She wanted to make sure that everyone in front of her had died. No one could escape her wrath. Just then, a man in a black robe slowly crept out of the ruins. The red demon on his chest was still visible. In a flash, he appeared before Lilioth. Even with Lilioth's pupillary power, she could not see his face that was covered by the brim of his hood. Without hesitation, Lilioth pressed the muzzle of her black particle annihilation cannon against her opponent's heart. At that moment, the man in the black robe calmly removed his hood. At the sight of his face, Lilioth hesitated. That was because it was Gyuding. "Olivia, are you really going to kill me?" Gyuding had a sarcastic smile on his face. Lilioth was on the verge of having a breakdown. She could not understand why the Dark Sector's leader had become Gyuding. "Since you can't do it, let me kill you and put an end to your misery." Gyuding smiled gently. At the sight of his smile, Lilioth suddenly reacted, and black flames instantly drowned her opponent. She had done so decisively, without holding back. Gyuding quickly fell in front of her. "Why aren't we partners?" "You're not my partner. Gyuding has never called me Olivia." His smile can shine through shadows like the sunlight, so you're just a fake. Lilioth finally managed to calm down. After she had calmed down, she looked at the city, which was in ruin. Gradually, the black flames in her hand extinguished. Additionally, the huge cannon that she was holding disappeared. Her long hair also returned to its original state, and the color of her pupils reverted to normal. A strong sense of prostration came over her. She fell to the ground, tears streaming down her face. What have I done? The sky was thick with smoke and haze, even the sun could not be seen. She felt her body slowly turn cold. Am I going to die? It would be a relief to die. I might get to see Mom and Dad again. Just then, Lilith heard footsteps coming in the distance. Slightly curious, she turned her head and looked toward the source of the footsteps. Among the debris, a thin figure could be seen moving amidst the smoke. The moment he saw Lilith, he appeared beside her and crouched down next to her. With the corners of his mouth curled upwards, he held out his hand to her. Lily, let's go home. Chapter 166, Gyuding's new ability. Lilith slowly opened her eyes and saw Gyuding smiling at her. I knew you'd be alright. Then she saw the old man next to Gyuding. Is he our new member? Gyuding had always liked recruiting strange people. Even if he did, Lilith would not be surprised, so she asked the question the moment she saw him. My name is Caesar. Caesar smiled faintly. Lilith looked exactly like Tinny. Are you, Grandpa? Although Lilith had never seen Caesar, she often heard her mother mentioning the name. He was her father and a demi powerhouse. Tinny told me about you. We've actually been in touch, but we haven't met each other. Within a year of her marriage, she sent me a message that she had a daughter and sent me a picture of you. Caesar said and projected the picture. It was a little baby wrapped tightly in a blanket. Her skin was pink, and she looked adorable. Then your father was expelled from the family and his spaceship crashed on the way out. I didn't expect God would offer me the blessing of meeting you again. Caesar had always thought that Lilith died in the disaster with her parents. Support our web novel Go.com. When my mother saw the interceptors, she knew something was going to happen. She immediately put me into an invisible escape pod. I was the only one who escaped. Lilith explained. I saw the dreadnought burst aflame with my own eyes. Shortly after, my escape pod landed on a nearby administrative planet, so I changed my name to Lilith and began to drift around to make myself stronger. That's when I met Gyuding. Meanwhile, Gyuding had reached the door and called out to the others. Lily's awake, everyone come in. Even Caesar, who always preferred the peace and quiet, did not object. Biggie and the rest barged their way in. Lilith was visibly startled at the sight of Elsa. Her eyes glossed over Elsa's chest, which was matured for her age. There was a flash of envy in her eyes, but she held out her hand anyway. Hello, my name is Lilith. Are you the new member? My name is Elsa. Nice to meet you. Elsa held out her hand too. Sister Elsa, what do you like to eat? Suspecting that the size of her breasts might have something to do with her diet, Lilith decided to ask Elsa for advice. Elsa eats twice as much as I do, and she's not fussy at all. Biggie chimed in on the subject of food. Lilith ignored Biggie. She looked expectantly at Elsa. Biggie's right. We Vikings eat a lot. My father eats 100 times as much as I do. We eat everything, but meat and fish are our favorites. When it came to food, Elsa instantly felt like they had something in common. Vikings? Lilith had read about the race. Can your people really tame dragons? Most people tame vipers when they grow up. So far only my father and 2 other warriors have tamed real dragons. Out of the 3 dragons, Father Zakut is the strongest, even though he's not fully mature yet. After hearing what Elsa said, Lilith deduced that Elsa's father should at least be a demigod. This was because dragons had powers like a god after reaching adulthood. Their powers were comparable to a demigod even in infancy. In that case, Elsa should not be weak. Gyuding and his crew left the wooden hut, leaving Elsa and Lilith to talk. Gyuding, you really need to get stronger. After leaving the wooden hut, Neptune's voice reached Gyuding. I've just scanned Lilith's body. She's jumped to peak rank 6 gene body from rank 4 gene body. The double spiral gene chain in her body has become a triple spiral. Your bounty is comparable to that of a peak rank 9 martial arts practitioner, which is seriously disproportionate to your actual combat effectiveness. It has been nearly a month since the last energy crystal was implanted. I think it's about time. After this promotion, Neptune, you can teach me how to cultivate primary power, right? Gyuding also knew that Neptune was just telling the truth. His combat effectiveness was nowhere near the top in Dragons or Cosmic Nation. In Border River, it was the law of the jungle. There were more powerhouses. Even with strong members like Elsa in the mix, Gylding was not looking to rely on his partners to protect him. Besides, Elsa's "you look really weak" statement when she challenged Biggie before joining the crew made Gylding realize the extent of his weakness. There's only one rank 6 crystal left, but there are quite a few rank 7s here. You hunted them down during space-time backtracking. There are 10. Lily's having a good chat with Elsa right now, maybe later. Neptune counted the energy crystals. This time I'll ask Robert to implant it for me. Gylding felt that Robert was better suited for the job than Lilith. Taking Robert aside, Gylding asked him for the crystal implantation, and Robert readily agreed. The last thing he wanted was to have nothing to do. He, too, had been looking after the crew and did not have much time to spend in his laboratory. He was glad to hear Gylding ask him for help. The two borrowed Biggie's portable kitchen and began the implantation. First, implant a rank 6 energy crystal and 3 rank 7s to see if you can hit rank 6 in one go. Gylding decided to take a chance. Neptune did not object because he knew that whatever force entered Gylding's body would be completely absorbed by the strange virus. Robert was so quick that he made a perfect incision in Gylding's neck with a single swipe of his finger and inserted the 4 crystals in less than 10 seconds. The neck wound quickly disappeared with the help of Gylding's high-speed regenerative ability. The virus reappeared and within minutes, it had engulfed all 4 crystals. Gylding's body began to change drastically. The gene locks in his body broke twice in a row, elevating Gylding's rank 3 gene body to rank 5. His cell strength and activity were strengthened once again, and his cell index increased rapidly. The gene chain that held the berserker conversion ability finally morphed again and seemed to be strengthened. The other gene chain had also started to experience its first change, followed closely by a second and a third. When all the changes had been made, Neptune checked Gylding's body data. Name, Gylding. Gender, male. Age, 15. Gene level, rank 5. Special ability 1, level 3 rage attack, evolvable. Ability description, a 4-fold increase in attack effectiveness, defense, speed, and resilience that lasts 10 minutes. Side effects, enter a state of unconsciousness for 10 hours. Combat effectiveness will be halved. Special ability 2, level 1 high-speed regeneration, evolvable. Ability description, cells regenerative ability to increase by 10-fold, permanent. Special ability 3, level 3 damage stacking, curse stream ability, evolvable. Ability description, cast a curse on the target. The damage can be stacked. Every consecutive hit adds extra damage to all previous hits. Special ability 4, absolute seal, level 1 tapu energy, evolvable. Ability description, it could create an absolute seal effect on any living body through touch. This effect involves sealing all their energy, including primary power, special abilities, cell energy, spirit, and any form of energy. Ability limit 1, seal time, 10 hours. Ability limit 2, there is a downtime of 30 days between each use. Ability limit 3, ineffective against inanimate objects. Ability limit 4, only works on a single target. Special ability 5, level 3 iron block, evolvable. Ability description, makes the skin, muscles, internal organs, and bones of the body as solid as iron. Increases defense by 4-fold and applies a 4% reverse shock effect to incoming attacks. Ability limit, can only be used for up to half an hour at a time. Defense will be halved when the effect is over. Cell index, 3000. Spirit index, 2950. Battle prowess, B+. Mental cognition, A. After projecting the data out, Gylding was still not satisfied. He thought he could promote to rank 6 gene body, but he got stuck at rank 5. Go ahead and implant the remaining 7 crystals. Robert nodded and once again made a cut in Gylding's neck before stuffing the remaining 7 crystals inside. After the 7 crystals were engulfed by the virus, just as expected by Neptune, they stopped affecting the gene locks. Instead, it accelerated the evolution of Gylding's iron block ability. After the gene chain associated with the iron block ability finished morphing, it once again caused changes in the 3 surrounding gene chains. When the process was over, only one piece of data in Gylding's body changed. The original iron block transformed into advanced iron block. Special ability 5, level 2 advanced iron block, evolvable. Ability description, makes the skin, muscles, internal organs, and bones of the body as solid as iron. It could also form a layer of energy protection outside the body. Increases defense by 20 times its original value and applies a 20% reverse shock effect to incoming attacks. Ability limit, can only be used for up to an hour at a time. Defense will fall to 1/3 of its original value when the effect wears off. This ability seems to be able to hold off primary power attacks. Gylding was also a little surprised at the breakdown of the advanced iron block ability. Although it did not meet his expectations, his overall strength seemed to have improved significantly. With a base combat effectiveness of 3,000 points, plus the 4-fold increase from Rage, the 20-fold increase from the Rank 8 Ultimate Arts, and the 2-fold increase from Combat Armor, Gylding's combat effectiveness could potentially reach up to 480,000 points. A Rank 9 Gene Body's combat effectiveness was usually between 100,000 and 1,000,000 points. This way, Gylding had reached Rank 9 combat effectiveness. Once he used advanced iron block ability, his defense would experience a 20-fold increase. That was nearly 10 million units worth of defense. Only a peak Rank 10 Gene Body powerhouse could hurt him. If anyone wanted to kill Gylding, they would have to be stronger than a Rank 11 Gene Body powerhouse. Chapter 167, Gylding's Underrated Crew. During their stay on Tampa, Gylding and his crew enjoyed a few days of undisturbed peace. This kind of situation had been very rare since leaving Serul. However, in Caesar's words, there were remnants of the deity's will on this planet. It could suppress and weaken negative emotions such as anger and sadness so the average man would not feel the impulse to attack. For example, when Elsa challenged others earlier, she was just looking to have fun, they were not really fighting. Lilioth had awakened, and Gylding had achieved his greatest goal in Tampa. There was also the unexpected addition of Elsa. Lilioth had evolved to Rank 6 Gene Body, and Gylding had also evolved to Rank 5 Gene Body. The two promotions in Gylding's gene level had also allowed Neptune to once again increase his detection range, this time from a radius of 1 kilometer to 100 kilometers. At the same time, a new ability, Gene Pool ability, Rudimentary Restrictions, had been unlocked. This ability allowed Neptune to reconstruct the entire gene structure from the body fluids of an organism and, given enough material, replicate it. It could also copy the corresponding gene directly and insert some of the gene segments that carried specific abilities into other people's bodies so that they could acquire the ability. At the moment, of course, it was restricted to a rudimentary level. He could only analyze and replicate organisms with double spiral gene structures. It was a very good start, so to speak, as they had just entered Border River. Gylding and his crew did not leave immediately after Lilioth woke up. Caesar was a little reluctant to part with his granddaughter, and Lilioth had a lot to talk about with her grandfather. Support our web novel Go.com. Taking advantage of this free time, Gylding did not sit around. He took the initiative to approach Neptune. Neptune, can I cultivate my primary powers now? You said you'd teach me as soon as my cell index reaches 1,000 points and now, I'm at 3,000 points. I've planned everything out for you. Neptune was not anxious at all. Based on your character and fighting style, I chose an ancient primary power cultivation skill for you called Sun Sutra. This skill absorbs the star's light energy and converts it into your own primary power. This skill is extremely domineering. I had prepared another set of skills for you. If you had not awakened the advanced iron block ability, I would have never dared let you cultivate Sun Sutra. Sounds great. Gylding also knew that Neptune's selection of skills would not be bad, as can be seen in Ultimate Arts. When you cultivate the Sun Sutra to its max potential, it will allow you to cast terrifying natural stream abilities such as Starfire. Everyone knows that the flame-based abilities of Natural Stream are very destructive, and Starfire ranks first in terms of the destructive power, and it's also among the top 3 in terms of comprehensiveness. Neptune's explanation lit up Gylding's eyes. As soon as Neptune had the skill set imprinted in his mind, Gylding read it. After a brief review, he was surprised by the domineering power of the skill where it could utilize the energy from light energy to strengthen cells while also converting it into true primary power. This meant that it could make Gylding's Ultimate Arts even more powerful. It was a perfect match for Gylding. Generally speaking, there are 2 major stages in cultivating primary power. They're known as coagulation and solidification. The first stage, coagulation, is the simplest. in which external energy is brought into the body and converted into primary power. It is then distributed to various parts of the body as needed to attack and defend. Some people with strong primary power even have the ability to spread it across their body and harness it for a long time, but I wouldn't recommend it. The second stage is called solidification. People who reach this stage can solidify the primary power and use it for combat. You've seen that when Sharp doesn't have a saber in his hand, he'll just solidify his primary power and fight. Actually, there's a third stage called change, but let's not talk about it now. It seems that no one in your era has cultivated primary power to that level. Neptune roughly explained the cultivation stages of primary power. Although there were only 2 stages in general, the 2 stages could also be broken down into some smaller stages by referring to the different levels of application of primary power. However, Neptune did not continue to subdivide it. The first stage of your cultivation is very simple, which is to absorb light energy into your body and convert it into primary power. Then, try to concentrate the primary power into your hands. Gylding immediately walked to a sunny spot outside the wooden hut, and according to the instructions of the Sun Sutra, he slowly began to convert the light energy shining on him into his primary power. A warm feeling soon spread across his body, as if every cell in his body was rapidly absorbing the light energy, and Gylding even vaguely felt as if his cell index had improved. His cell composite index was rising, but only a little. It rose by 1 point in a few minutes. As the light energy entered his body, Gylding began to control the energy to circulate through his body, and the process went on so smoothly that the first cycle was completed in under 20 minutes. As Gylding pushed more energy into the cycle, one by one it began to move. It took more than 3 hours to stabilize the first cycle in Gylding's body, and it occurred before dark. This progress left Neptune a little speechless. Supposedly, everyone else would have to fail dozens or even hundreds of times to really constitute a cycle, but Gylding finished it in one afternoon. After forming the cycle, Gylding tried to control the energy in his hands. The first few attempts did not go well, and the energy dissipated quickly. However, soon he got the hang of moving the energy around his hands, and the primary power dissipated much more slowly. They stayed at Tampa for another night because of Gylding and Lilioth. Gylding spent the night practicing to control primary power. Early the next morning, they returned to the port. Back on the ship, the Golden Eagle quickly took off from the port and headed deeper into Border River. Talking to the crew, Lilioth realized how much she had missed during her time in the coma and was shocked to see how much her bounty had risen. 2 million universe credits, which translates into 2 billion Dragons or Cosmic Nations star credits. It was nearly 20 times the amount of her previous bounty. Lilioth's jaw dropped when she saw Gylding and Biggie's bounty. That's over 100 million universe credits. I expect we'll soon be noticed by some rank 10 and rank 11 gene body powerhouses. In the Border River, we are small fishes swimming from a tiny stream into a lake, and we are easy prey for the big fishes. Lily's right. The rules in Border River are pretty messed up, especially after that guy Coldblood caused trouble the other day. There are a lot of pirate crews following his lead. We not only find those with bounties challenging others with higher bounties, but there are powerful pirate crews that are copying Coldblood by poaching talents from other crew. Neptune felt that things were not in their favor. In Border River, the most important thing to be mindful of is not the army's pursuit, but the threat of other interstellar pirate crews. Gylding had heard Neptune mention that Cold had done something in the Border River earlier, but he did not know exactly what it was. Now that Neptune mentioned it, he could not help but ask, what did Cold do? He challenged 13 pirate crews that were offered over 100 million universe credits in bounties and destroyed 11 of them with a sweeping gesture. He even snatched 2 men with unique abilities from 2 other pirate crews. One of them is incredibly adept at computers while the other one is the best surgeon in Border River. Poaching members from other pirate crews has happened before, but this was the first time he has poached so openly. As a result of this, many of the best crews in Border River have this idea in their head. That's why this is perhaps the most disorderly and dangerous time to be in Border River. There are even some meddlesome guys who have done research on new crews and compiled a list of the top 10 crews to attack. Our crew is in the top 10. Neptune said and ejected a picture. It listed the names of 10 crews and specified the main reason for the attack. Gilding looked from the top to the bottom. The crew at the top was not very strong. Their combined bounty was only 1.1 million universe credits. Gilding looked curiously at the reason for the attack. This is a very weak crew. The most powerful one in the crew being a rank 8 gene body. There is a newcomer with holy light ability in the crew, which is bound to be the object of competition from various forces. When Gilding saw the word holy light, he understood why this crew was ranked first. This was because holy light is an ability that removes most types of curse stream abilities. More than 90% of curse stream abilities could be negated by holy light ability. Understandably, many powerhouse crews would do their best to have this in their arsenal to eliminate any threat from strong curse stream opponents. Gilding's crew was ranked second in the list. The reason for the attack below read: newcomer crew from a 2-star cosmic nation, debuted less than half a year. Their captain, Gilding, has mediocre combat effectiveness. There is only one rank 10 gene body swordsman in the crew. Biggie. The whole crew has a combined bounty of more than 130 million universe credits. It is unbelievably high and is bound to attract the attention of many. As for the member Biggie, he is the object of competition of great forces with a lack of strong melee powerhouses. The crew's spaceship is a valuable Golden Eagle. This is also the reason some may choose to attack. Looks like we're seen as a lousy crew. Gilding was speechless. It's normal. Most of the materials on Great Divinity are locked away by the federal government. The others can only see your combat videos, and the most interesting one is your fight with Senior. Senior is only a rank 7 gene body. In Border River, a rank 7 gene body is the least you can expect, and there's so many of them. It's not surprising that they would say that about you. Neptune knew exactly why these people would think of Gilding that way. If the black mesh hadn't been destroyed, I would be able to fight any rank 10 gene bodies with a combat effectiveness of 10,000 points or lower. Gilding said and looked at Robert. Robert, help me build another one. Based on the current situation, the basic combat effectiveness of the new mesh will be the same as the last one. The increase in your combat effectiveness will be limited. To make a better mesh, you have to find better materials. Since you're going to look for materials anyway, you might as well look for materials to reforge your combat armor, upgrading it to bronze rank, which will prove more effective in improving your ability. In 3 days, we'll land on Kerma, another busy planet. You try looking around to see if you find enough materials. Neptune chimed in. Chapter 168, Elsa's horrifying combat effectiveness. Chapter 168, Elsa's horrifying combat effectiveness. As the spaceship docked in Kerma's port, Gilding unexpectedly did not make noise about getting out of the ship, as he and Liliath always did. However, Gilding had been completely immersed in cultivating primary power these days. During the 3 days of the voyage, the spaceship moved at high speed. Although he was unable to absorb light energy from the stars, Gilding had been practicing controlling his primary power. 3 days down the road, and one could say that they had a little success. Even Neptune had some admiration for Gilding. Neptune thought that Gilding's body learned to absorb and transform the light energy in one afternoon, and it would be useful if he needed to survive for a day. However, Gilding had been practicing his mastery of it for 3 days, and his training was not finished yet. Gilding was never idle except for when he slept. When other people were chatting, he was practicing. Even when everyone was eating, he would eat with one hand and practice using his primary power with the other. As soon as the spaceship docked, Gilding threw Liliath a shopping list and frantically climbed to the top of the spaceship to work on Sun Sutra and begin absorbing light energy. Liliath looked at the list. They were materials Robert had previously used for Gilding's combat armor evolution. After pulling Elsa out of the ship, she completely ignored Biggie. As for Robert, he was just as busy as Gilding, working in studiously his room. Support our web novel Go.com. As light energy was absorbed, Gilding's body that was deprived of primary power began to fill up rapidly. His cells once again began to perk up. One afternoon of absorption on Tampa earlier got Gilding's cell index to rise more than 20 points. It went up in about 10 minutes. The absorption rate was similar on this planet. Neptune also sensed that Gilding's mastery in primary power these days was quite high. He could control primary power to instantly reach every part of his body to defend and attack effectively without any obstacles. In a few days, once Gilding's body was fully saturated with primary power, Gilding was going to possess outstanding combat effectiveness. If Robert's combat armor could be completed in time, Gilding would be strong enough to fight even a rank 10 gene body. Lilith and Elsa talked and laughed along the way. Biggie followed them like a bodyguard. Just as the three of them were about to leave the port, a couple of delinquents came by whistling. The leader looked like he was in his early 20s, with a faint moustache above his lips. His eyes fell on Elsa's chest with a flash of salacity in his eyes. As soon as he held out his hand, Elsa reacted. Before anyone saw her move a muscle, they heard a few clicks. It was the sound of his broken bones. Almost at the same moment, Lilith appeared like a ghost in front of him. A gun that was nearly 2 meters long had its black muzzle pressed against his head. "Leave," Lilith commanded in a cold tone. The murderous intent in her gushed out in an instant. Her eyes looked like a frozen lake that had been frozen over for 10,000 years. No person dared to look at it directly. She looked like a demon arose from hell, spreading a dangerous and horrible aura. Murderous intent was the result of the murder of tens of millions of people in her dream. The use of the murderous intent was also personally taught by Caesar, who was a demigod. The moment the murderous intent was released from her body, even Elsa, who had never known fear, shivered, and Biggie's eyes flashed strangely. Heinous murderous intent instantly filled the whole port. Many powerhouses who were secretly stalking them retreated immediately. "We misjudged Gilding's crew's information." Lilith, the gunner, had killed at least tens of thousands of people. The murderous intent in her was just as terrifying as the arrival of a demon. Their new female member twisted a peak rank 7 gene body martial arts practitioner's arm in an instant. She was so fast I couldn't catch a glimpse. A rank 9 powerhouse who was stalking them quickly replied to his crew with the new information. "Biggie did not attack, so I could not gauge the degree of his strength. I also didn't see the target, Gilding, so I couldn't judge his combat effectiveness." "I see. Keep observing them. There will be others who will try to test them." A voice came from the other end of the communicator. The gang of delinquents quickly fled the scene, running as fast as they could. "Lily, you were so good that you scared me." Elsa was telling the truth. "I just wanted to try what Grandpa taught me, and it seems to be working." Lilith laughed. She had only been with Caesar for 1 day, but he had taught her a lot of useful things, including how to use murderous intent and pupillary abilities. He also gave her advice and guidance on the use of firearms and close combat. The three left the port and spent several hours completing Gilding's shopping list. Robert's long list was only about half complete, but the three of them had shopped in all the stores nearby. If they wanted more, they had to go to other planets. "Biggie, you should take the materials back first. I'll shop around some more with Elsa and buy her an intelligent wristwatch as well as check out some other stuff." Lilith knew that Gilding needed those materials to upgrade his combat armor, and the sooner the better. In fact, Lilith also mentioned the idea of upgrading her combat armor to silver rank to Robert. However, according to Robert, the materials needed to upgrade the combat armor to silver rank were extremely rare. Many were unlikely to be found on a planet like Kerma. However, he still added the materials for the silver combat armor to the list, but Lilith only managed to procure less than a third of it. With Elsa around, Biggie did not worry too much about their safety. After Lilith handed the materials over to him, Biggie immediately headed for the port. Several peeping eyes had noticed Biggie's departure. Two little girls hung out in the middle of the bustling market, arm in arm. One crew could not stand it any longer. A bald man appeared in front of them with two young men accompanying him. "Are you both part of Gilding's crew?" The bald man was beef-faced and had a tattoo of a naked woman on his left arm. "Why would you ask something you perfectly know the answer to?" Lilith could not help laughing when she heard him ask. "You've followed us all the way from the port and watched us descend from the Golden Eagle." "Of course, your crew was not the only one. 21 teams were interested in us at the port. After what just happened at the port, 8 teams stopped their surveillance of us, and the remaining 13 followed us here. Out of the 13 teams, only your team chose to confront us while everyone else stands by and watches. Now that you know you're being monitored, I'll cut the crap and ask you to come with us." The bald man did not expect them to know so much about their crew monitoring them, but he was unfazed. In Gilding's crew, Lilith's combat effectiveness was so poor, and the video showed that she could not even defeat a rank 7 gene body. On their ship, all crew members were of a gene body higher than rank 7. As for the new girl, She did not look any older than Lilith, and so presumably was not any better. "Why should we go with you?" Lilith asked rhetorically. "If you two don't want to suffer, be a peach, and come with us as hostages. Our men will negotiate with Gilding to exchange the Golden Eagle for your safe return. If you choose to resist, then you'll suffer a little, but the result will be the same. Therefore, if you're smart enough, you should know what to do next." The bald man still saw no threat from the two little girls. "Lily, why are these guys so arrogant when they're so weak?" Elsa blinked her eyes in confusion. "That's because they don't know what you're capable of, Elsa." Lilith turned to the bald man. "A lot of people made the same terrible mistake of underestimating our team. Are you so naive as to think that the bounty the federal government set for us is an overestimation of our strength? Then I'm going to make it clear to all of you that the bounty of 133 million universe credits is equivalent to the amount of influence and destruction our team is capable of causing now, and that amount is only going to get higher and higher." After she finished, Lilith turned to look at Elsa. "Elsa, you can attack now. I know you can't wait." Elsa, who was a combat maniac, did not hesitate to do so. She was as athletic as a bobcat and darted into the arms of the bald man. Her seemingly small fist landed on the bald man's left chest, and then a strange force rushed through her muscles into his body, shattering all of the bald man's ribs like it was nothing. His chest collapsed and he flew upside down into a storefront, not knowing whether he survived. Before the other two young men could respond, Elsa grabbed one by the neck, knocked them unconscious, and threw them into a man-made fountain nearby. The battle began and ended in a split second. The bald man, as many of the other crews knew, was a peak rank 9 gene body. He was so close to reaching rank 10. She must be at least a peak rank 10 gene body or even a rank 11 to be able to take him out so easily. A few crews that saw this scene quietly dispersed and stopped stalking them. "Lily, let's continue shopping." Elsa clapped her hands and returned to Lilith's side. "Wait, there's one more thing we haven't done," Lilith said and dialed number. "Hello. Is this the emergency center?" "There's a wounded man in the market with collapsed ribs. He probably won't live much longer. Come quickly." After dialing the number, Lilith pulled out a tube of E-grade gene repair agent. She quickly slipped into the shop that had been knocked down. Then walked over to the bald man, pinched his mouth open, and poured the medicine in. As she turned and walked out of the shop, she grabbed a handful of what looked like 20 universe credits and passed it to the shopkeeper. Then, she took Elsa's arm. "Come on, let's continue shopping." Chapter 169. The Battle Begins. Chapter 169. The Battle Begins. A golden-haired young man sat on a leather chair. His legs rested at the side of the table while he tapped his right index finger on the table. Two members who rank 10 gene body, while the ranks of the others are unknown. Gilding and Lilith's combat effectiveness seemed pretty average judging from the most recent video of them. Even if they had improved over this short time, it would be impossible for them to be powerful enough to go up against a rank 10 gene body powerhouse. There's another crew member of theirs who is a robot. He hasn't gone into battle before, but it's obvious from his size that he is not a combat robot. "We don't need to worry about him." No one else spoke in the room. They were aware of how much their boss loved talking to himself. It would be catastrophic for anyone to interrupt him at this time. "Is Grito okay in the emergency center?" Yarrow asked nonchalantly. He was the captain of the Marauders. He might be more than 40 years old, but he still looked like he was around 20. "His sternum is completely fractured, and his internal organs have suffered severe shock. The doctor said that he would have been a goner if he had arrived any later to the hospital. He has just pulled through a critical period and is now in deep sleep. We don't know when he'll awake." The man who had answered the question was a burly man named Benji. He had a very deep voice. "Boss, we should take our revenge, even if it's not for Grito. All the other pirate crews are watching us. We'll be looked down on if we do nothing. Besides, we just lost to that jerk, Cold Blood, a few days ago and he took our ship. Doctor, we need a victory and Gilding's crew is the perfect target." Yarrow was a little vexed over Benji's words. "Support our web novel Go.com." He was a rank 11 gene body, and he had two crew members who were rank 10 gene bodies. In the eyes of his crew members, Gilding's crew was like a meal served up to them on a nice plate. The thing that was holding him back, was that fight with cold blood. It had left a hidden wound him that lowered his power back to when he had just become rank 11 Gene Body. This wound that had caused his ability to be affected could have been quietly taken care of by the ship doctor. Yarrow had always been too proud to show weakness in front of his crew members, excluding the ship doctor. However, the doctor was no longer with them and Yarrow chose to quietly deal with the wound on his own. He was a cautious man and was not willing to jump into battle with anyone before he was completely healed. Besides that, the high bounty on Gilding's crew had convinced him that the crew's capability was not as he had seen in the video, especially when they had just taken in a new crew member who was a peak rank 10 Gene Body powerhouse. This alone had him thinking that perhaps there was more than meets the eye when it came to Gilding's crew. These were the reasons that were stopping him from challenging this unknown opponent before he was completely healed. However, Benji's words were not wrong. The fact that Cold Blood had beaten them and snatched their ship doctor was a great humiliation. To add salt to the wound, a member of his crew had just been beaten half to death by Gilding's crew. If Yarrow chose to back down, it would take him a long time before he could raise his head proudly in front of the other pirate crews. There was no way he could back off from this now. He needed to fight Gilding's crew as soon as possible in order to salvage the reputation of his crew. After a short struggle within his head, he finally slammed his hands on the table and decided, "We'll go into battle with Gilding's crew. Get prepared, everyone." Just as Yarrow made his decision, Robert had just finished refining Gilding's combat armor from dark iron grade to bronze grade. The enhancement that used to only double his power would now raise it by 5 times. Gilding injected the new combat armor into his body. Even though it had been upgraded, there was no need for the combat armor to refamiliarize itself with its owner. Gilding could feel himself become stronger after going through armor transformation. Right then, Liliath and Elsa were done with their full day of shopping. Gilding had no idea what they bought besides an extravagant-looking watch on Elsa's hand. Biggie started getting busy in the kitchen when it was near dinner time. Gilding returned to the topmost area of the cabin and continued cultivating his Sun Sutra before it got dark. He had spent nearly the whole day absorbing light energy on the first day they had arrived on Kerma. The primary power in his body had gotten quite strong. A large group of people were marching toward Gilding's Golden Eagle before dark. The person at the front looked to be a golden-haired young boy of about 20. He had a slightly slim build with long, slender legs. He had a clean-cut look, but his eyes were soulless. It made anyone looking at them want to avoid his gaze. A loud voice shouted towards the huge Golden Eagle, "Every one of Gilding's crew, get out here. We're the Marauders. We hereby declare that the Marauders officially challenge Gilding's crew to a battle." Gilding leapt off the top of the cabin in one move. He looked at the crowd of people with a befuddled expression. Marauders? Is that the pirate crew whose ship doctor was snatched by Cold Blood's crew? Yarrow and all his crew standing behind him immediately became upset when they heard what Gilding had said. Even though they looked angry on the outside, their emotions were now leaning toward agitation instead. Most of the spectators thought Gilding's sarcasm had hit the right spot when they heard him. "You should be going after Cold Blood's the Punishers for a fight. Why are you coming to us instead?" Besides being busy with his combat armor, Gilding had spent the whole day at the top of the spaceship training. He had no idea what had happened. "Your crew member had nearly beaten our member, Grito, to death. He's still lying unconscious in the emergency room. Please don't claim you're unaware of this when you're the captain of your crew." Liliath and the others should have been back on the spaceship half an hour ago, right? The man's voice boomed as he shouted at Gilding. The Golden Eagle's hatch opened at that moment and Liliath's voice could be heard. "I allowed Elsa to beat him up." "However, why didn't you tell him the reason we beat him up?" Old man with the loud voice. Liliath turned purposefully toward Yarrow, who was obviously the captain of the crew. "Your crew tried to cut off 2 underage little girls, me and Elsa, in an attempt to kidnap us and use us as a ransom for the Golden Eagle. Why didn't you shout out your underhanded tactics?" As for that bald old man, he wasn't as powerful as we were. He deserved to get beaten up. Besides, I called him an ambulance and fed him a cell repair agent. I think we were more than civil about it. It doesn't matter what happened. As the captain of this crew, it's my responsibility to seek justice for my crew member when you've beaten up Grito so badly. As for what Grito had done wrong, it should be up to our crew to judge and sentence accordingly. It's not your place, as an outsider, to do so. Since you've already made your move, It's pointless to continue with this incessant babbling. Prepare to bear the consequences. There was not much emotion in Yarrow's voice. Are you sure you want to battle it out? Gylding looked at Yarrow calmly. Yarrow was slightly bewildered by this. He did not see any fear nor emotions in Gylding's eyes. In fact, he felt that Gylding seemed to be excited about something. He felt a sudden wave of dread wash over but chose to ignore the gut warning as he gave a definite answer. I'm sure. The people behind Yarrow suddenly made their move as they started brandishing their weapons and swarmed toward Gylding's crew. On Gylding's side, Liliath calmly put on her metal hat and started hypnotizing Biggie. Robert released more than 20 combat robots at one go, leaving 2 to guard Liliath while the rest joined the fight. These combat robots' basic combat effectiveness was equivalent to a rank 8 gene body, and they were programmed to have the first 8 levels of the ultimate arts. They were even capable of going up against rank 9 gene body powerhouses. When they entered the fight, it was akin to releasing wolves into flocks of sheep. It did not take long before painful howling and terrified screams could be heard. Biggie was intercepted by a burly man called Benji. Benji was also a rank 10 gene body powerhouse. He was close to 2.5 meters in height and was very muscular. Obviously, as compared to a normal person, this physique would attract a lot of attention. However, when facing Biggie, he looked one size smaller. Benji seemed to be extremely annoyed about Biggie being larger than he was. He was used to looking down on others with his head tilted down, but now he was forced to look up at his opponent. Elsa was intercepted by a girl named Annie, whose physique was almost on par with Benji. However, she did not have muscles, rather, she was fleshy and had no beast body. Her height was close to 2 meters and she looked like a thick wall. It was not an exaggeration to say her arms were thicker than both of Elsa's legs combined. The most ridiculous thing about her was her choice of outfit in a fight like this. She was wearing a long, pink dress made of thin fabric. Every time a light breeze swept past, her skirt would lift and she would immediately attempt to press her dress down shyly. In fact, everyone could see that she was wearing a pair of white panties through her thin pink dress with or without the wind blowing it up. It was a strongly flavored view not fit for normal admiration. Yarrow was surprised to see that Gylding did not take part in the fight. He had thought the first thing Gylding would do was to try his best to avoid fighting with Yarrow. From the looks of it, Gylding had done the complete opposite. Gylding stood rooted to the spot, eyes as calm as still water. He looked toward Yarrow without any sign of emotion. Yarrow immediately went into alert mode amidst his astonishment. Gylding's reaction was abnormal and disconcerting. This was not how a weakling would react to a powerhouse. His eyes narrowed as he started to analyze Gylding in an attempt to figure him out but failed to come up with anything. You shouldn't have chosen to go into battle, Gylding suddenly said. And you shouldn't choose to fight when your wound hasn't fully healed yet. Chapter 170, Gylding vs. Yarrow. Gylding did not detect Yarrow's wound. He was a pharmacologist, not a doctor. Moreover, Yarrow had concealed it very well. At the very least, he had successfully fooled more than 40 of his crew. If his crew of more than 40 people, who spent every day with him, were unable to tell he was wounded, it was only natural that Gylding would not notice it. Neptune was the one who had detected it. Neptune has the ability to analyze a person's physical condition based on the magnetic field surrounding the individual as long as they were within Neptune's range. The magnetic field around Yarrow was erratic and his power signatures were not at that of a true rank 11 gene body. In addition to that, Neptune was more than 96% sure that Yarrow had been wounded based on the video of his fight with Cold Blood, and he had yet to recover. Neptune happily shared this news with Gylding. If Gylding had to go up against a rank 11 gene body, there would be no chance of victory. However, his opponent had a secret wound that affected his true power, dropping from his peak form of rank 11 gene body to a level close to rank 10 gene body. This gave Gylding a fair chance at winning the fight. Yarrow's expression changed slightly at Gylding's mention of his unhealed wound, but he quickly composed himself. I have no idea why you would make such a strange judgment, but even if I was truly wounded, I am still a rank 11 gene body. As for you, the highest you've ever been is only a rank 7 gene body, am I right? Do you really think you would be an obstacle for me? So, you think that I'm nothing more than a rank 7 gene body when there's a bounty of 80 million universe credits on me? Gyuding laughed at Yarrow's words. He moved a step forward as he activated Ultimate Arts Level 8, summoning his bronze-grade combat armor. He had also fully unleashed his Level 3 rage attack. 3,060 points of basic combat effectiveness were enhanced by 400 times, giving it a sudden spike to 1,220,000 points. This was similar to the combat effectiveness of a rank 10 Jin body. Under the enhancement of the advanced iron block, Gyuding's defense was further increased another 20 times, bringing the figure close to 25 million points. Support our web novel Go.com. After he was done with this preparation, primary power in the form of a bright, golden beam of light slowly emerged from his palms. Gyuding clenched his hands into a fist and made a powerful jump as his figure dashed forward, arriving in front of Yarrow in a split second as he made the first attack. Yarrow was taken aback upon witnessing Gyuding's speed. It was no lower than a rank 10 Jin body. It was at this point that he realized how misleading those videos he watched were. Gyuding, whom everyone had thought to be only a rank 7 Jin body, had a combat effectiveness that was equivalent to that of a rank 10 Jin body. Yarrow quickly pulled himself together. He did not panic over this as he was a rank 11 Jin body. Even though he was surprised by Gyuding's true power, he still did not think of Gyuding as a threat. He was well versed in close combat, just like Gyuding, and his body art had the effect of doubling his power. This was a skill that he had always been proud of. As Yarrow watched Gyuding speeding up to him, he met the attack with a punch as his fist was encompassed within a thick, silver light. There was a flash as their attacks collided, causing an explosion from the golden and silver energy. A strong wind billowed from the powerful collision of both energies and drew the attention of everyone around. At the same time, Gyuding was blown away by it. As the golden energy in his fist dissipated instantly, he had only spent one day absorbing light energy for conversion into primary power. Unsurprisingly, it was no match for Yarrow's years of training in righteous force. It was only normal that Gyuding's energy would dissipate. As the crowd watched Gyuding fly away with a single attack, they guessed that Gyuding would lose his combat effectiveness following Yarrow's punch. They had not expected Gyuding to pick himself up as if nothing had happened, dashing speedily once more toward Yarrow. Yarrow's previous attack had caused a strong pushback that Gyuding could not shield himself from, which was why Gyuding had flown off backward. However, under the effect of the advanced iron block, there was not much effect on his physical state. Only his arms felt slightly numb from the attack. Yarrow noticed something unusual after the punch. Gyuding's strength was far inferior to him, yet when he delivered that blow, it felt like he was attacking the exterior of the Golden Eagle. He knew that his attack did not cause any damage to Gyuding. As expected, Gyuding moved forward toward Yarrow immediately after stabilizing himself. Many busybodies outside the battlefield were recording this scene. They saw it as an opportunity to record a sensational video. Newcomer Gyuding had faced the full brunt of an attack from Yarrow yet managed to come out of it unscathed. Elsa had taken the time to peek at Gyuding's battle and she was slightly surprised by the result. She had always thought Gyuding was not powerful, but after witnessing Gyuding being unaffected by an attack of that level, she realized she might have had a lapse in judgment. What Elsa did not know was that Gyuding was indeed pretty weak when they had met. If it were not for the fact that he had upgraded himself over the last few days, he would not even be able to withstand a single attack from Elsa. There was another flash between Gyuding and Yarrow as their punches collided, creating a tremble in the air that sounded like a booming detonation from a cannon. It had created a shockwave of energy that rang through the air, much like a raging storm being unleashed in every direction. At that moment, anyone lower than a rank 8 Jin body was blown away. Gyuding was sent flying backward once again as he spun around in circles in the sky. He managed to land feet first on the ground but was still pushed back a few meters by the overwhelming force. He regained balance once again and it was apparent that Gyuding remained unharmed yet again. Yarrow was surprised as he clearly sensed Gyuding becoming stronger than before, even though it was not enough to harm Yarrow. But if Gyuding's increasing strength was a special ability, it would mean big trouble. This is because each time Yarrow attacked, the more Gyuding would gain in strength. The worst part of it all was that his attack could not penetrate Gyuding's defenses at all. The thought of this convinced Yarrow to change his battle tactics. He had planned to go head-to-head with Gyuding and overpower him with pure strength, making Gylding realize that Yarrow was the stronger of the two. That was why Yarrow did not follow up with another attack during both times Gylding was sent flying. By the looks of it, Gylding's defense was extremely solid. To make sure Gylding would stay down permanently, Yarrow's only option was to focus on destroying his defense by raining down a storm on Gylding. This time, Yarrow made the first move. Yarrow attacked the moment Gylding stabilized himself, appearing in front of Gylding in one quick dash. The speed of a rank 11 gene body was miles faster than a rank 10 gene body, which was why Gylding did not have time to react. Yarrow's body was immediately encompassed within a silver-colored righteous force. This time, he did not hold back as he bombarded Gylding with continuous vicious assaults. Each punch and each kick pummeled Gylding with full strength, as the attacks rained down on Gylding's body. Every attack that collided with Gylding's body produced a booming sound, much like the explosion created by a cannon shot. It felt like armor-piercing shells landing on rocky terrain. The explosive power from the righteous force created sparks of silver fire, causing everyone watching it to be dumbstruck. Elsa, who was not far away, witnessed Gylding get buried within the silver sparks. She grew slightly worried at the sight of those powerful attacks, as she knew that even with her physical strength, she would have been seriously wounded under such an attack. Robert, in an unusual move, was also staring at Gylding's location. He was wondering whether to unleash that weapon. However, Neptune did not transmit any messages, which meant that Gylding was not in danger yet. At this thought, he stood down from the decision and turned to watch Liliath, whose eyes were shut tight. The exploding noises had gone on for quite a while and all the spectators were under the assumption that Gylding had been completely smashed into a pulp, but Yarrow knew that was not the case. He still had the feeling as if he were attacking a special grade metal. Every attack had given off the feeling as if the impact was being absorbed. If he had successfully destroyed Gylding's defense, this would not be the sensation he would feel from his punches. Yarrow was starting to doubt that Gylding was a human being because of this unbelievably powerful defense that made it seem like he was a robot made of a special metal. As for Gylding, he was starting to feel dismal over the situation. Even though Yarrow's attacks could not bypass his defense, Gylding still felt the pain from those attacks on his body. Moreover, he was being forced into a passive state as he had no way of retaliating. This was the first time he had been in such a situation and he was miserable. More importantly, the advanced iron block could only last for an hour. If this went on for more than an hour, not only would he lose his enhanced defense, he would also lose 1/3 of his original defense. When that time comes, Yarrow's attack would completely annihilate him. I can't go on like this. Gylding calculated his timing. His fight with Yarrow had gone on for more than 10 minutes. He only had slightly more than 40 minutes of this advantage. Gylding had to win this fight within that time frame or face lethal consequences. The Ultimate Arts Level 8 had helped enhance Gylding's combat effectiveness to 1,224,000 points. Even with the help of damage stacking of 3 times the enhancement, he could only reach 4,896,000 points. There was no way he could put a dent in Yarrow. Even if he used Ultimate Arts Level 9 and enhanced his combat effectiveness further, his strongest attack would only be at 9,792,000 points. It was not enough to break through Yarrow's defense. The only option was to use Ultimate Arts Level 10. This would enhance his combat effectiveness even further, and only then could his attack be stacked up to 19,584,000 points. Gylding calculated in his mind and knew that only by using Ultimate Arts Level 10, would he be able to wound his opponent enough to win the fight. His breathing sped up at this thought, and his Ultimate Arts was quickly upgraded from Level 8 to Level 9, but that was not the end. It continued increasing from Level 9 until it was finally at Level 10. Unexpectedly, Neptune did not voice any objections to this. Judging from Gylding's current physical condition, he could exhaust himself too much trying to achieve Ultimate Arts Level 1 OI in such a short time. All Neptune did was give a casual warning, "You only have 20 minutes to end this fight." A smile appeared on Gylding's face as he clamped his hands around Yarrow's fists. "Are you done punching?"